right here. G'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Shadowverse Open West July Cup for the 2023 season. Only a couple months left already. I can't believe it. Of this 2023 season, we've got a huge top 8 coming your way, and of course, coming off of the back of a brand new expansion that just, of course, joined us in the past couple weeks. It's going to make this one an absolute exciting, absolute banger cup coming your way with so many points online, so many players here potentially locking in Contenders Cup spots. We'll have to wait and see, of course, how some of those matches happen across the day and across the evening. One Baz here, as always, to bring you all the action, joined by my partner in crime in Trickster. Of course, moved 3 out of 3 now. You finally settled in, though, in White Room 3 of 3. How are you, my man?
Yeah, I'm doing great. As you said, yeah, I've been in a different location each time we've been doing these casts and moving around a lot. And, you know, the players, they're moving around a lot, too, on the leaderboard. These point standings are close. We're going to see later we have 5 players tied at 30 points today, and they're all kind of popping in and out of top 8. So a lot of movement, and I'm excited to see how this new expansion is going to shake things up today. So, yeah, great to be here with you both.
And of course, as always, we've got ourselves our guests joining us here for this season. And you know, we had to go big for this one. We only got a couple months left. We've got ourselves arguably one of the greatest players of all time here at Shadowverse. It is one Hishiro from Team Revelations. Welcome here to the West Cast, my man. It's so great to have you on.
Thank you, Vaz. I'm really glad to be on the official casting for today. Really great opportunity for this time, and I hope that we can bring all the fun and a great commentary for the great matches that we have going today. We have veterans, we have people that are high in the leaderboard for this season, and that's going to be a great show.
It's going to be such an awesome match here at the moment, and as we said, right, I can't believe we're already here at July Cup, so many months in. Again, even like a month ago, we're talking about being just halfway through the season and how close things are. And we'll harp on about it a fair bit, but this time, the players that are here stacked today, we do have a lot of the veteran players, a lot more of the players who you've seen a number of times throughout the season, once again, making it here to that top 8 set. But first of all, Trick, let's have a look at the format, right? How do these guys get here from day 1 and looking through here for day 2?
Yeah, absolutely. So for all of our tournaments where league points are on the line this season, we're going to be playing the same format. It's what we all know and love. We're playing in rotation, so just the 5 most recent expansions and their mini expansions. And all of our players, they're going to bring 3 decks from 3 different classes. And so at the beginning, before the gameplay starts, each of the players gets to look at their opponent's decks and choose to ban one of them. So they can get rid of whichever one they don't want to face and just go up against the last 2. And so now when both of our players have 2 decks, they're going to be playing best of 3. So you have to win with both decks. So once you win with one deck, you aren't allowed to play it again. But for the player that loses, they can choose to play either of their decks in the following games. And so at first, day 1, it's going to be 7 rounds. And that's what our players were doing yesterday. And we take the top 8 players at the end of that. And sometimes, too, there's an 8th round to break some of the tiebreakers. But today, it's single elimination. So these players, everything's on the line each time they're playing. And we're going to be moving forward until there's just one player at the end of today.
And now we're going to be looking towards as well, of course, the prizing here coming through, because these guys playing for a lot of money. And like we mentioned, a lot of points coming through here. And Nishro, handing it to you now, my man. Look at this awesome money here available for the players.
Yeah, surely. First of all, everyone that got to this point in top 8 gets $200. The winner of the next match that's going to reach the top 4 is going to gain to win $400. Finalist gets 600, and the winner takes it all with $1,000, as well as the champion flair for this month. And of course, everyone that shares a webcam gets a bonus $100.
And of course, all of that is in that big USD as well. So for a lot of players worldwide, that translates to a lot of money for these guys here. So really cool to see that. And of course, as well, those big important points that we need to get to that Contenders Cup. And of course, Hishiro, yourself being a multi-time Contenders Cup player, just real quick, how's that feeling at that end of the season, being able to make it to, I guess, a highlight of the year now, at least for this season, in the Contenders Cup?
It really depends on how the season was going. If it was, if you know that you were ahead of point for a lot of time, you're just trying to secure your spots. Make sure you don't make like a very bad tournament, don't make a mistake, and like aim for at least 5 wins. If you are like a bit more behind, that you're fighting every little tournament, every match is like, yeah, let's grind a bit more to try to reach contenders. It feels super rewarding once you reach that point.
And it'd be interesting to hear, I guess, the thoughts on that as well of these guys coming through right now, looking at the standings coming through here for you guys. And this is, I guess, more of a season where, I just think, Hishiro, like where these guys are fighting tooth and nail, right? Every single match matters here, and you're putting everything on the line to make it here to the top competition. Of course, 10th place currently is Nautilus, who, of course, our February Cup champion from earlier this year, only just hanging on here currently in terms of points. And then we've got ourselves the 5-man tie. 2 of these players here today as well will be competing to see if they can get those extra points and push themselves up in that standings. Of course, those being Yazi Dazi, Disastrous V2, and KSL VD. Of course, KSL VD, of course, being a recent champion this season. Yon Calby and Yo from Team Revelations all being tied up there at 30 league points. They're followed up by Melon and Vess from Visions there at 31 LP. Melon making it here as well to the top 8, looking to see if he can lock in some extra points. And that's followed up by Sonar 5's Osav, of course, in second place with 37 league points. Nice and comfortable there in that second spot and in that top 8 standings, alongside, of course, Meme Legends there with 42 league points, multi-time, I want to say, top 8 maker, winner this year as well, and even just missing out, making top 8 here today as well, I believe, taking on Melon earlier on in there. It was a round 8 match in day 1 where Melon went 2-1 against Meme Legends. We could have had one or the other, and Melon here on top, which is cool to see. But guys, hey, what are your thoughts coming in, seeing some of these players? I know some of these guys, of course, have been here for a while, but the standings, I want to say, especially over the past month or 2, are definitely starting to shift and move.
Yeah, it's definitely really exciting to be following these, and I feel like it's pretty unpredictable too. I definitely thought that Osav was going to be in the top spot for a while, and moving in number 2, Meme Legends coming in really strong has been impressive, and I hope to see a lot more from Meme Legends in the last couple of months. Also, kind of fun seeing Nautilus still hanging on to the leaderboard in like the last position, getting the win in the first cup of the season, and then now still hanging on to that 10th spot. Haven't seen Nautilus back on stream yet, but hoping that they might be able to make appearance again later in this season.
Yeah, and I'm really looking at this V2 and Melin. This top 8 is really their chance to like try to get ahead and get a bit closer to Osav and really secure their place for Contenders Cup. It could be a very good time to score a lot of points, try to get that edge on all the other competitors.
So there you go. Those are the standings, guys, coming through. We'll be looking at the brackets in just a short moment. It looks like we do actually have a bit of an update for you guys about what some of the brackets and what's happening going forward in just a short moment. But for now, Trick, take us through what will our, I'll say, updated matches for the day look like going forward to kick us off.
Yeah, so we're going to be switching things around a little bit, and we're going to be starting with V2 and Noir in our first match. So definitely excited to see this. So we have Tempo Storms Noir and Disastrous V2 is the second match there, but it's what we're going to be jumping into first. And I'm really excited to see both of these players because both of them have actually made it to the World Grand Prix multiple times. And so it's like an incredibly stacked first match. I'm sure the audience and the other players in the top 8 as well are happy to see these players facing off here. It means that only one of them is going to be moving forward, but it does mean that we're going to have an incredible match to watch. And both of these players as well have won multiple West Cups in the past. We actually saw V2 top recently this season, but this time is actually Noir's first time back this season. Except he was a caster as well, so it's actually his second time on the stream. Last time he was casting, but now he's a player, so kind of always fun to see players like Hishiro, you know, taking both roles. So I'm really excited to see these players go head-to-head. They're bringing very similar decks, only a couple techs differently, and so it'll really come down to whose play is superior and in who's going to be moving on from this match. And above that, we do have Yazidaze and Bam as well. Having some check-in issues there, but we'll update you guys later on how that match is going to go. Yazidaze is the 7-0 player, so undefeated, so someone to be watching out for. They've also had multiple tops this season, and so a veteran player, and I'm excited to see how they progress through this tournament as well.
Right, and down there we got Golden Plate against Melin. Golden Plate, what we already saw this year in top 8 and the April Cup. Melin actually high in the leaderboard with 31 points. And that's the third time he makes it to top 8, so really a big competitor to look out for. I think we're going to have a good match, especially since Golden Plate is the one bringing Vengeance Blood. That's going to be... we'll see what our Melin can deal with this. And down there we got Boa against BSG Fluffy Panda. It's their first time in the top 8 SVO for both of them. Fluffy Panda that I know personally from the French community. So yeah, it will be cool. They're like on the opposite side of the big veterans, like Noah and V2. We can see like if I can reach out and like go into this end of the bracket.
Definitely excited to see all these matches coming through. Again, that mixture we seem to be having, it seems to be an all season long thing, right, guys, where we've got top veteran players we've seen year after year dominate the scene. Some newer guys who are definitely showing up this year. I would say especially the season that has gone on and really shown up. And of course, it doesn't matter what point of the season, we've got to have that new blood. Those new guys who haven't had a chance to make top 8 before show up, who could definitely shake things up against some of these top players we've seen for quite some time. So currently at the moment we have 3 confirmed quarterfinal matches. As we said, the first quarterfinal match against Yazidazi and Bam. Looks like we're having a bit of back issues with that at the moment. We'll update you guys about the happenings of that match after we are done with the 3 other quarterfinal matches and as we look towards the semi-final state of things later in the day. But just before we jump into our first quarterfinal match, it's cool to announce that the community support program is still happening. We got our next round of it heading your way, which is awesome to see. Such a cool program. Support the people who are also supporting the game in the first place, right? And giving you guys all that cool content, all those cool articles to learn from and videos to learn from, and give a little bit of extra back to themselves and, of course, even to the further community. Some of the card packs being given away there. So if you're there, if you stream videos, if you're a bit of a live streamer, if you make content, it'd be video content, articles, artwork, etc., upload it to the community support program. Definitely check that out. You get tons of cool card packs as rewards heading your way. Of course, heading over to SVO.gg/CSP to be able to go through all of the info there, go through all the uploads, and get yourselves some really cool card packs. And while you're at it, bookmark SVO.gg. Of course, if you haven't already, the place to be to check out when the latest tournaments are going to be happening, the latest cool news and updates about everything Shadowverse open. And of course, we can find further links. And of course, over on Battlefire, we can sign up to some of these really cool tournaments where you can play for free. Of course, the tournament mode, of course, being open, all cards open, so you don't have to worry about if you're missing a card or two. You can make the decks and compete with the cards available in tournament mode there as well, and see if you can make a chance to make it here to that top 8 spot. But gentlemen, here we go. I'm putting those hands together because we've got ourselves an absolute banger. We got ourselves not only our finals game that we would see or a Contenders Cup worthy match, we've got ourselves a World Grand Prix worthy match to kick off our July Cup in Temperstorm's Noir versus Disastrous V2. Let's look at the deck list. It's going to be from Noir's set of decks here first. And we're going to see a little bit of similarities here. But, I mean, again, top decks, top competition. This is what you want to ask for here in SVO.
Absolutely. And looking at this first deck, it's a deck that actually is performing really well in the West meta. 4 of the players are going to be bringing Mysteria Rune today. And it's interesting because I feel like even though its performance has been really strong, it's definitely been a little less popular, possibly because it's not really a deck that's gotten a lot of new support in the recent expansion, but at the highest levels of play, it has been performing well. So Mysteria Rune is pretty similar to what we know from last expansion. Some of the important cards have rotated, but you're still really going to be relying around Anne and Greya, the Royal Duo. that 5 play point card to give you one of your finishers. It's this 20 play point spell, can summon back all your Mysteria followers and give them all Storm. And that's going to get discounted each time you play a Mysteria card or a spell. And so another card that you'll pair with the Royal Duo is Mysteria Magic Originator. And between the two of them, the Magic Originator will discount all of your Mysteria cards, and as well, it makes all of your spells become Mysteria. So you'll be getting lots of discounts and ways to cheapen your Royal Duo Stormwind condition.
Yeah, we do see some great evolutions from last expansion. Like everyone has shifted to this build where you only play one of each Mysteria card. That's mainly because Story of a Lifetime rotated. It was a card that allowed you to discard the extra copies of Mysteria cards that you didn't need anymore to draw new cards. Now the deck is a bit more tied on the card draw, so we see more cards like Meltina in the Noir's list to like get some draw. She can also like banish the Masquerade Ghost that we'll talk about very soon, and get your evolution points for later in the game. We also saw the new card, Dual Barrier. She summons like the first version of Anangria. She can be cards that you want in your pool for the sorcery, the 20 PP spell that you get from Anangria. They are very good targets to revive actually for your lethal. But you can also use Dual Barrier as an enhanced card to give a Storm to all of your Mysteria followers and summon both Anangria as an evolved. So as itself is 12 damage, and it can be like your plan B to OTK if you pair it with over 0 PP Mysteria cards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice seeing those new tools here. Only like a little bit of a one of, but still a strong card in the late game. There's lots of other decks though too we're going to be jumping into, so let's move on to the next one and see what else Noir is bringing to complement this Mysteria. Yep, the big deck of today, Ghost Shadow. I believe every single player in the top 8 is bringing it, so we're going to get really familiar with this by the end of the cast. It's actually a deck that's been around for a while. Masquerade Ghost, it's not a new card, but it's really starting to shine in this expansion. Maybe let's take a second and jump into why do you think that Shiro, why do you think that this deck has suddenly found a place at the top of meta in this expansion? What's going on differently?
Well, the deck needed a bit more draw and a bit more ghost generators, because before we were pretty tight. But I think the big factor is Hellfire Strike. It's the 1 PP spell that deals 2 damage to the enemy leader, so it's already a great card for aggro decks. But on Necromancy 4, you also deal 2 damage to all of the board, and suddenly you have like no problems of having to trade your board. You can just go face with your ghost, set up your Masquerade the Ghost tranquilly, and on turn 6 you can just start pushing damage. And of course you got the big Ghastly Banishment. Basically this card, it's summons to Ghosts, and on Enhance 7, at the start of your opponent's next turn, it will deal damage to all enemies based on all of the banished followers you got this game. And because we got like a bit more ghost generators, notably Spectral Sorceress, you can have Ghastly Banishment deal a lot more damage. You can reach like 8 damage to like 10 damage to everything, and if you just go turn 7 Ghastly Banishment, turn 8 Ghastly Banishment, boom, that's almost an OTK. So yeah, this deck really found its place, and I would say that some decks maybe rotated some of the most defensive deck that could really keep on healing. So it found its cool spot in this meta right now.
Yeah, and right now on the screen is Masquerade Ghost himself. This card is really the linchpin of the deck. You want to keep it in your mulligan if you have it, so that you'll definitely have it guaranteed for turn 5. It's almost always the turn 5 play. Maybe like Lucius or something will like outstep it once in a while, but yeah, you'll be playing it on turn 5, and as we mentioned, it'll come back on 6, and you'll still have all your play points to work with, and it can buff up each of the ghosts you play. So definitely a strong deck and some strong cards, and let's jump into Noir's third deck now and see what he has to complement this Mysteria and Ghost Shadow. Yeah, so it's gonna be Evo Portal, one of my favorite decks of this expansion. It's very unique and enjoyable to play. It's slightly losing some popularity, it looks like, in the West. Only 3 players playing it today, but both of these players are going to be bringing it in the first match. This deck is very interesting. It has a quest that seems pretty hard to accomplish at first. You need to evolve 10 followers. If you can evolve 9 before Shin, then Shin is your win condition essentially, and that will come out and evolve itself for the 10th follower, at which point Shin, which we're going to be bringing up now, it'll get additional stats. It becomes a 6/6 on Evo, and keeping with that 6 theme, it's going to be dealing 6 damage to your opponent's face, healing you for 6, and also discounting all of the cards in your hand. And so most of your strong followers like Alice, these 4-cost ones, are only going to cost 1 play point afterwards. So it can take a while to get that 10 evolves online, but once it is online around like turn 7 or 8, depending on the game, you're going to be having an incredible amount of damage and finishing the games off in no time. Hishira, what are some of the other key cards in this, or maybe like key ways to be playing it that our players need to be thinking about?
Well, of course, once you get to resolve your Shin, you want to have Alice and Grimnir that get reduced. Alice being a self-evolve, a draw 2, and when she attacks if she's evolved, she also recovers 2 play points. So she's basically like 5 damage, you draw 2, you advance your quest, and if you got her reduced with Shin, she basically like gives you +1 play point for the turn. So really a great payoff of Shin. And alongside that, we got the new card, Grimnir. When you play him, it's 2 damage to 2 enemies and to the enemy leader, and if you evolve 7 times, it's 5 damage instead. And on top of that, he's a ward, so that can be useful, like going first, playing him turn 4, you clear 2 of your opponent's follower, you get to go face, you have less damage together for later in the game. And also on Evolve, he does this 2 damage to 2 enemy followers and the enemy leader 1 more time. That can also be cool for lethal as well as just defending. So yeah, that's really the key cards that you want to get off Shin. The main question then is how do you get to 7 or even 10 Evolve followers? And the main answer to that is Robotic Arm Rescuer. This guy, you can fuse your Portal Craft cards into him. You get Assembly Droids that you can evolve once you play them, and that get destroyed at the end of the turn. You can only fuse once during a turn, and you can only fuse him from the turns you are about to evolve. So turn 4 going second and turn 5 going first. So that's the main way that you get like 1 extra evolve on top of your regular evolve of the turn. So yeah, that's why this deck is kinda popular. It's the second most popular of this tournament, with I believe 96 players bringing it. So yeah, definitely one to look out, and one that we're kinda expecting the mirror match on this match precisely.
And yeah, of course, that's going to be Noir's decks coming through. We're going to look towards V2's decks now that he's bringing in. As we said, it is going to be that whole mirror set, right? But it's going to be these 1 or 2 small changes between the ratios here for these guys coming through. And this is what we talk about, right, guys, for, I guess, maybe for new players coming in, and right, where they might look at a deck on a certain website or a certain video, and it might not work out for them, but it could be like that 1 or 2 card change, right, that can make the deck more comfortable for them, and can make it better for them overall at the end of the day. So Trick, looking at VT's Mysterious Marine deck, anything in particular here that stands out differently from Noir's?
Yeah, so we still are seeing the 1-of package for each of the key followers, but there are a couple differences in some of the spells that are being brought. Both of our players, I believe, are going to be playing 3 Let's Feast in Style, one of the new cards from this expansion that's draw and buff and is really important. So that's definitely a card that reminds me of some similar cards we've had in past expansions, where you need multiple targets on the board to get its effect. One of them's going to be buffed, and then you're also going to be giving a separate follower the last words draw a card. So it's kind of like an insight, but it has a little more requirements, but there's also a little bit more upside in the buff. And Mysteria really needs that to get a little extra damage sometimes to close out their games. Some differences though, where you see Goblin's Gratitude in this list. It's a spell card that can be used to draw, and it costs 3. You can maybe discount it to 2 with Originator, but also, as you can see here, you'll recover play points based on the number of academic cards drawn. So this is something that adds definitely some randomness into your turn. So you have to be careful and think, can you afford to be playing a 3 play point card if you don't hit any academic cards or not? And so V2 is definitely going to have to be thinking about which turns he can play this. Maybe on turn 3, if there's nothing in hand, you just jam it out. But like some of the other turns, not knowing how many play points you'll recover, you're going to have to really think about that. And V2's willing to make that risk, but it looks like Noir didn't want to have that in his lineup. Another small change here too, we can see 2 dual barriers. So that can get you some extra Mysteria names. It's pretty good in matchups where there's some transformation, especially maybe like the mirror match that might come into play. But against most of the decks in the meta, having the extra Mysteria names isn't as critical. But also we have that enhanced 8 as also like an additional win condition. So just one more copy in the deck for a little bit of consistency, maybe if your key Mysteria game plan goes wrong.
I am noticing one more difference that could matter in this matchup in particular. It's the lack of enchanting spell. Noir is running 2 and V2 is running 0. It's a 1PP spell that lets you board lock one of the cards of your opponent. Like you pick one follower, they say they cannot attack. And on a deck where you want to revive all your Mysteria followers that were destroyed to fill out the board, you get one less space. It could be the space that you needed to actually pull out the lethal. Instead, V2 is playing a magical strategy. It's just a draw 1, summon a magical pawn. This can be used to trade. They can be like quite clutch in the Ghost matchup, so that you can get some early trades, like take not too many damage in the early game. So yeah, V2 is basically playing a bit safer on the draw, and Noir is playing a bit more on the like potential outplays he can have in the mirror.
And these minor differences, right? We'll have to see which one was the correct, if you want to put it that way, option here for this top 8 match. Let's look towards V2's second deck here. He is bringing into this top 8 matchup, and as we said, it is going to be another one of the similar decks that we'll probably see a fair bit all throughout the day. It is going to be Mysteria Room Part 2. Just kidding, it's Ghost Shadow. Which we're going to see all throughout the day as well. I think there's a bit of a spoiler for that for you guys on the preview coming in. Yes, 8 players bringing a Ghost Shadow trick. Anything here that V2 though is bringing differently?
Yeah, so not noticing a lot of changes in the list, but maybe we can just highlight some of the different cards that we haven't really got to showcase yet, because this is a pretty new deck arriving in this expansion. I'd love to look at Lucius. It's a very interesting card that has different roles in the different matchups you play, because as you can see here, its fanfare effect, it actually depends on what class you're playing first. And so depending on what you're playing, you'll get different effects. For this deck though, as Shadow, we're going to be summoning 2 ghosts, which fits perfectly into the game plan here, where you want to have lots of followers banished and lots of ghosts coming online. And then when you evolve it, this is where things get crazy, because you can at least know what your first effect is going to be based off of what class you're playing, but on evolve, it's actually dependent on what class you're up against. And so here, depending on what you're going against, you're going to be doing anything from recovering 2 play points to dealing 4 damage to the enemy leader. And especially right now where like Havencraft and Bloodcraft are popular, that 4 damage is going to be happening a lot. And so in some matchups, you can get 2 damage from the ghost and then 4 damage from this evolve effect. That's a really big swing. And if you play this on 3 and it survives into an evo turn, that can be even more damage. So this is definitely a card that really shines in this deck, and we actually play 3 copies of Freya as well to be able to fetch it consistently. So definitely interested to see how players can really like lean on Lucius and maybe see if it is more potent or less potent depending on what the matchup is.
Yeah, definitely. The Lucius and Freya engine is very strong in this deck. And if you are a Neven player, you are probably wanting to ban Ghost Shadow just because you are so scared of this evolve 4 damage. Just like 2 Lucius is like already half of your life. One card we didn't talk about yet is Mikael actually. It's a card that you get to invoke once you get raid 10, so 10 followers that can enter your field. It's basically a rush and 2 more defense to your leader once he gets once you summon him from the invoke effect. The main thing it does is because you summon so many ghosts, you can get him to on the board from turn 5. And it's like just more ways to make sure you survive, make sure you reach the ghastly banishment turn, and also that you have things to trade on the board with. So you don't really have to get trade with your ghosts. You can just keep on going face with them and trying to set up Zilly 4.
Kale is such a cool invocation card they added recently, right? I know there was a lot of decks in particular. We're looking to try and find ways to run him, and of course, Ghost Shadow. It just fits perfectly, right? Being so easy to hit that rally count. So definitely watch out for Mikhail, because he's going to be popping up almost as much as the Ghosts, I think, today. All throughout the matches when we do see Ghost Shadow. But V2's final deck that he is bringing here will be that Evo Portal coming here. And this one is where we're going to see some slight differences coming through here. You might see right at the end there a very expensive card right at the very end there that I'll be surprised. Twitch chat, please let us know if you've actually seen Pandora been played, because we were talking about it before we got on the cast, and none of us, I believe, have actually seen it on ladder been played yet. So if you have, let us know, because first of all, we know you're a liar, because there's absolutely no way that you have, because nobody actually plays this card. But it will be cool to see, actually, if maybe we might see Pandora come out in gameplay today.
Yeah, Pandora is possibly a win more card. It's definitely strong when it comes online, and after you can discount the cost, it's pretty cheap as well. So the 8 play points, though, makes it normally not be able to come out for a long time anyway, but when it does, it's going to be giving -8/-8 to all enemy followers. Really helps you clear that board and even get rid of annoying, like, non-targetable followers and things that you wouldn't normally be able to deal with. And then this card also can't be targeted by enemy effects or attack. But I think what it's really played for is that evolve effect and how it can kind of help you finish out the game with your other storm and from hand damage cards. So you can see here, when it's evolved, you're going to be changing the enemy leader's maximum defense to 18. So boom, 12 health gone, 8 left. Especially with this deck, when all of your finishers start to cost 1 after you get your Shin online, that 8 damage is going to be gone in no time. You can play 2 Alice or an Alice and a Grimnir, and you're going to be able to meet that condition really quick. And so this is just another card that you can use after Shin to really close out the game so easily. And we talked about, too, there's like 2 parts. You know, you have the end game with all the finishers, but you also have the early game, and you're trying to figure out how to get there. And I think one of the cards that shines really well in the early game is the Sweeper Doll. So I want to peek at that for a second, too. The Sweeper Doll goes perfectly. I feel like it's best friends with your robotic arm rescuer. When I'm playing this deck, I'm fusing the puppets more than anything else into the rescuer. And as you can see here, it says during your turn, whenever an allied follower evolves, you get to put a puppet into your hand. And that's not locked at once per turn or anything. And so in this deck where you're evolving 3 times per turn, you can get a lot of puppets really fast. And even just playing this on 1 turn, it can give you all of the puppets you'll need for like the whole game to fuse into Robotic Arm Rescuer, so that you don't have to be fusing your other key Portal Craft cards. So this is definitely a card that's strong. You can also use it to clear followers with the Bane it gives to puppets if you need to. So it's flexible as well. I'm definitely going to be looking at how our 2 players choose to use this card in the matchup, and how they kind of balance the resources to not be overdrawing, but also to be getting the most value out of this card, and seeing, yeah, like which turns they choose to drop it.
Yeah, definitely. Sweeper Doll is like one of the cards that made the list, just to make sure you have enough resources. You can also pair it with Robopup. It's a card that basically, like, when you look at other evolved decks, most of them just ask to get 7 evolutions, but because Robopup exists, they had to put this limit on Portal. Because Robopup, when it comes into play, you destroy one of your followers. If it was an artifact, he evolves, and you also get to draw a card. But you can just loop your Robopups, play one Robopup and destroy the previous one, they evolve. So you just have like three evolutions in your deck. So that's really one way that you want to get to Shin. Players are also running the Sisterly Bonds. It's mainly to get the Spinai artifacts that you get from this spell. And the Spinnery artifact, when it gets destroyed during your turn, you get to tutor 1 artifact card. So it's guaranteed to get your Robo up. If you get this pair already, you can already have 2 evolution points with just going Spinnery artifact, Robo up, and the Robo up you got. And if you got like the Sweeper doll on this side, it's like just like more puppets that you come to your hand that can trade instantly or can be safe for a Rescuer. And we got Freya in this deck. She can either tutor Robopup or a Robotic Arm Rescuer, so that's a bit more consistency that you can have of this deck. But yeah, once again, for V2, we're really looking to see if the Pandora is going to matter.
Pandora Gamers, let's do it. Let's go. Let's see it come out, ladies and gentlemen. Those are going to be the decks there for our quarter final. Technically, our first quarter final of the match here, and a bit of an apologies for the slight delay. We did have a bit of tech issues cast aside. We did have to deal with while we were going through those deck lists, which is why we're a little bit longer. And of course, as well, it's a new expansion. We want to talk about some of these awesome new cool cards coming in to this one. We're going to have the bans up now, ready for you guys to see which decks have been banned away. Please not VD's Evil Portal. That's all we're asking. That's all we're asking the whole day. We just want to see that Pandora potentially come out for these guys. But yeah, I mean, while we're waiting for it to come up, guys, real quickly, what do you think are the realistic bans to come out here?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I feel like Shadow is definitely kind of that boogeyman that I wouldn't be surprised if anyone banned today. It's the deck that's the most brought, and it has the potential to win really early. All of your Ghosts having Storm can let you close out games around like 6 even, which is a little bit faster than a lot of the other decks can deal with it right now. And so while it is a deck that everyone's expecting and maybe they're playing around, I can see our players going either way, where they're either trying to beat it and building their decks to face it, or they're going to be banning it. So not going to be surprised if that's a deck that's banned out today, especially for decks like Evo Portal. Sometimes I feel like Shadow can just slide in a little bit underneath them and win before they get that 10 evolves online. Hishiro, what are you thinking about, though, especially when both players have the exact same lineup?
Yeah, since they have the same lineup, I think it's likely that they train together. I think they will have the same ban. They will come to the same conclusion. So yeah, Ghost is very likely because it's just like such a strong deck and such a deck that you cannot do a lot about. But since they are both running Rune, oh yeah, they're going to ban Rune. Yeah, I was going to say, because it's Rune has a very good matchup into their Evo Portal. Being a combo deck that you face against a control deck, they don't really care if you
lost Hishiro's audio. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Do you have me?
I think you're back. You're back.
Okay. So yeah, I was saying, yeah, not surprised to see the ban Rune. Rune has a very good matchup into the portal, just because it's like the combo deck that's going to deal 20 to the control deck, no matter how much they heal. And so, yeah, they're going to take the risk of having to face Shadow, but let's see how they do.
Well, we said one brain cell, right? Shared. It was Rune banned, not Shadow banned instead. But cool to see that banned away. We're jumping into our first quarterfinal match for the July Shadowverse Open West Cup for the 2023 season. There's going to be from the viewpoint of Disastrous V2 here, and it's going to be the Evo Portal mirror match. It's here, boys. We're going to get it straight away. The biggest chance to see Pandora in the next 3 months, maybe. Hopefully, if Evo Portal lasts that long or lasts longer, we'll have to wait and see. But a cool chance to potentially see it anyway. And an awesome mirror match again with those slight changes to see. Those slight changes, right, of battle plans coming in from both players. So he will take this one out. But this is going to be an absolute banger matchup.
Yeah, and we see some pretty good hands for both players early on. V2 going in with the early Kasim. Definitely can get a lot of damage, especially going first. It's possible we might even have to see like a Robopop response just to be able to get that Kasim off the board, which is not ideal. You normally really want to be able to see your Robopup save to be played with the Spinarius artifact from Sisterly Bonds, but here Noir is going to have a tough decision. Maybe he can just play his own 2-drop and like keep searching his deck and not fear the damage. Even though the Kasim can get early damage, it is still pretty hard for Portal to close out the game before Shin. So a lot of times you can take it, but that's something that Noir is going to have to be weighing right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky spot Noir is already in. If he wants to go for Freya, try to find another Robopup, so farm another evolve point for turn 3 or 4. Or maybe you can even play Rosa. You know that Kasim is going to proc on the draw of Veto on the next turn, but she's going to stay from 1-4 to 1-3, so she's going to be able to help some trades. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough spot. And we see that Veto already has his robotic rescuer, 2 of them, but you can always like fuse one of them. So yeah, let's see what Noir is going to do. Is he going to pick the Freya? Is he going to go for Robopop? Okay, Freya it is. Okay, and he gets his own rescuer, so he's all set for turn 4 to 5. And now it's V2 to counterattack.
A pretty good top deck. Even more damage going to be coming out with this buff on Kasim and making it harder to deal with. The 3 stat line, though, is still low enough that Robopup can trade into it. But yeah, there's going to be 5 damage to face already after this turn. And Noir definitely has the harder spot right now in this match. Going second in the mirror, it's tough because a lot of times you need about the same amount of turns to get your game plan online for Shin. And so you are going to be 1 turn behind for his evolves. You can start them a turn earlier, but it's still going to just come down to it's definitely going to be a little bit of a race with the double robotic arm rescuer in V2's hands. He'll be evolving a lot, and so I don't know, it'll be interesting to see which of them can meet their condition first.
I am not sure that V2 is going to evolve that much, because right now, if you look at the fusible he has, it's only Portalcraft followers, so it's not going to be Olivia, it's not going to be the 2 PP girl, so it's a bit of a tough spot. Yeah, he chose to send back one with Rosa, just try to see a new draw, try to see what you can get. Yeah, and floating 2 play points. So now Noir has the occasion to play Kyrie. We didn't mention Kyrie yet, but very good card actually. You get to draw basically 2 followers for 1 play point and 1 evo point, and you have like 1 big body. Definitely a big card on this deck that can sometimes struggle with resources.
Yeah, and a little bit of a teaser today. This card, it also gains back play points, as we saw, and that works pretty well with the card called Bahamut. And so one of our players is actually going to be combining those 2 into a very interesting list later. So stay tuned and you'll be able to see the new Bahamut deck. It's actually a blood deck. We'll be checking that out, but still on Portal right now. Got the mirror match. Noir has a full hand and lots of resources to be considering. The draw of the sweeper doll is interesting. We might be able to see that come out on a later turn to get a lot of generation, but yeah, a lot of these cards are kind of expensive and finishers, and so gonna be interesting is there's not like a clear way to just throw out a lot of cards right now for free evolves. It might be nice to see something like a blooming dancer, but without that, just trying to make the most of this hand.
Yeah, and on top of that, he was at 9 in hand, so he was definitely looking to try to not overdraw. Choosing to go for the rescuer just to get 1 more evo point, saving the sweeper doll for a later turn. I agree with that. It's going to be tougher and tougher for V2. Unless he top decks Robop. Yeah, okay, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, that's very strong. If it was another robotic arm rescuer, it would have made this turn a little more awkward. But now you can just chain the artifact into Robopup, and you'll actually still have another artifact in Robopup to throw out for another 2 play point evolve on the following turn. So this worked out really well for V2. Definitely happy to see the dog come off the top there.
Oh, and actually it doesn't save up the Robopup for next turn, it goes for it now. Just to not float his extra play points. Yeah, I can agree with that. Also takes makes sure that he clears the Kyrie. Oh, already fusing Kasim, so that he can have 2 droids for next turn. Interesting. I think this Freya in his hand, the last target should be Rescuer. Oh no, there should be 1 more Robopop in the deck. Okay, so now what do you think as Noir you want to do? Trickster.
Yeah, and Noir's in the same spot thinking, we see the sweeper doll come out, so there's probably going to be multiple evolves this turn. Oh, but hovering Bad Katha just for the draw and the healing. Maybe not too happy with the hand. If Noir plays the Bad Katha, I feel like it's kind of signaling that he's trying to fish for something else, which is understandable because like we said before, the Shins, you want to be saving them for later. Grimnir as well, and Alice. You can use Alice early for the Evolve, which I thought might have happened here, but it looks like Noir is prioritizing holding on to the finishers, and especially without like a trade target maybe, not thinking it would be worth it to play Alice now. And getting 2 evolves though still, keeping the puppets in hand, a pretty good turn.
Yeah, because if he didn't have that sweeper doll, he would have to fuse one of his Shin and wouldn't have it for later. So that would have been very sad. Very plays the puppet to make sure he doesn't overdraw for next turn. And yeah, there was no target on the opponent board for Alice, so that you can get the PP recover. So it was a good timing to just keep her for next turn. Just keep her for next turn. No, it's Vetu's turn. Oh, another Freya. I guess he'll try to find his last row pop-up. Yeah, okay. He can use a Spinaria artifact to have the extra evolve on it. And now it's the big question: how many evolves do I have on each side?
Yeah, it's definitely a little tricky to follow. We can kind of look at the colors of the different cards to see what's activated and not, but still a little tricky to get those exact counts. I wish V2 here, I think he's hoping he had one more play point, because the evolves on this turn are actually just going to be limited by not being able to have the play points for the droids as well as Blooming Dancer. Chooses to do the Blooming Dancer here, thinking it's more important, and maybe the droids can be fit in easier into the curve later. But yeah, V2 here having plenty of evolves available, only be limiting by the play points. But if we look at the hand, there is a Shin, but there's not any real payoff for that Shin in V2's hand. So V2 is definitely going to have to try and dig, and without any draw right now, that's going to be tricky, because even needing so many evos, he doesn't really have the payoffs in his hand to finish out the game, even if 10 evo points are used throughout the match.
Yeah, I believe that V2 is at around 6 or 7 evos. But yeah, as you said, he doesn't really have anything to close out the game. Doesn't have much draw going on too. Alright, so Noir is at 5. It attacks Freya. Once again, he has like mostly neutral followers in his hands. Okay, but gets a Rescuer. So already with Fuse and playing a Droid and evolving Freya, he can go to 7 this turn. So I think we are looking to set up for 10 evos for our next turn. With something like double Shin and another Droid. And he will get to start pushing damage.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Alice having 7. Still being able to recover the play points and play one of the followers that was drawn into, because Sim is extra damage, not more evos, but with this board, there's a lot of pressure. Yeah. V2 might have to break out Olivia and Sylvia next turn to try and keep this board in check.
Yeah, Noir is in a very good spot right now. And the 5 damage from Alice may allow him to catch up a bit. We do see the Michael invoke. There was right hand that was reached, so that's a bit more life points, a bit more to trade this board. But right now, it's a bit hard to increase the evolution count. Yeah, I do think it's an Olivia turn. You get to deal 3 damage to everything. With a Droid, you get a full board. But then, Trickster, what do you do next?
Yeah, Olivia, it's really nice that Olivia and Sylvia gives you back Evo points, but one of the problems I always have is once I have to evolve her to get play points back, and then I have all these other cards in my hand, like Kyrie, or however you pronounce that card, the Fragment of Hope, and you won't have any Evo points left because you already used it on Olivia and Sylvia. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm happy to get Evo points back, but I almost have to wait till the next turn to actually really be able to start taking advantage of them with my key cards. So yeah, the follow-up here, I think we'll definitely see some droids maybe to like ping off the last little bit of health on some of these followers. I was almost wondering if the sweeper doll would come down, but it looks like that's just going to be used instead, making me think maybe we'll see Kyrie just come down anyway, just to use the draw with the extra play points. We'll see though what V2 has in store. Oh, interesting. Not a common play at all.
Oh, he's already scared of lethal, that means. I was okay with saving the Kyrie for next turn, because right now you're liking the card draw. So I think you're really liking to start your turn with Kyrie and Vo into Shin and trying to reduce what you draw. But now it's going to be Noir's big turn. He gets the invoke from Michael. I believe that 8 evolves, so very easy to reach 10 right now. Let's see how he does that. He has to save 3 play points for Shin, so that's 4 left. There's Olivia coming down, helping to clear the board. Recovering save points, I believe 4, yes. So that's 3 that's going to be taken for Shin. He can finish with either Bad Kata, get some heal, get a spell, or with Kyrie to get 1 more ward. I think Bad Kata is the choice there. But yeah, V2 did, he was not very pleased by this play, seeing Shin already on turn 7.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see. Not only does Noir have the first Shin, but we also see that Noir's hand is stacked and ready to go for afterwards. And so V2 having a slower start and also not even having anything to play with his Shin afterwards, even if he can get that online next turn. Not a great spot to be in. We saw the desperate robotic arm rescuer just trying to stop a little bit of damage in the previous turn, but looking at Noir's hand, I don't think he's too worried about that 4 healing that came out.
Yeah. Just looking at Noir's hand, with double Grimnir, Evolve, and Shin, you actually only have 18 damage. So since V2 is going to get back to 20 with his Shin, is going to be not lethal yet. We have to see if he can get some more damage like Kasim or Alice from the Bad Kata spell. Oh, the second Shin. That's cool, but there's still not a lot to reduce in his hand. There's Shin for sure. Maybe you can play the 2PP girl that evolves and has the last word draw a card, trying to dig for 1 more useful card.
Yeah, if you do play it, I wouldn't be surprised if V2 trades it this turn just to try and guarantee that the cards are in his hand to get reduced earlier on. It's a good draw. Maybe we'll see it come out. No Evo points, though, to be used on it next turn, but a high play point value card nonetheless.
Yeah, just updeck Olivia, it's okay.
I envy your brilliance.
Yeah, because now there's kind of a shift, because let's say that Noir doesn't get lethal on next turn. He has 18 in his hand right now, but if he doesn't find the last damage, Pandora could actually steal the game. Like let's say V2 jump decks Olivia just after, and boom, you have the OTK Pandora. Okay, let's see.
It's getting really exciting now, right, boys? Coming in, we're in that spot. We're talking about Pandora could turn this game around, and what we're saying, this could potentially be last turn, like for Noir here to bring it. Well, I don't say bring it back to potentially get the big win here with Shin coming out now. Looking down to Evo, he's obviously already at 10. He's gonna worry about clearing the board and coming through and getting that big damage. And I'm seeing double Grimnir, right? Of course, got the Gospel there as well for the buff, but is it gonna be enough?
Oh, fusing 3 to make in space.
So long as you lead the way.
Yeah, has a lot of draws. Oh,
it's over.
Damage.
Everyone's hopes are riding
Okay,
on
he
me.
found the last bit of damage that he needed. The second Shin will be 6 damage twice with 2 Shin, and the double Grimnir will be 10, so that's 22 damage coming.
Yep. So gonna be just enough, but I mean, obviously, History can see it. Does Noir see it to wrap this one up? Another Evo coming through, and of course Grimnir being super cheap now as well, and we'll get that final damage in. Guys, we were 1 turn away from Pandora. We were 1 turn away from Pandora, but unfortunately, we do miss out, and Noir will take the first game in this series there, 1-0 in the Evo Portal matchup. Of course, a very long and drawn-out game there, and there's still potentially 2 more these guys have to worry about, right? V2 could get the comeback here, making it a super extended series, or Noir, of course, could come back with that finale. I wonder if they're going to make it a Shadow Mirror coming through. They won't. V2 will go for the Portal game, go for the run back again on the deck, with Noir, of course, coming up here with Ghost Shadow. So, it'll be interesting to see now if Noir can get this 2-0, because again, you think about the caliber player of V2, right? What he brings to the table here, already being in top 8 earlier this year, has some of that, I don't want experience isn't the word, but you know, maybe having a bit more of that 2023, I guess, energy behind him a little bit, right? Of course, already being in top competition earlier this year, Noir just missing out past couple times throughout the year so far. Of course, Noir having a fantastic start here. Gonna go with the little ghost pup to kick things off. Nice easy start for him, although the Mikhail in hand is definitely not what he wants.
Yeah, and we see V2 already respecting the damage of Ghost Shadow and holding on to that Rosa in the mulligan. I feel like Rosa, in my opinion, in a lot of matchups, it's one of your weaker 2-drops. I'd maybe rather use Freya to fetch the artifact follower or maybe a Kasim just because you get the damage. But here, V2 knows he has to stay healthy, and so holding on to that Rosa, possibly getting rewarded there too with being able to combo that with the Kasim that was drawn into. That we definitely see V2 respecting, the damage that's coming his way, and Noir going to be throwing down a 3-1 maybe even this turn to go with his 1-1. Goes awful into Kasim, which would clear it out, but he doesn't know if it's in hand or not, and if it's stuck, that could be a lot of damage.
Yeah, you can see like Noir's reaction when he drew his Michael, and when he's like right now thinking about, do I play him or not? Do I play into the Kasim? Do I take the risk? And yeah, it's you know that the two kept 2 cards in the mulligan, but it was not Kasim actually. He kept Rosa and Freya, but he doesn't have that information. He's just thinking like, if there's Kasim on the next turn, like you probably play Lucius anyway. You don't give the Michael just to enter the Kasim. I think it's a tough call to make, but then he has no draw after that. Yeah, okay, he's trying to save the Michael. I can respect that. So next we have the Rosa coming. Is it Rosa or Kasim, Trickster, I think?
It looks like Rosa's going to be played, and I guess that's because without the threatening board, V2 feels like he can hold on to the Kasim for later, and so Noir was smart to play around the Kasim, but maybe he's regretting it now, and kind of the mind games there. He's like, did he even have Kasim to begin with? Oh, that is not good. You want your invokes in your deck, and unlike V2, who has Rosa and Kasim for some hand fixing, Noir, these Michaels are here to stay.
No, hear me out. Brand new effect. You play cards from your hand. Unheard of.
No!
Unheard of effect. No way. No, yeah, but being serious, so that is shocking for Noir to have both in hand. You have to go for an early Lucius there to get some extra poke in, but yeah, obviously the healing coming out from Rosa. He's got basically 2 bricks essentially in his hand right at the moment, unfortunately, and it does give VT some breathing room, right? Because obviously with Ghost Shadow, that's tempo from turn 1, right? You're just going straight ahead. You're going for that early aggressive win. The best part here for V2 is if he can drag that out extra couple turns, Evo Portal can turn this one around.
Yeah, in the last game, seeing Noir with the full hand of gas, and he was really able to play his resources smartly and have lots of options to close out the last game. But now, Noir's hand is very low in value, multiple spells, which can have strong effects, but they don't really give you a lot of board presence or can't really apply a ton of pressure. Then these Michaels, these 3-1 rushes aren't going to be doing a ton, aren't going to be helping with the Ghost game plan, aren't going to be digging more into your deck. So almost the exact opposite situation. While V2's hand, almost every single card is going to draw in cycle. Everything's playable too. The Shin's definitely not going to be coming down, but all the rest of the cards are available to use. Getting the new draw, an artifact follower means Freya playing a Robopup could be really strong as well. V2 is sitting in a good position.
Okay, but finally some card draw going for Noir with the 1 PP. He can like use it, Night Terrors on his Ghost. Okay, no Masquerade Ghost coming for turn 5 yet. Maybe on next turn, but at least that's he got something rolling. And he got to deal with the Rosa that was going to heal on every turn if she was left alive. So that's good news.
You did quite a bit of work there as well, right? A lot of healing rotated through to keep V2 healthy, but I mean, he's got so much surge. Obviously, starting second turn, so gets that extra Evo point as well on top of that, which it's just a little bit of insult to injury. I would say, of course, going up against any of the Evo decks, with Evo Portal, Evo Blood, etc., coming out. But now, I think the thing is here with V2, I have so many options, right? I mean, you can run in, do the Robopup combo, you got Freya, you got Kasim. you know, potentially all being options there. Potentially hovering the Freya, of course, going off of that bonus effect, having the extra Evo point, right? So, couple good search and draw options for him. He's going to go for the Freya to see what he can find, and will be robotic to begin to fuse some stuff away and go to the Sisterly Bonds.
Okay, already going for Rover this turn. It's a good way to deal with Luscious, because you didn't really want to go for Kyrie this turn, because you would have to trade it into the Bane Luscious, and like not keep his ward for potentially a more dangerous turn. He still doesn't know that there's no Masquerade Ghost in the Noir Sands. So, okay, going on a more offensive turn, I guess, with evolving Kata. Not sure if it's the fastest way to reach his evolve counts, but that works. He dealt with the biggest threats. Okay, and still no Masquerade Ghost from Noir.
Yeah, a lot of draw. But...
We didn't jinx him. We're just saying we didn't do it.
Yeah. Oh,
there it is. All right.
Okay. Okay.
And Lucius, a strong follower as well, to fill in the extra play points this turn.
Definitely, we'll have trading the 4/4 on the board. And when you're facing Portal, you summon 2 of the enchant artifacts, the 3/1 rush. So very helpful, really useful. There are cases where you can even keep those on the board just to have more pressure. But now it's Vetus' turn to counterattack.
I want to be someone's help too.
He did use the cast sim on the previous turn, so he doesn't have it to have a free answer to these 2 1 HP followers. So he's probably just looking to like ramp his evo count, trying to get to Shin as soon as possible. Yeah, we do see the Blooming Dancer, we have Rescuer. Do you think he has something to fuse for a Rescuer to like play double Druid this turn?
Maybe the other Rescuer, or maybe whatever's drawn, I guess, with the 4/3. Seeing, yeah, some options here again. I love how many times we've seen our players hover over the Shin. It looks like every Portal player is always clicking on that. They're checking in on the count too. I keep seeing them, yeah, click on it down there and be doing the math as well. And so I do like the pre-fuse last turn to be able to have an extra droid this turn to be able to double up. There were 2 of the robotic arm followers in hand, but if there was one, that would have allowed to get a way to get 2 in the same turn as we're seeing now. And since they die, I wouldn't have been surprised to see the trades with them, but I guess not really caring too much maybe about the board presence, or I don't know, maybe worried about a transformation there or something.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this trade. It's just cool to have more board presence to like force your opponent to trade their ghost. But right now, Noir is going to play his own Masquerade Ghost. With Michael getting summoned. It's actually the 3rd Michael, so on the next turn, Vetu is going to have the information that Noir has 2 in his hands. But yeah, with Michael this turn, at least he gets a free answer to Kyrie, and a way to push for some more damage. Question is, what does Noir do with his last play points? Does he draw, or does he Hellfire Strike?
Detestable. Detestable.
I feel like he has to draw potentially, right? Because of the fact that obviously that VT doesn't only find out next turn. Right, that the Mikaels are in hand, right? So you're gonna need to try and add some extra cards, some extra oomph, I guess, out of his deck, see what he can get as he's fell behind quite quickly, right? Because of that. And it's just unfortunate because if he was playing the Evo Portal deck, for example, the Machina Portal deck, there's a lot of these Portal cards are being played recently that you know, just banish that copy, add it back to the deck, right? No issues, don't worry about it. Fortunately not the case, right, for Ghost Shadow. So it's a little bit unfortunate there for Noir, but to be fair, I think he's done a pretty good job, right? All things considered, right? Got V2 down to half HP, was finally able to get the Masquerade Ghost and get himself up a very strong board here for V2 to try and deal with. But I mean, V2's just been popping off with these Evos left, right, and center. Kyrie gonna come out, Pandora gonna be drawn. I'm not getting my hopes up on seeing it just yet, but cool to see Kyrie come out, of course. Like the new Princess Knight, right, of the current rotation set. Really cool to see. Now we are going to get Shin at Evo 10 come out to play here. V2 going to get the call, the last words with the Blossoming Dancer to get an extra draw, get that damage in, and now it's up to Noir. The Doomsday Clock has hit 12. And Noir really needs to find whatever he can, last-ditch effort to make this a 2-0.
Yeah, that healing with the Shin is actually like critical for V2 last turn because Noir actually had 10 damage in his hand, and so the game would have been over if there wasn't any healing. But now all of a sudden, the big swing with that 6 healing, Noir is gonna have to work really hard to actually get that extra damage in. And one of the biggest problems is the board space. You can't even really summon 2 ghosts this turn because there wouldn't actually be enough room on the board with the Gargantuan ghost coming out, and so gonna have to fully trickle out his ghosts instead. 8 health is a lot to overcome, and his opponent has a cheap hand next turn with all the small followers. The emote means Noir might think it's all but over.
Yeah, there was the Alice that was top deck from the Blooming Dancer last one on the previous turn, and that's going to be enough damage. Shin can trade into one of the wards, he can play another Blooming Dancer to trade the second one, and then you get 5 damage. Oh, he's even going to do it with Pandora. Okay, very cool.
Yeah, we got to see it right at the end there. And it goes Grimnir to wrap this one up. Ladies and gentlemen, we told you it was going to be a banger series, and it's going to the final match. Remember, this is the first quarterfinal here, and we're 1-1 between 2 of the absolute best the West region has seen. And Noir knows, he's pointing it out on camera as well. He knows. 1-1, an absolutely awesome, entertaining series to get behind, and a lot to learn from, hopefully from you guys watching at home. We had the Portal Mirror, we had the Portal v Shadow, and now it's going to be the Shadow versus Shadow Mirror match here. I don't know about you guys, I know we've heard a little bit of the community, this is arguably the tier 1 deck at the moment, the deck to be playing on ladder. Of course, you guys can argue that in the Twitch chat and let us know what your thoughts are at that. But how's that for a head for V2 coming out? I hope you like the Shadowverse playing mascots, because it seems as if V2's deck has decided that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, coming in with a 3 of a kind for a follower that gives you another copy of yourself. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone play 6 copies of Bakros in a game, so definitely not what V2 wants to be seeing, but he does want to be going first. I think it's definitely an advantage in this matchup. Things like Metatron, they are cute to boost up your play points, but Masquerade Ghost is the most important, and that's going to be coming out on turn 5 either way. So Metatron, yeah, just being thrown out here to better trade into the board. Noir, he was holding up that 1, and I almost wonder, I don't know if he was saying 1-1 or if he was saying he wants to go first, and then when he saw the going second, there was some clapping there, so I don't know if he's too happy
he was definitely wanting to go first in this matchup.
Yeah.
in aggressive matchup, you just want to be the first one to deal the damage. Although, like, Noir does have his Metatron right now, she's going to tank a lot of damage from the Ghost, since she's a 1-4 ward. V2 is looking at this Lucius to try to start weakening the Metatron, but it's still not decided yet.
Detestable.
Yeah, this is not what you want to be doing as an aggressive player. Trading 3 followers that can attack the leader into a ward and it doesn't even die. Yeah, definitely the Metatron was a strong turn 2 play, especially going second to slow down V2.
And then the fallen shot on top of that as well, right? To deal with the Lucius there. So it won't be able to clear out. The Metatron won't be able to get that big 3 damage to be a potential option either. And we're talking about last cup, you know, Metatron being such a strong option for a lot of the decks at the time. No different coming into the July Cup here. Of course, Metatron's time running out real quick for the rotation format. But it's definitely still going to be such a pain for a lot of these big aggro decks to deal with here. And of course, such an awesome card for turn 2 players to have in the back pocket. Finally able to get some face damage in onto Noir. He sees Mikhail. That's a little bit of PTSD. I'm just going to say that right now for him there. But we'll be able to get at his own Lucius and deal some damage back to V2 as he does have. I'll say it. I'm touching wood. Max control of the game currently, and it's definitely in the driver's seat.
But one Masquerade Ghost could definitely turn this game around. Looking at both players' hands, that key follower is missing from both of them, and it is turn 4, so both of them would be liking to see that. But what do you know? Cerberus, Howl of Hades. Yeah, that's an interesting card that can be used to fetch Masquerade Ghost. So looking at you, Hishiro, do you think that that's going to be online for Noir, or how is that going to be working in the next turns?
Yeah, he's definitely looking to use Cerberus. Although Cerberus, she gives you Sharon if you evolved on the previous turn, which for Necromancy, which can tutor one of your 5-cost followers, which is Masquerade Ghost. And for Necromancy 5, you get to reduce one of your Shadowcraft followers by 5 cost. So he does need these 5 shadows, and I think he wants to use this Hellfire Strike, but if he does, he doesn't have any shadows for the next turn for Masquerade. So yeah, we just see him like trading a Ghost early on into the 1-2 Freya. I think it was a bit of a miscalculation, because I think he was playing originally to go for Hellfire Storm, but now he realized that, oh, I'm going to need the shadows for next turn. So a bit of suboptimal trade. I think he just loses 1 damage out of this. But now it's back to V2, and he doesn't have Masquerade Ghost.
Yeah, both of them rocking the double Hellfire Strike, but not the Masquerade Ghost. Yeah, interesting. V2, he can start playing some of these Baccharos, but without the Gargantuan Ghost to get the draw, not going to even be able to dig deeper into his deck. Hovering the 4-play point Ship of Morning Souls instead, it's going to help trade off this board, or maybe we'll just see the Hellfire Strike to do the rest and have the Ghost go face, possibly even an Evo start pressing the damage.
Yeah, it's definitely the Hellfire Strike right now. You do have to think about the Evo. Maybe you want it. You can definitely use it on turn 6 and then turn 7 on the Ghastly Banishment turn. Or you can anticipate that Masquerade is coming and try to evolve before wards are coming. Yeah, okay, that's what he's going to do. And yeah, so 1 Hell Strike to clear the board, and then we're going to see the Cerberus that's going to come online.
Pretty easy for him to chuck that one out straight away, but cool of V2 to recognize, right, and try and get the maximum damage he can with what he has in hand, because again, you know, the really cool set of 3 is starting to hurt a little bit here for him at the moment. We'll get to try and get some Masquerade Ghost as well there. Of course, as you mentioned, we're going to get that from the Cerberus, and something that V2 is really wishing he had right now is going to come through, and what a board that Noir has right now. Very, very tanky, huge amount of damage there as well. Luckily, we will get Mikhail out to start things off, and that's a Masquerade Ghost straight off the top. Heart of the cards, you love to see it.
Slightly late into the party, although. We do see that Cerberus, like, okay, you got the Masquerade Ghost, but you also get an extra 3-3 and the 5-5, and like, he has to deal with that right now, or V2 is dead on next turn. So, you want to Masquerade Ghost, but can you really trade the whole board if you go for it?
Yeah, definitely the perfect situation for Noir. If whoever plays the first Masquerade Ghost is in a lead and also playing it in like the optimal form there with the Cerberus. While Cerberus is really strong with Masquerade Ghost, the high shadow cost makes it not really possible to play multiple times in the game, so it's only run as a 1-of, but definitely a great way for this to turn out. And it meant that Masquerade Ghost isn't even going to be played this turn just to be able to deal with the board.
I'm detestable.
Okay, he did find a way to deal with the board. That will also let him set up, like play Hellfire Strike for some damage. And he did get to grow a bit on the Ghastly Banishment. So he's playing like, maybe if I don't die next turn I can kill him with Ghastly Banishment. But actually, in one sense, we got the double Hellfire for damage. But we don't have any Ghost Generation, so I'm not really sure if he can close it out. Let's see what the top deck is.
Getting those Drakes right to try and survive. And so we'll get that with Hale. Let's get at least 1 Ghost and Masquerade Ghost to anyone? Anyone want? No? I don't think so for some reason. But he's gonna well, of course we had to clear this board, gonna push damage and once again kind of be like the bull's still cool, right? Knowing that 32 cards in hand are gonna come through. It's gonna be a huge board once again. Coming out from Noir is huge damage will be pushed through. 5 left. He's hovering Ghostly. Will it be enough?
I don't think it will be
Top
enough
deck
without a
Mikael.
Masquerade Ghost, although.
Daybreak.
Night Terrors. Oh, I mean, draw would have been nice way earlier. Going to go for the banishment turn anyway.
It should be around 7. Yeah, 7.
Oh, yep. And well, it's going to clear the board. It's going to keep Noir healthy once again with his second Mikael. Of course, the third one not being available now for that healing. You know, there is another Masquerade Ghost in hand. There is another Hellfire Strike, of course, available to him. And considering his options here, but I think it's pretty obvious. You're going to see another Masquerade Ghost, another big board. And this time, though, I don't think there's going to be much here for V2 to deal with it. Unless, once again, I mean, these top decks will look towards that.
Yeah, Noir almost wishing that he didn't invoke the Mikael this turn. It's making it hard to finish out the game, but actually I was counting the board spaces wrong. It's enough damage. Oh my goodness, yeah, Noir pulling it off. Every card in his hand.
Yeah, triple
Wow.
Masquerade Ghost, baby.
There you go, Tempo Storms Noir 2-1 against V2. You can see V2. I mean, to me, he looks devastated in the webcam. It's kind of just like, oh, that just happened. I guess it's just, it is what it is, unfortunately. And you kind of would feel like, right? You lose your first match, you come back really strong, right, in that second match. That matchup at the end as well. Let's be honest, it was pretty close between both guys at the moment. It was down to the wire, just trying to maximize those resources and trying to find those finishes. And just luckily for Noir, he was the one that did come out on top after that one.
Yeah, it was interesting there seeing the battle of resources. Both of the players using almost everything available during the game, and just the timing of that is what makes the difference. It was interesting too for me seeing Noir getting, I believe, both of his wins as the second player in turn order. Like when he was looking at his finger and stuff, like wanting turn 1, that he thought that was important to him, but even on the second place turn order, he was still able to win twice. Kind of proving the community wrong maybe a little bit, that thinks that's so important.
Yeah, and Noir found a way to come out on top despite the Mikael draws. The famous invoke, like you draw all of your invoke cards. I know that very well. But yeah, they still managed to have a very close game. It was really on Noir, like drawing all the Masquerade Ghosts against Zero for V2. A bit tough on this side, even though he got to go first as he wished. But yeah, at least the Evo Portal mirror match was pretty interesting. Seeing how they got to race and like still manage with our draw. So yeah, pretty good match.
And also going to be interesting as well if we think about the standings after that one, right? And where the players are going to be after that top 10. We said, right, there's quite a few players here today where they're going to determine, first of all, a big amount of change happening for at least the west side of things standings. And for certain players, if they earn enough points here today, they could pretty much solidify their spot in the Contenders Cup at the end of the year if they're able to get that full run through to finals and potentially even taking it out. And with VT being one of these 5 players who are tied up for 30 LP, where that's kind of the entry point into the top 10, minus Nautilus, who are 29 LP at the moment. He's now, of course, I mean, maybe worrying a tiny bit, right? Because you've got the likes of Melon, who can now move the points coming through. I believe Ozzy Darcy is another one of these players. He's one of the ones actually in that 5-man tie that's currently here today as well. That's going to push those points, where he's going to make sure he's going to be 110% for the August Cup, 110% for that September Cup, to really see if he can lock down for that one. That was our technically first quarterfinal matchup there of the day. We're going to be getting ready now for our second one. It's going to be Golden Plate taking on Melon here, coming through. Another exciting matchup heading your guys' way. That'll be handled by Trick and Hishiro here. So lads, have fun with this one. I'll see you guys a little bit later on throughout the stream, but this is going to be another great banger heading your way for the Dye Cup.
All right, so we're going to be jumping into the next match, but kind of a talking point before we do. I was interested to see both of these top tier World Grand Prix players, just kind of their opinion on which decks are the best, and seeing them both ban out Mysteria, it feels like they both respect that deck a ton. I think it makes sense too, especially with its match up into Evo Portal, being able to kind of finish that game out before. But also, both of them chose to start Portal. Both of them got a win with Portal as well. So do you feel like, how do you feel like Shadow is sitting in this meta? Do you think that maybe they actually think that Evo Portal is the stronger deck of the two?
I think for this ban of Mysteria, it was really just to protect their Evo Portal. There is like a consensus that Evo Portal has great chances against Ghost Shadow actually. Because once you get to the link with Shin, like there's not a lot that Ghost Shadow can do. But yeah, and then for opening, I think they were both feeling they want to try to queue their Evo Portal into the other opponent Ghost. So they just ended up with a mirror match, basically.
Yeah, it's true. That's how it went, and it definitely, we might be seeing some of that Evo Portal Shadow interaction in the future. See how the queuing goes, if anyone can outsmart their opponent. Right now, though, we're going to be jumping into some different decks, so we'll be pulling those up shortly. And, here, the first one we're going to be seeing is Golden Plate's Mysteria. So another one of the 4 players who thinks it's a top tier deck. Any cards you want to highlight this time around, Hishiro?
Yeah, this is the third Mysteria list we've seen today. The one that picks my eyes right now is Kirye. It's not very popular in the Mysteria actually, because you're already using your evolve points to get Anangria and or like to get the evo effects of Anangria and Mysteria's Thunder. But it's just like, since you play so few followers in your list, it's just one more ways to get your few Mysteria cards. Also, I do see that Golden Plate isn't running any Freya, so there's not the debate of like using 2 PP multiple times to get all your Mysteria cards in your hand. You just play one Kirye, you evolve him, you got 2 of your followers, it's like either Anna, Thunder, Duo, or Craig, and you're pretty much set up. I think that's what he's going for with this list.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Anne from the previous expansion that we were using, the 3 play point that you could evo to get the Royal Duo. And I guess in this version, just thinking that doesn't want to dilute the pool of Mysteria followers, but just using that new 3 play point evo target as a substitute. Probably the second choice, but still just a consistency option. Something else to notice, we were talking about the differences in the Mysteria decks before, and it seems like Golden Plate has kind of split the middle. Bringing both the 1 play point enchanting spell here, but also having some of the draw with his extra 3 play point draw inclusion as well. So just seeing some more here, we're pulling that enchanting spell up now, just a little bit of one of each of his important cards or 2 instead of maxing them out. So this enchanting spell, there's not a lot of copies of it, but if you get it, you can use it to lock up that board space and make a follower not be able to attack on the following turn.
Yeah, it's mainly because if you get Freya, you suddenly like get 3 more spaces for your deck. So one is filled with Kirye, and the other can be like either spell that you want. Just more things to reduce the cost of sorcery. Alright, and next we have Shadow for Golden Plate. The pretty standard list. We got 2 Fallen Shots. We saw in the game used by Noir. It's mainly played to deal with Masquerade Ghost, to deny the Last Sword effects, but makes him come back by transforming it. And there's also like just 3 damage if you are facing any other matchup. Any other card that catch your attention, Trickster?
Yeah, so an inclusion I'm seeing, kind of like the big unique card, is the Enhanced 7 follower, the bronze there. I'm trying to even remember what its name is. It's not included very much. The Bonebreaker Bladesman. There we go. Yeah, this inclusion, I want to talk about it for a second. So this is almost a card that I would say is a little bit of like a take 2 card. It's definitely strong there, but we don't really see it as much in rotation. But as you can see here on Enhanced 7, it gets +4 attack and evolves. And now looking at the evolve effect, it has Strike, deal X damage to the enemy leader, which is this follower's attack. So once you get the evolve and the +4 from its enhance, it's going to be having 7 attack and do 7 damage. And so as we saw in the last game, a lot of times your Ghastly Banishment is going to be doing around 7 damage. It won't hit the whole board, but you can still trade into 1 follower. I think that this is just kind of an additional maybe redundancy for your turn 7. It also can be played earlier on as well for like a smaller amount of damage, but it's something where maybe players have one Ghastly Banishment in their hand, and normally they might not want to throw it out because then they won't have it for turn 7. But maybe if you have Bonebreaker Bladesman, you can be a little more comfortable playing a Ghastly Banishment early because you know there's multiple strong turn 7 plays in your deck that you can draw into later.
Yeah, and I was also seeing that it's a 1-3 ward, so it's just more redundancy with Metatron. Just to have a ward with a lot of HP that can tank the ghost of your opponent in the early game. I think we can move on to the third deck after Golden Plate. Which is... oh yeah, Vengeance Blood. Oh. Yeah, so he's the only player of Vengeance. The main thing of the deck is activating Vengeance without saving 10 defense to your leader, thanks to Vault's effect with the Accelerate. You get Vengeance for this turn and the next one. And with Vengeance you get a lot of damage cards. You get Galam, you get Fenrir, you get Vanya, you get Maron. All tons of fun to try to just destroy the opponent's defense.
Yeah, and there's a little bit less consistency with the discard package rotating, but maybe things like Kyrie can help you fetch the walls more consistently. And I feel like while maybe some of your ways of getting into Vengeance have been decreased, the damage is definitely as strong as ever. I'm seeing a lot of powerful cards here, additions as well, like Fenrir really going to be able to do a ton. Getting here, we're bringing it up, you can see that it has Follower Strike, destroy the enemy follower, and then you get an Evolve, and it can actually attack twice with that Evolve, so you can follow that up with Storm. And I believe if you manually evolve it, you can just go face with both of those attacks, so that's a strong late game card as well.
Exactly, but you can only evolve it if you are in Vengeance actually, at the moment. So you kind of have to set it up if you really want her to become 10 damage. But she's, even if you don't have Vengeance, you can still play for 5, trade the follower for 3, and then deal 5 damage face. It's still good, still a good turn.
And if any deck is going to meet that Vengeance requirement, it is this one. So yeah, we'll see how this new Vengeance performs on the stream today. Definitely one of the exciting decks, not super common. Let's see if our players are ready for it. And speaking of that, let's look at the opposing decks to see how they're going to play into this lineup. First one for Melon, it's actually a different deck as well, something we haven't seen yet today. Chess Rune with some new bells and whistles. What do you think of this deck, Hishiro?
Chess Rune, it's been around for a while now, still revolving around the Mystic King, asking to have 8 pawns that were destroyed this game, like not even destroyed, but left play during this game. So they can be banished. It also works. And when you play the king, you fill your board with pawns that get Storm. They also get Ward if it comes down to that. And there's also just a 13/13 with that cannot be targeted. So even if you don't kill on the Mystic Turn King, you gotta have to deal with that as the opponent. And the big new card that we see in the list is Odin actually. Odin with the Accelerate effects, he banishes your wall board and 2 of the enemy follower, and he comes back without Accelerate and with minus X in his cost, X being the number of followers you banished. So like if you banished 5 on your side and 2 on the opponent's side, he comes back at 0 PP. And like Chess used to have this big weakness that if you don't have anything to trade on the opponent's side, you never finish your quest of killing your pawns. And because you have Odin now, you can actually banish your own pawns, banish your own board, and finish your quest on your own. So that's definitely a bit more interesting, and one thing that people have to look out in the competitive setting.
For sure, and we'll keep talking about some of the other techs in this deck, maybe if it shows up on the stream, but for now, let's jump into the rest of the lineup and see what's going to be complementing this chess deck. And what do you know, it's the Shadow again. Pretty similar to the previous lists. One of the differences I am seeing, though, is Spectral Sorceress. that card's at 3 here, and in a lot of the lists, it's been played at 1. So it does give you a ghost, and that's right in your game plan, of course, but it also can give you some shadows as well. So when these cards are banished, it increases the shadows, which works with your Gargantuan Ghost as well, even though that's definitely a less common interaction. I think a lot of players are cutting this down because it can lead to an empty hand. While it is strong early, it does kind of leave you without gas later. Why do you think Melon might be running it as a 3 of here?
The card is still cool. It's still like one of your best turn ones, just because it's one ghost that goes face. Getting these extra shadows from this effect, make sure that you get the shadows for Hellfire Strike and for Cerberus and Sharon. And also, just the 0-1, she's not very threatening by herself, so she's going to be left on the board, and she's going to be a good target for your Night Terrors and your Coral Soul, so that you get some extra draws if you cannot make Ghost on your own.
Yeah, definitely. So this is a popular deck, but what's the third one? Let's jump to that as well and see, is it something else that we've seen before? No, it's actually, while it is a popular deck, it's going to be the first time on the stream today. Crystallized Haven, one of the most popular decks this format, I'd say especially on ladder, but having a little less representation. I think that this deck, though, is really strong, so let's give it a second to break it down. First, maybe we can jump into Skullfane, one of your boss monsters in the deck. This card actually can be used. Let's jump in, looking at the Accelerate 1 effect there first. We're going to subtract 1 from the countdown of an allied amulet, and if its countdown reaches 0, you put a Skullfane back into your hand. And that works perfectly in this deck, where your countdowns are going to be anything from 1 to 3. If you can time it on the perfect turn, you can use Skullfane to cycle, and once you've done that 4 times, you can look at the top. If it's the end of your turn and you use it 4 times, you can subtract 4 from the cost of this card, which allows for some insane combos in the late game, where this card can deal 4 damage and heal 4 for essentially free. And the rest of the package as well, not only are you trying to accelerate Skullfane 4 times, but you have a second quest where you're trying to play crystallized cards 5 times. And so the crystallized cards are going to be what you're pairing with Skullfane. Most of the cards in this deck can be played, the followers, things like Garuda can be played in a crystallized form where they're an amulet, and then you can discount those amulets with Skullfane to hit both of the conditions. Holy Lightning Bird, a key one as well. Do you want to point out why that might be, Hishiro?
Yeah, in Team Revelation we call this the bird skull combo, where you place the bird on the turn 1. It's going to have countdown 2, so it's going to down to 1 on the turn 2, and then you can immediately play Skullfane. You get back the bird, you deal 2 damage to a random enemy follower, so for instance you can kill like a Kasim against a portal opponent, and you also get back the Skullfane. And then you can just replay the bird, on the next turn replay the Skullfane, and you can just loop like that, so that you get your 5 Crystallize and your 4 Skullfane played during this game. So definitely one thing you really want to have. It's really, Crystallized Haven is really my favorite deck. Ever since I started, I was really fond of the Amulet Haven style of play. And I'm really glad that we get to see it one more time viable in the competitive setting.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been one of my favorite decks as well. I feel like last expansion, it was a little hard to play, but I was playing it before that, and definitely again recently as well. It's going to be interesting how something like Crystallized Haven affects the bans. We can start maybe thinking about how those are going to go, but one of the things that is tricky about Crystallize is the matchups are not super dependent on which class your opponent's playing a lot of the times. It's a lot how the draws goes, because if Crystallize has a good hand, it can beat any deck, even on like turn 6. But against any deck as well, if the game plan doesn't get online, it can lose. And so I wonder if that's a deck that's going to be taking the ban, or if instead they'll just be hoping that it doesn't perform well. What do you think about how that's going to play out?
Yeah, I think we're going to see that really soon anyway, but because we got Vengeance on the other players' lineup, this is a burn deck, and it really doesn't enjoy to see a lot of healing from the other side. And in Crystallize, we got Skullfane, we got the Divine Wolf, the new card that has Ward and Last Word Restore 2, that you can crystallize and summon very early on. You got Iserite Maiden too, that can heal for a lot. So I think it might be a priority target on the other player side. We will get to see that very soon.
Yeah, we can jump into those bans. I'm hoping it doesn't get banned just because, like we said, it is popular among us, and I'm sure it's a fan favorite as well. Probably the Crystallized players are going to want to be seeing how to pilot it at the highest level and getting some advice here on the stream. So I hope for their sakes we can see it come out today. But if not, I feel like the 6 decks being brought, there's a lot of variety and a lot, I don't know, like having the Vengeance and the Chess and the Crystallized, like there's a lot going on here. I think it's going to make the bans tricky for the players, but here they are. 1 Shadow ban and 1 Rune ban. I believe that's the Chess rune, not the Mysteria.
Oh,
so
true.
Mysteria is going to make it to the stream.
Okay, and we also get to see the Crystallized Haven, unfortunately. Okay, I really love this deck, and it's not super easy to pilot because you have to take care of a lot of time. You have to take care of your countdown amulets. You're filling your board with amulets, so you have to take care about board space too, especially when you cannot Skullfane yet. So it's really an interesting deck to see how they're going to navigate with.
Yeah, almost wondering too if that chess ban is because of the Mysteria on Golden Plate's side. There is a good amount of transformation in the chess deck, and so getting that out of the way to not have to worry about it. And here we see Golden Plate on the top, gonna be bringing in the Mysteria. Melon on the bottom, playing the Ghost Shadow that we have been seeing and learning to know and love. We got the perspective here of Melon on the bottom, and this is our second quarterfinal for any of you just tuning in.
Yeah, and I feel like both players already got a good hand. Melin obviously with the 1 play point with the Lucius, with Masquerade Shadow, so he got his plan already ready. And Golden Plate right now, he got one party. This can tutor any Mysteria cards. He only runs 4 of them. Oh no, I believe he's the one that runs Kyrie, right?
Yeah.
Does he run Anna? I think it does. Yeah, if you
Anna in the list.
Yeah, if you run Anna, I think you want to party just in case you get your Hana. Okay, exactly. So that you can play on turn 2 and try to find Duo or Thunder already.
I'm detestable.
Yeah, that was a good choice for Golden Plate. If the Insight was played, it could have made the draw. Oh, and now Freya's an option too. Definitely a good early game, and Golden Plate as well, having the followers, gonna let him trade into some of these Ghosts. The 0-1's not a lot of damage, but could get rid of that to stop the Shadow generation. But yeah, Melon's hand as well, having Lucius for that turn 3 to keep the pressure on, or saving it for turn 4 and gonna recover some play points. Wow, definitely both players out of the gates, full sprint right here.
Yeah, and Melin can even go for Lucius on turn 3, and turn 4 Freya, she's going to recover 1 play point because she's going second, and then play Lucius again. And Lucius, when you evolve him against Rune, you actually get back 2 play points, so you can put even more pressure if he wants to. But right now it's Golden Plate's turn. Trying to think he wants to play Freya or use Magic Missile to clear the 0-1. Just try to deny some shadows and maybe deny the Coral Soul. It looks like he's going for it. Okay, yeah, he does. Unfortunately, none of those cards in the Melin hand. Who's just going to Lucius, I believe. Yep, exactly. And so...
Detestable.
And
a lot of targets for the Shadow player to destroy with spells, so definitely a good idea to get followers off the board.
Yep, and we see the Duo already drawn, ready for turn 5. He's going to clear the board and heal the damage that's going to be dealt by Lucius. And we also got Thunder ready. So now let's see what Melin does. We got the Freya and into Lucius that we talked about. You can also go for the ship. One interesting thing that you can do with the ship actually is to just play it and not trade and go face with your ghosts. Just keep them, because if your opponent is unable to clear the ghost on their turn, you're going to have them ready for Masquerade Ghost on the next turn, and they're going to become 4 forwards. So pretty interesting. Yeah, it looks like it's the line that Melin is going for.
Yeah, and it's perfect in this matchup where the Royal Duo on Evolve is going to clear this board, so you can't avoid popping the ship, and afterwards it can only trade into 1. So yeah, something like definitely a good play, and Melon really showing he knows how to navigate this matchup.
Definitely. So now Golden Play has to think. Do I go for the duo and accept that I have to deal with 2 ghosts that going to become 4/4 on the next turn? Or do I play Thunder? Yes, sadly it doesn't have any way to transform this ship. Although even if he had the transform, he would like to keep it for Masquerade. He's hovering over Thunder. After that, he could get like a lot of draw, but usually you prefer to play your duo first, so that all the spells that you play after the Thunder can help reduce the sorcery.
Yeah, I feel like normally in this position, I just kind of like accept my fate and throw out the duo. There's a good amount of board clear in your deck, and Craig's in hand to maybe be able to take out some wards and things, even if there is a big opposing ward. So I think this makes sense. There will be a little bit of damage going face, but at full health, I don't think it'll be too significant.
Yeah, especially because Golden Plague has Craig already in his hand. Craig that's going to heal every time he plays a Mysteria card. And because of Thunder, all these spells are going to become Mysteria cards. So we are looking for a turn 6 or 7 like big healing coming from Mysteria. But right now it's the Masquerade turn. Okay, one big thing that Melin is going to think about is, do I want to evolve Masquerade Ghost and trade it into Duo in order to guarantee that he has the last word for next turn? Because Rune is playing Transform cards that can deny this last word. So I think like giving up a bit of damage right now, just to make sure that you get your effect, would be a cool idea there.
Yeah, absolutely. Specifically, Winged Inversion, one of the cards to be afraid of, but no copies in Golden Plate's hand. Melon doesn't know that, though, and while there is another Masquerade Ghost in Melon's hand that can be used for follow-up, it's definitely preferable to get a 0 play point 1 coming in for free on your turn. So, instead, though, thinking damage is more important. Maybe Melon is... Oh, okay, yeah, interesting. Preferring to keep this Masquerade Ghost alive, maybe thinking he can get value out of it next turn and the turn afterwards, possibly. Thinking maybe Golden Plate can't deal with it behind these wards.
Well, the one downside if he went for the Evo and Trade line is that because Masquerade wouldn't be on the board anymore, he wouldn't get any of the 4/4 ghosts for this turn. So instead it's like, okay, let's take the risk that he has a transform and just have my wards right now. So Golden Plate, let's see how he can answer this board, because Craig doesn't look really ready right now. So I'm not sure he can like kill so many wards. There's the instruction that's played to get the Miranda in his hand. Oh, and okay, with just 2 spells he gets Craig to 0 cost. So actually he's going to use it now.
Yeah, things are working out. Cycling draw. Maybe drawing into the 3-drop follower. Not as good as hitting another spell, but we see some more spells coming into the hand now.
Yep, and he keeps on getting the missile and the strategy that gives him extra draw. He even found a way to not even trade his Thunder, keeping it at full HP. And just like that, Sorcery is already at 6 cost. And in the Destroyed pool, he's going to have Duo, Thunder, Craig, Hannah, and Miranda. So without a party, it's not a TKE yet on turn 7, but we're pretty close.
So as a Shadow player, I feel like around turn 6, you're really wishing you had some chip damage. And we see Golden Plate not only has a board, but his health is at 20. What do you think Melon has to do now to really be able to finish out this game? It looks like it would probably be necessary to chip down his opponent over a couple turns, but maybe more healing options could come into the hand of Golden Plate. I don't know, how do you really navigate this in Shadow to try and take the game back?
Well, first things first, I think you have to draw Ghastly Banishment, just to make sure that you have this big damage coming. But we are seeing him like going for some Ghosts. This push damage and Craig was already played and destroyed, and because of this build of Mysteria where you play only one of each of your Mystery cards, he only has one Craig, so he won't have another big burst of healing. You just have to deal with the Thunder for now, and it's still possible to find the win, I feel. And like, if they want to deal with this 4-4-4, they're likely going to have to use their sorcery. So I'm not sure yet if Melin is out of this game.
And thinking about how Crushing Rain had to be played early by Golden Plate, that's 2 damage towards the OTK that is no longer available to Golden Plate. So without an Evo as well, it's definitely taking away some of those options that you usually pair with your big spell to close the game out. So running the math right now, there is a 5-5 on the board to get some chip, but let's see, is it enough?
Yeah, because he had another Crushing Rain. He did get the revive on Anna. No, it's okay. Okay, it's exactly fine anyway. Okay,
wow, yeah,
right.
to the last life point. Dang, getting all 5 of the followers, not having drawn one of those this match could have set Golden Plate back, but by having every single one, yeah, every damage counted.
Yeah, and I think like not trading this 5-5 Thunder on the previous turn, it made it that if she was destroyed, she would come back as a 3-3, so that would be 2 less damage. So it's a bit on Melin for not evolving and trading into the Thunder and prioritizing face damage.
Time to get started.
True, gotta be thinking about every point of the game, and yeah, Melon prioritizing his own damage over preventing some from Golden Plate. Not the best decision on by the end of that game. Now we see him jumping into game 2 though, and Ghost Shadow's getting another pretty good early curve, this time up against Vengeance Blood.
Yeah, we see the Metatron that's going to pretty much protect this 0-1, but she's going to get many shadows for the Alfire Strike. And on the other side from Golden Plate, we see the Waltz, so he will have access to Vengeance at some point. We'll have to see when he wants to use it. Right now he's hovering over the Doublame, which can get the Whole Cat. Yeah. This is a card that can destroy a follower with 1 HP or 1 attack. And Metatron is definitely looking at like a very good target for it right now.
Yeah, because of that, maybe even going to be able to get to the Lucius behind the ward, but not a clear way. I think it might come down to like a random ping or something.
Yeah, and Melin totally ignoring this All Cat, just going face with everything, not trying to trade the Metatron to like lower a bit the value and try to kill the Doublame, just prioritizing face damage, which is respectable. Oh, missing the Luscious.
A bad hit.
This might matter. But right now on Melin, he does have the draw cards. Oh, Alfire getting rid of the ward. Yeah, that's looking very good for Melin. Oh, but it's kind of dangerous, because he's betting his opponent into Vengeance if he attacks with Luscious.
And the Masquerade off the top.
Yeah.
Oh my, Melon has so much early damage and the late game as well. But yeah, a tricky decision. If you give your opponent Vengeance, are you giving him a chance to come back into the game, or are you going to be so far ahead that it doesn't matter?
Yeah, because right now if he attacks, we see the Galam in Golden Plate Sands. Already doing 6 damage to everything on the board, leaving a big ward. Okay, so he chooses to play it slow, not attack with Luscious, just leave him at 11. Wise decision, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely, because now if the Vengeance Activator is used, most of the play points will be unavailable. So definitely making this turn awkward for Golden Plate. Maybe they can activate Vengeance, but it's not the most clean way to do it.
Oh, isn't that some misorder? Oh yeah,
look at
Golden Plate.
Golden Plate's face! Oh no!
Instantly
The
realized.
anguish!
Oh, that hurts because this Maron doesn't get Storm. And on top of that, she cannot attack the enemy leader. So Melin can definitely ignore it.
Wow. That is not what you like to see on the screen.
Yeah.
Melon pulling ahead into a further lead, getting the trade in here, and like you said, leave up the 3-1. It's still not going to go face, or take care of it anyway to protect maybe your followers, or maybe Melon just being extra cautious.
I think the 3-1 would have been cool to clear this one. So I can respect this decision of trading. It's only 1 damage that you're losing. But right now Galam is going to clear the board. And he's actually in Vengeance. Wait, you can even leave your face there. But then at 4. It's still not over, it's still not over. He's thinking about it.
Oh, evoing the Galam possibly, just to have a bigger body to protect against the ghost. Also now the Masquerade Ghost cannot evo over the ward, so that's definitely gonna make it trickier for Melon to deal with this as well.
Oh, but then the Michael is coming, he's going to help. You can trade Michael, play Baccarus, evolve him as a 3-3 into Galam, and then you play Ghostly Banishment, you get the buff from Masquerade. So you're going to have 4 ghosts at 2 attacks, so that's 8 damage. That's going to be
the perfect response for Melon, even with 6 health. Not enough on Golden Plate's side to stop Melon. What was insanely close. Really seeing these 2 aggro decks, a different game than we've seen in the rest of the tournament. One of the players having 5 turns and the other 6. Wow, that was a lot of pressure, and Golden Plate, maybe one of the missed plays, kind of leading into that final result.
Yeah, because at the end, with the second Maron, he was only 3 damage off lethal. So yeah, that's a bit tough. But yeah, these two are definitely speedrunning each other. Now we'll get to see Crystallize against Vengeance Blood. Crystallize going second, but already has a Skullfane in hand. He's going to Mulligan for other Crystallize cards.
Harmonic Wolf, a good early drop for Golden Plate. Start the pressure early. We aren't seeing the Holy Lightning Bird to be able to deal with the board, but some other ways to deal with it in hand.
Yeah, notably with Astolfo, but when you play as Crystallize, she instantly deals 3 damage to a follower. Oh, and the Deviant Wolf. Okay, that's a pretty good hand for Crystallize. Divine Wolf, if you don't know, it's a Crystallize 2 card. On turn 3 is going to be able to summon it with Skullfane. It's going to evolve because there's another amulet on the board, the Emerald Maiden. And it's basically a 4/4 evolved ward with Last Word deal 2. So definitely something you want early on against an aggressive deck.
Yeah, and healing, Melon actually having a lot of healing options in his Crystallized deck. Outside from this, there's other things as well, like the Azurite Maiden in the late game. So I'm gonna see how, and Skullfane is notably too, I'm gonna see how this healing can maybe slow down Golden Plate's win condition. Might draw out this game a little more than the last one, where our players were only relying on very small amounts of healing from Metatron or Michael.
Yeah, we get to see the wolf. The bird was drawn. It's a cool target for Skullfane on next turn to go to free Skullfane played. Does have to leave the wolf on the board. That was buffed by the 1 PP neutral spell. Let's party. Right now, how does Golden Plate want to deal with this ward?
Yeah, we saw almost a trade there, but maybe considering other options. The 2/3 stat line is rather good because the Holy Lightning Bird cannot ping it off in one go. So maybe gonna try and keep it around, but yeah, leaving this ward up is definitely not optimal. So Golden Plate really thinking not in Vengeance, makes a lot of his cards less powerful at the moment.
Yeah, I do enjoy taking Leopardian to trade this ward. Keeps the wolf with more with a better stat line. Let's see how Melin deals with that. Okay, Astolfo, he just the easy answer. When there's something that the bird cannot clear because of 3 HP, Astolfo is the answer. And because of this combo, Melin is going to instantly get to 4 Sculpting Blade by destroying a Sulfur Blade this turn. He's going to leave up a 2-2 that can Evo face, maybe a bit dangerous, but the next turn are going to compensate for it, I believe.
Yeah, definitely optimal for Melon there. Having the Skullfane already online and as well 4 Crystallized played, so as soon as one more of those comes out, all of the quest conditions will be met. Golden Plate, on the other hand, Vengeance is not active. Maybe the walls should be thrown out now. It gets hard to play walls on turn 6 because it has its full stats form. So that's definitely likely to come out. But then what else do you play with the walls?
I think the answer is Doublame. You can evolve face the Doublame that you have on the board. And when Doublame is evolved, it's going to evolve whatever token it gets. So the Leopardian is going to be 4 more damage face. And on next turn, Golden Plate is going to play Fenrir probably for 10 more damage. So it's a very dangerous position for Melon actually. I think he will already be forced to play the Skullfane.
Yeah, and you don't like to see the early Skullfane. When it comes out on turn 5 like this at 3 play points, there's only 2 left to work with. Hovering the Azurite Maiden as well, that's 3 healing, but like we said, if 10 damage comes in, that wouldn't be enough. And then now with the Amp Crystallized being played, it is online. Do you think the Skullfane is the other play, or is it just going to be more wards to protect?
Yeah, you have to
Okay,
Skullfane because there's a board to kill anyway. And yeah, this is the right. It's just like complementary healing, making sure that you really are out of danger. You can even think about pre-evolving it. You won't really need these evos because on turn 7 is going to have Jan that evolves this wallboard anyway. We didn't get to talk about Jan yet, but a card from the new expansion that we are definitely looking for.
Yeah, it's a strong follower, and I've definitely seen, like you're saying, that you sometimes have extra evos, especially going second here and not even using one on turn 4. So I like the pre-evo. The game's probably not going to go long enough to use them all otherwise, and it looks like Melon's choosing to evolve the ward just to have a bigger body that has to be dealt with before face damage is dealt. 12 health points, but Vengeance is active, so Golden Plate is going to have multiple options this turn.
Ooh, the second Fenrir. So this is an option. I'm also checking if there's something with like playing Gift and evolving the bat that you get to deal with the ward. But because she has 4 HP, it's not really a play. It's going to go for Carry instead. And let's see what he can do with his Vengeance. We do see the Vulgus that can give Storm to one of your followers. But right now we still have a ward to deal with, so it's probably not going on to Carrier. What do you think, Trickster?
I feel like this extra 5 play points does really play well into playing the new follower, the Fenrir Endbringer. So maybe that's a way you can deal with both of the board followers while still pushing some damage. At 12 health, I think you definitely have to be respecting potential wingies coming out for Storm. And so, yeah, maybe clearing the board is a priority. And this does it in a way where Golden Plate was able to draw more cards and hopefully get that big Storm body out if that is the line.
Yeah, Fenrir is a play in the end, going to deal with the Skullfane and push for 5 more damage. And for Melon's next turn, he's going to think about how to clear, but I think he's going to try to check if he... Maybe there's a lethal with Wingy and Diamond Master and Sapphire. I don't see it yet. But he can at least make a board with lots of wards. But he does have to be careful, because if he puts Golden Plate into Vengeance, he's at risk on the next turn.
Yeah, and the overdraw, it was interesting there to see the overdraw of a Diamond Master, but then the next draw as well is another Diamond Master, I believe. So kind of the deck really making sure that Diamond Master got into Melon's hand, which you really like to see. And so yeah, I was like freaking out that it got overdrawn, and then like all of a sudden there was another copy. It felt like late, just a second later in the hand anyway. So
everything was planned. I see. He's going to save the Wingy for next turn to combine it with Jan. And this time just going to use Diamond Master to clear the Fenrir. Because he didn't have really an easy answer to a 7 HP follower, apart from the Diamond Master, so good thing that he top deck the second one. And right now, big decision, do you attack face or not? Okay.
Going with not. A good decision because the Jean Wingy is likely plenty of damage for the next turn, so not trying to give Golden Plate any help at all at meeting the Vengeance condition.
Yeah, and right now Golden Plate has Gift for Bloodkin to deal himself 1 damage, but he doesn't have a second card to deal himself 1 more damage to be back in Vengeance. So his options are pretty limited. He probably knows that Jan is coming on the next turn. So I'm not really sure I can push like 9 damage through wards without his Vengeance condition. I do see... Oh, he doesn't even have any more Evo points to like activate it with Vulgus or like evoke Kyrie to find more cards. I'm not really sure what he can do in this position.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot, and we can see that from the hesitation from Golden Plate. Really thinking about this turn, a little different from some of the quick plays we've seen from these players throughout the rest of the series. Fenrir too, even in Vengeance, not having the best interactions with Diamond Master, that cannot be destroyed by effects, so there's even more limitations on Golden Plate right now.
I want to be someone's help too.
We do see them
Drawing
around, but
lots
she's
of
not
cards.
active.
Oof. I don't think that's a good enough response, and looking at all the followers that are surviving on board as well.
Yeah, this is not a response. Although, because Melin doesn't have free spots on the board, he doesn't get the free Evo from Jan, since he won't be able to play 3 followers. But like, there's like so many ways he can finish the game with his hand, especially with the shrine on the board. He already has like 9 damage on the board. You can do it with Meo's Jester and trade the Kyrie and evolve the other one face. You can even play Jan and evolve her herself. Trade into Kyrie, she'll evolve your other followers. So I think there's lots of ways to do this. He's going for the bird. Wingy. Probably evolve it. Yep. It's going to get buff from Shrine as well as Sapphire Priestess.
Peace, my friend.
So that's 5. Okay, that's exactly 4.
Pray with me.
And well done from Melin.
Nice. Lots of different lines there, but finding the one that Melon wanted to go through with, showing a different version of Holy Lightning Bird. It can be a 4/4 Storm as well. And with that, it's the second win. So Melon taking that 2-1 against Golden Plate. Going to be moving on to the semifinals. And with that, we have one more quarterfinal we're going to be jumping into after the break. But before we do that, any last thoughts, Hishiro?
Definitely a cool match. We did get to see like the Wolf and the Skullfane being able to deal with aggro decks, just as we said before. So yeah, definitely Crystallize a great contender in this game. Like, oh yeah, the other draw Diamond Master just to withdraw it instantly and have it to perfectly solve the board was definitely cool to see too. But yeah, we got next match. We got more matches coming next after the break. So thank you and stay tuned.
Twilight reigns. Day wars with night. Thus it has been from time immemorial. At the end of their trials, bearers of light come to know their fate and face it head on. With wills sharp as blades, they stand against the darkness. Drawn to their imperial valor, fledgling heroes will come together and become the guiding light for all those who abide in hope. And Aeon the Lost Lambs will follow in their shepherd's wake. For they all know that at grueling journey's end, a bright future awaits them. And the time for swords will be no more. powers of darkness sneer at light's folly, and with baleful claws seek to rend the world asunder. As the ages pass, the battle rages on, giving birth to new heroes who forge their own legends. Heroes of Rivenbrand. What legend shall you forge?
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure! Leave it to us!
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun! You're gonna love the Academy!
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open West July Cup for the 2023 season. We're getting ready now for our final match. Before we get ready for the semi-final set, we'll have Boa taking on BSG's Fluffy Panda coming into this one. It'll be a very exciting series to watch. One Baz, one Trick to bring you this quarterfinal set. And already, if you are just joining us, two amazing quarterfinals that have gone down to the wire, have gone down to absolute final game. Make sure you watch the VOD if you missed out and you're just tuning in now. But yeah, Trick actually said right, Boa versus Fluffy Panda. Two brand new players here to our top 8.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see this. As you said, we've had some bangers already and a lot of different decks being represented, and so everyone kind of getting to see their favorites shine. I'm excited to move forward and see some of these players who haven't been highlighted as much in the past get to really show us what they're made of. And I feel like these are some of my favorite games because we see a lot of like interesting maybe plays and new takes on decks and things, and a lot of times they prove to work really well. And I think a lot of these players who aren't kind of on the same teams as everyone else, maybe, that they kind of bring in new ideas that people might not have thought of. So I'm excited to see how that plays into this coming match.
And we know both these guys, at least in the community, might be somewhat well known, right? So maybe new to top 8, but guys that have been around for a while. I mean, Boa, we've seen, if you're in the Discord, for example, we know he's a very active member in the Discord server there, and Fluffy Panda as well, representing BSG, the first time that BSG have made a top 8 as well. So they've definitely got a point to prove when you've got a member from Tempo Storm and a member of Team Disaster that have made it here to top 8 as well. Two of the biggest teams in Shadowverse to try and contend with here. Let's look at the decks going into our last quarterfinal series here between Boa and Fluffy Panda. We're going to kick it off with Twitch chat's favorite, Ghost Shadow. They love it so much, actually, at the moment, Trick, that they really, really want us to explain all the intricacies, you know, every reason with the banishing, you know, every single card that summons Ghost. I know that they're really big fans of it at the moment. I'm definitely not being sarcastic. Real talk, though, Trick. Real quick, Ghost Shadow.
Yeah, so this version of Ghost Shadow has some extra 1-drops. We see the Wayfaring Goblin there, gonna get you some extra draws. Sometimes our players haven't hit the Masquerade Ghost, so maybe if you can hit this on 1, it can get you a little bit farther into your deck. I don't think we're ever going to be seeing the 8th turn or later evolve this follower, but if we did, it'd be giving 3 defense to your leader, and you can also do that manually on your normal Evo turns. But I think the priority for this card is definitely dropping it on turn 1, getting a little farther into your deck, and then maybe like you can follow it up with the Carousals on turn 2, get the Ghost and have that target, or in the late game just throw it out for a target as well for your spells. So that's a slightly different change. Also seeing though 5 of the other Ghost 1-drops, and some people have even cut those down. So I think just Boa here definitely prioritizing the early chip damage, wanting to make sure he can finish out the games when it moves into the late game.
Yeah, 3 of Goblin, very interesting. Normally something I'll say we see more in the Evo decks that are currently out at the moment, but cool to see that one kind of sneak its way in here. I think towards his second deck that he's bringing to the table, though, and this is where things are going to start getting a little bit different. So I'd spend a tiny bit of time on some of these decks coming in, especially when we see this hybrid blood matchup that Boa is bringing. And I know we're having a brief discussion about it between Trick, Ishiro, and myself going into this one, and I don't believe any of us can place where this deck comes from, who's been playing it, if this is Boa, if he just cooked this up himself, combining the Evo Blood and Vengeance Blood packages with the likes, of course, of Terra Finis and Ultimate Bahamut. What is the idea here, Trick, for Hybrid Blood, though? What is Boa trying to accomplish here, combining, I guess, maybe the best of both worlds?
Let me just start with, wow. Like, this is a deck. Like, this is one of those decks too on your screen where like there's not a ton of 3 of, so it's like going off the edge when you have it open on your mobile app and stuff. Like there's a lot going on here. First of all, like Wayfaring Goblin's back, so I guess we're trying to consistently draw into all of these guys, but there's a lot of guys. And maybe some aggression there because that's there, but at the same time we have Terra Finis and Ultimate Bahamut on the other end completely. Mega like late game cards. I almost wonder if those are being slotted in here for like a specific matchup, maybe not having like real like important synergies with the deck, but instead they're just being thrown in for some specific matchups. Some of the ones I can maybe think of where that would be good would be something like Unireal Haven. If you can get the Bahamut out early enough, you can banish a lot of their Unireal targets so that Aether can't pull it from the deck. So that's a good way to lock out maybe one bad matchup there. Or sometimes, I don't know, like this is like a little bit less, but like Evo Portal, it does usually go to turn 8, and a lot of times the cards that they play to finish off the game, like Alice, need to draw, or maybe you don't have those key cards, and so if you can banish them, there won't be a win condition there. So that's an interesting inclusion, and it does kind of match up with some of the things like Alice in here, or Kyrie that can give you those play points back. But other than that, looking at like more of the main game plan of this deck, we see the same Vengeance package, but Waltz is only at 2, so maybe not even relying on that as much as the Evo package, where we are seeing more copies of followers like 3 Blooming Dancer, 3 Signa, 2 Dancing Mini Soul Devil. Like these cards are probably, I'm gonna go say, the priority here. It's definitely an Evo deck at the core, and so Signa, amazing card. This gets your Evos up so fast. If you have it on the board too with the ambush, a lot of times no one can deal with it, and you can just stick it around until the late game where it can do 3 damage face, or before that at least clear the board. So I think we're going to be seeing maybe in the mulligan and things pretty much a priority on a lot of these Evo cards, and then just maybe having the Vengeance package as like a backup plan for extra damage when that doesn't get online, or maybe just there's not enough Evo cards right now in rotation for a full deck, so might as well throw in some of Blood's best cards to fill the extra spaces.
It's definitely Bloodcraft All-Stars at the moment, I want to say. And it is interesting because Evo Blood is a competitive deck. Vengeance Blood is a competitive deck. So having them kind of mixed together with the Bahamut, it's very, very strange. I know personally, yeah, haha, Baz Blood play. We'll go over that joke. But I've been playing a fair bit of Evo Blood, and yeah, it might not be as high a tier to some of these other decks, but I've just been having a ton of fun with it, especially on ladder as well. It's definitely still pretty strong. So I'm interested to see how, like, why I guess the Vengeance part, why the Bahamut part is added here, and why you don't just play standard Evo Blood. So I'm keen to see that at least. But a very, very interesting deck, probably the most interesting deck brought here today out of any of the players. So Boa definitely cooking, and we'll go towards his final deck now as well, which is also cooking, because he's the only player here today in top 8 to bring a Machina Portal as well. We've got a ton of Evo Portal, but not Machina Portal, which is awesome to see. Another super, super fun deck. This is I will say, the newer one, where I believe over the past week or so, might be a little bit newer, a little bit older, sorry, where Journey to the Past has been added into this lineup as well as a one-of, which I'll quickly bring up here as well for you guys, if you haven't seen it, because I believe it did come with this expansion. And of course, that can be such a powerful card in a deck like this, which relies on a lot of the Machina cards being destroyed to hit those quest targets and get your big boss monsters active.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as like the core game plan goes, this deck really wants to hit 10 of your assembly droids or other Machina followers destroyed. And then when you hit that condition, Gratina, the champion fighter, is a powerful invoke card. And so we're pulling it up here. You can see if at least 10 allied Machina, or they changed it now to include as well academic followers have been destroyed, you can invoke it. And then when it comes into play, it's going to have Storm and Strike. If the same condition is met, it'll deal 3 damage to all enemies. So that can be 6, or with an Evo, 8 damage. And so when this is coming out for free, and you can still play other strong followers like Kirzael, you can get a lot of Storm damage in the late game. And Kirzael as well. Also, I believe it won the leader poll, so going to be getting that as a leader soon to go with the deck. But also, it's just an incredible card, standalone. As you can see here, lots of effects. We can have Storm, so going to be hitting the face. Also summoning Warden of the Triggers, a card that you run anyway in this deck. There's going to be healing and draw that come from those, and then you buff your whole board, including your invoke follower. So you can have a follower of four follower board, and most of them having ward and a big stat line. So this can really swing your late game if you can make it to it. And looking at the early game though, there's tons of cards as well. Robotic Rampage, a little bit of a newer one, just gets you 3 droids and rush, so that can help you trade your Machina followers even before you get to have your robotics reporter effect online. And 3 followers is a lot. You're like a third of the way to your quest already. So definitely a consistency card for the deck. We like to see it. So yeah, just going to be seeing a lot of followers coming onto the board early. Going to be trying to trade them, but if you can't trade them, you always have Goliath in the back to be able to buff them up and hit the face for a lot of damage. So one of those, no matter what you do, it's maybe not a good response kind of things for this deck. Like, it's going to be hard for people to make that decision of what to do. And it's also a consistent deck as well, because even if you draw the invoke cards, you can throw them back easily with Kasim or Lyle, another one of the strong cards in this deck. There's so many like to point out, but yeah, Lyle gives you a puppet with Storm, so that's just more damage, and they're academic followers, so you love to see that for the quest count as well.
And that's the thing. This, again, one of those decks you're bringing in where this expansion, Machina Portal, I believe, like, it tried to get played last expansion and it didn't really hit the ground running too much, but definitely this expansion, it is showing up, and there's a lot of, basically almost every card here is brand new, or might be brand new to a lot of the newer players coming in, or maybe people didn't really see Machina Portal too much. There's definitely a lot to cover. Got a little quick tidbit as well, you know, with Killshot Enforcer's effect, summoning out those Warden of the Triggers. When Warden of the Trigger comes out, that's an automatic insta-kill as well, right, on some followers. Because Warden of the Trigger's got an effect when it comes out, it'll insta-kill followers. Not to mention, of course, Robotics Reporter being, again, one of the main cards in the deck, giving all Machina followers rush right when as a permanent leader effect for the rest of the game, which is super, super important all round. But that is Boa's deck list there coming through. We're now going to see BSG Fluffy Panda's lineup coming through, and this is going to be a little bit more standard, even though we are seeing Chess Rune coming through from what we've seen throughout the day so far. Very, very similar lineup to what we saw from Melon, I believe, in the previous quarterfinal, running, of course, the new copies of Odin coming out. And I love to see as well, still living up to that Odin name of having that 4-3 stat line that Odin's really ran with in every variation of him that has come out. And of course, as well, seeing the Kiri come out as well as being a staple card in basically almost every deck at the moment, right? Again, like we said, kind of like the new Princess Knight of the rotation. If you're familiar with, of course, Princess Knight, we used to search fanfare specific followers. Now we're searching just 80 followers, of course, with certain play point totals, which is awesome to see. But looking at this one trick here, is there any real changes that Fluffy Panda is bringing to this particular Chess Rune lineup?
Yeah, it definitely looks comparable to Melon's, but I do see a couple changes maybe to point out. In this deck, we're seeing 2 copies of Odin, as well as 3 Crushing Rain, and there weren't any Crushing Rain in Melon's list. So just some extra finishers, I feel like, to kind of make sure when King comes out, it's 12 damage. A lot of times you can like buff that with check or an Evo point, but just having like a couple extra ways to either like remove your followers or get a little bit of extra direct damage. I'm trying to increase the consistency, and as well, 3 copies of the Mystic Queen. That's an interesting card that has been cut or put to 1 a lot of the times, but here, seeing it at max copies, maybe it's a little bit more important to Fluffy Panda. I don't know, just it is good. It gives you 3 pawns on its own on turn 4 when you're going second, but a lot of people feel like there's multiple Evo targets, and we're seeing like Kyrie and other cards in here too that kind of compete for those. Maybe it'll get a little clunky with the extra copies of that, but some choices there for sure. Gonna see how it plays out. I don't know if that'll make it maybe more consistent or less consistent. We'll see how that works out for Fluffy Panda.
Yeah, all about that comfort and that balance. I mean, he made it here to top 8 with the lineup, so clearly it works to some degree, but we'll have to see exactly how it works for him. Looking towards his second deck now, it is going to be everybody's favorite for this expansion. Is going to be that Ghost Shadow, I believe, coming up next here. And yeah, once again, basically, I want to say same old, same old. The only real thing that's definitely worth picking up is Trick Dullahan. That we're going to talk about very, very quick here. a tech of nobody else, I believe, is running this card in their lineups. And of course, quick necromancy, quick draw, add that ghost into your hand. And of course, the evo effect having someone to go. So just another quick cheeky way, get extra card, get some more ghosts out. Not very expensive at all, but outside of that, pretty much same old, same old. And we are going to move straight away onto Panda's last deck here coming through, which we've seen, of course, do some work for Melon in the previous quarterfinal. If you just missed that, we saw this deck about to come up that actually got him to his semi-final spot, being Crystallized Haven coming through. And such an awesome deck. I'm a big fan of Crystallized Haven, or Amulet Haven, whichever you like to put it, coming through. Such an awesome deck. A very, very fun deck that has kind of similar to Mysteria Rune and Chess Rune, right? Has been around Trick for quite some time now, I want to say, for some of these players. I believe we'll get the lineup for you guys in just a short moment, but I do believe that the lineup is basically one-to-one similar for Melon. But is there any sort of key stuff that comes to mind, Trick, that maybe wasn't talking about the previous quarterfinal we can bring up now?
Yeah, so we'll have the deck on screen quick for the Crystallized. We're going to be swapping over. But one of the things I do notice that is a difference is Orchid's Examination Hall being played as a 3 of. And it's actually not in the Haven list for Melon. So there's definitely a difference there. Here, yeah, we're finally getting that up on screen. Maybe we can bring up the Orchid's Examination Hall. It has 3 different forms when you play it, 4 if you count the 1 play point version. But yeah, on its own, it just heals 1 when it comes into play and when it leaves play. And then you have 3 versions with a similar effect that have an on play and exit play. So you have options. The first, the most common, you heal 1 and draw a card each time. Then you could also heal 1 and deal 3 damage to the board, or the final one is just healing 3 damage both times. So 6 damage is a lot of healing, but 2 draws on a 2 play point card is really good as well. And so this is definitely a good flexible card. Sometimes the healing does save you. Most of the time, though, you're just using it for draw for consistency. The only problem is it's not a crystallized card, so it doesn't really work as well with hitting the 5 crystallized count. You're committing a lot of play points to a card that doesn't really work towards your quest, but you can still discount it with Skullthane. And I think the idea here is, like, if you have this card, it means you probably don't have the crystallized cards in your hand, so now you can use it to draw into them. So just seeing that as a good consistency card here in Fluffy Panda's deck.
Yeah, and a very powerful Haven card that was added recently. Probably one we see a little bit more, I'll say, towards the Condemned Haven lineup, right? Where it's a pure amulet, you're looking to just destroy pure amulets, right? And kind of fits into that one a little bit more. And we'll just have a backup option here for Crystallized Haven, but still very cool to see. Real quick as well, quick and bring up Jean, World Walker, of course. One of the 50 variations of Jean that we've had now. This one personally might be my favorite version of her that we've had in Shadowverse so far, because we saw her potentially be an option for Melon before, but such a cool new card added into this expansion, right? It's essentially not even a 7 cost, right? You get those 4 play points back. You're looking towards, of course, aiming for that combo for the free evolve and getting the big 3 damage. Of course, she is able to be manually evolved if you would like, but it's that huge storm, the huge ward, and having that big spell shield effect, right, come out, which can help protect you against so many different decks. I mean, we talked about Condemned Haven, that's one in particular, right, that you can help kind of defend yourself against. A lot of other decks that look towards either spell effect damage to help clear the board, to get a win, to set up their own wins, or even to help try and survive. Most times out of 10, if you see a big board lineup like Jean with a couple of the other crystallized big boy Haven cards come out, 9 times out of 10, you're probably losing in the next couple turns or 2. You don't normally have too much of a way, unfortunately, to get over this board, which is why she's such a very cool, very strong follower to have to kind of wrap up the Haven package when you are done. But that is going to be the decks there listed for both Boa and BSG's Fluffy Panda, referring to as Panda throughout the rest of these matches so far. Make it a little bit easier on us casters. But how about ban-wise here, Trick, coming through? Because I know ban so far been somewhat interesting for some of the ones we've been going for so far, right? Where we might say one, we get the exact opposite come through. But we've seen, Mysteria Rune be banned away as a double ban come through earlier. We've seen Chess Rune be banned away, which could again happen here. And we've only seen one Ghost Shadow be banned away here today so far. And it is going to be that Hybrid Blood banned away and the likes of Chess Rune. So do we really need to say it? Do we really need to say that we saw that one coming?
Interesting. Yeah, it feels like the kind of the more out there decks being banned away and people just wanting to fight what they're familiar with. The Hybrid Blood, I'm so sad to not get to see that here on the stream. I mean, I hope that maybe there's a chance later on, but yeah, wow. Gonna be just having a lot of shadow. These players, I guess, have faced it all throughout top, like the first day of the tournament, and they must just be comfortable against it. And so not trying to take any chances against decks you're unfamiliar with, just really locking in what you know. But I mean, with so many unique decks from BOA, we are going to see the Machina portal slide by. So that's going to be some variety, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays into the Haven. Really gonna, if those two decks go up against each other, I think it'll be a really interesting match.
Well, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, our final quarterfinal set for the West July Cup Shadowverse Open 2023 season. Melon against Golden. It's Boa versus Fluffy Panda. Almost caught me out of their production. Coming through there for our set here. I believe it's going to be from the viewpoint of Fluffy Panda. We'll get that updated for you in just a short moment. But it is going to be the likes of Haven versus Shadow. Crystallized Haven against Ghost Shadow. Of course, Ghost Shadow represented by every player here today. So, of course, going to be a very strong, obviously it's a very strong deck, but it's going to be a deck you're going to see quite a bit throughout the series. And the mulligan here is going to be quite interesting because I'll say Boa, it's not too bad. I'll say it's a pretty good mulligan to start with. But Fluffy Panda here, the Garuda, the Priestess, the Jorn, definitely needs to toss some of those away. Gonna get Maiden and Astolfo, and I'm just gonna say it now, Trick. Bit of a shocking start there for Crystallized Haven.
Yeah, wow. Holding on to the Jean there. I was expecting all of it to be thrown back. But, and of course, the Wayfaring Goblin coming out for Boa. So that's getting to see the draw and that unique card working in his shadow. But, yeah, Jean just must be such a key card in this matchup that Panda doesn't want to risk not drawing into it again. There's only 2 copies in the deck. And so just really wanting to guarantee that finisher is there. It works so well against Ghost Shadow because its effect will clear the whole board. And so you can get through all of the wards and then make way for your Storm followers and prevent lethals that might otherwise not be available. And then the returning board is almost impossible for Shadow to break through outside of a Ghastly Banishment. So I guess we're just seeing Panda knows how he's going to win this game and what he has to do. And he was able to draw into a lot of crystallized cards to complement that. But there's Storm damage going face from Boa and draws coming in. So I don't think either of the players is too upset at this point.
Yeah, of course, but having that comfortable lead here at the moment. Diamond Priestess to come through is great to see. Of course, still just going to need, of course, also having Wingy in hand. Of course, you can go ahead and play them without the key amulet there as well, but going to go through and spam out a lot of Crystallize there. I believe already matching the counter, or if not, it's off by 1. So very, very powerful there. And Bowen out already has to deal with a ward already, right? Was already looking to get a very strong aggro start, has to deal with the healing come out, the ward coming out, and now really has to decide how these ghosts are going to come through and hopefully going for a Masquerade Ghost. Because it's cool to see, Goblin come out. We actually got to see the turn 1, it's cool to see, but now there's just 1 left in hand. It's a bit of a brick. Cold Souls is going to be used to just gen more ghosts and try and find some of those extra cards. But again, we're not going to see the Masquerade Shadow. We are going to see a double Hellfire Strike, which is good. But again, still searching for what he really needs right now.
Yeah, a ton of digging on the last turn, and we've seen a disproportionate amount of Hellfire Strikes this today on the stream. Wow, there's 3 in the hand, so that's 6 more damage to close out the game. But yeah, trying to figure out the rest of what's needed to get there. Mayus Jester popping out on the board, that could trade or even start getting some damage going face. Little bit of an awkward hand. You got 3 copies of Diamond Master, and while it is an amazing card and it's one that I like to see 1 or 2 of throughout the match, it's not really
They're about
time for
3
that right now. I mean, if you commit a copy with Wingy, you can have a strong turn, but there's not very much follow-up because you're not going to be hitting your draws next turn. Without Skull Thing, you can't discount your Amulet. And so what's the follow-up next turn on 6? If you go all in this turn, you're just going to be like playing Diamond Master Evo Trade. Like that's not it.
And you're not even getting the Bejeweled Shine buff either, right? Because it's not on the board. So as long as even if those ward followers can be tanky, because the stats aren't there, the +3 health doesn't exist, the +1 attack doesn't exist, and hell, even just the standard +1/+1, if you haven't met Crystallize for whatever reason, wouldn't be available. But Panda is going to go for it, recognizing that really it's probably the only play he actually has here at the moment to at least push maximum damage here. And you know, 3 wards are still good, especially when one of them can't just be destroyed. You have to run something in, you have to burn some of these spells. But I mean, we're casters, right? We cheat. We get to see both hands, and we get to show that to you guys at home as well. We can see obviously the triple Hellfire Strike in hand being an option. Lucius, of course, here also being an option, and we're talking about this potential damage coming out right now from Hellfire Strike. It's going to be at least 4 with the current play points, and with the Ghost coming through to help clear out, this is going to be so much damage, but instead going to go for the Coral Souls, go for the extra draw, and go for that extra Ghost damage, leaving it down on 6. And if I'm good at my math, and you know, most of the time I'm not, but this time I think I am, triple Hellfire Strike is going to get Boa that victory if Panda can't heal, but that is a perfectly drawn examination hole to keep himself alive.
Yeah, that's a very well thought out play from Boa, not only drawing the most cards to have a better chance at digging into some key finishers, but also preserving the Hellfire Strikes, which can be used for direct damage even when wards are on the board. So I really like using the Ghost this turn and saving the direct damage for next turn in case a ward board shows up. But yeah, that's not gonna be enough. These couple of followers and some healing, 7 health is not what is needed to keep Panda in this game, and we see 1 Hellfire Strike too. The shadows from the previous ones give the final one enough, and that is game.
Looking at a 5-6 kill streak, the Napalm Strike being absolutely dropped on Panda's chances of winning that match there. Boa going to lead the charge now 1-0 in that matchup with Ghost Shadow against Crystallized Haven, and just a little bit unfortunate, right? We saw that the beginning turn for Panda, the starting hand was a little bit rough coming through. It looked like there was a bit of redemption, but unfortunately, right, the triple Diamond Master, it was a double, like, Wingy as well at that point. Examination Hall not getting what he needed to keep himself alive is very, very unfortunate. But, of course, still plenty of time. Panda can go for the run back here. He's got Skullfade, he's got the Lightning Bird, he's got Jester. The combo is there. He's ready to go there. Crystallized Haven is online with the Garda as well. What a perfect set of cards to start with, and Boa knows. He's waiting straight away. He knows what's up here with this Machina portal. Going to be a very interesting match now to see if Boa can go for a 2-0 with Crystallized Haven starting so powerfully.
Yeah, with especially in this matchup where you make a strong board, you want to throw out things like Kasim as Boa and whatnot, but having the Holy Lightning Bird doing 2 damage turn after turn, Panda's going to be able to deal with any of the early Machina pressure really easily, get his quest online super fast, seeing 2 more Crystallized followers come out now. Yeah, this is definitely the perfect start that Panda wants to see. Kind of showing a difference between the last game where he kept Jean a late game card and then he didn't have what he needed in the early game, but instead here just being able to have a full hand of cards that are useful now, making this a totally different game.
And you can just see as well, this rotation is so very, very powerful. Crystallized Effect already active now. Such an awesome set of cards. Really just missing, I was about to say missing that Bejeweled Shrine, but it gets top deck straight away off of that last draw. So Panda's hand is absolutely insane right now. Basically everything he wants is there, ready to go. Just waiting, of course, for that Skull Feint cost to drop even further. Ball dropping double biker, just trying to push as much damage as possible. Going for the Cassim, going for the sumo mechanic now as well to build up some ward, try and build up some AoE damage, but it might be a bit of a tough ask here because, like we said, right, that Panda hand, it's just getting scarier and scarier. The damage is just going to be there. Potentially even just going to see the Bejeweled Shrine, the Sapphire Priestess, the Diamond Master play come out. Very easy turn 5. There you go. Easy board clear. Easy huge damage and health buff. And Panda on his way potentially to 1-1.
Yeah, I don't think anything could have worked out more perfectly there. Having exactly 5 crystallized played, that means you don't have to spend a play point on the final crystallized card. You can throw the shrine down, makes this board so much more intimidating. Cleared 5 followers and still was able to push damage afterwards as well. And some of Boa's strongest card, like Kirzile, are not going to be coming out until turn 7. It's turn 5. I don't know if Boa's going to be able to drag this out enough. Going for the robotic arm. It's gonna heal for 4, but it's not even gonna be able to deal with the board.
Wow, and it's just, you can see a bit of the desperation right at this point, just straight up playing it, trying to get the health up and deal with what he can here. Gonna run one into Diamond Master, one into Priestess. At least he keeps one on board, I guess, and kind of force Panda to clear that himself, but you got a Skull Feint on 0 sitting there. You got another one about to hit 0 as well by the end of next turn, not to mention the Jaune that's there. There's a Lightning Bird that's set up, ready to go now. You can even see a Gullion play come out here to try and just get as much damage come through, but I believe the spell does 2 damage. I might be thinking, oh, it might do 3. But decides to go against it anyway. Wants to look towards having a more of the buff, right, or using it to just have a full board of super strong Machina followers later on, if that is a potential possibility here. Going for Examination Hall, easy heal, easy draw at the moment. Just get some extra cards with Skull Feint, be able to just maximize the potential of that amulet. This damage is going to be absolutely huge coming through from Panda now. Of course, 6 off of Priestess, 3 off of Mouse, not even counting an Evo if that is an option for him. And there's also still a Wingy there. I don't think it'll be played now, but I mean, it could be. I don't know. You don't know what could be thinking in Panda's head.
Yeah, running the numbers, seeing here the difference in the 2 decks. While Machina Portal is very consistent and has a strong late game, it doesn't have the high roll potential of Panda's Haven deck, and so hitting the good curve for Crystallize, especially going first, has just made this a game that even the best hands for Machina Portal don't really know how to keep up with.
And you gotta see it now, right? It's just, he's stuck. Like, you got a couple droids, right? You've got a Warden, but the effect won't activate, and he just passes. He knows that that is GG there, 1-1 between Boa and Panda now. Every single quarterfinal series today going down to the final game here. And good to see the redemption come through for Panda, right? That first game just missed out with Haven, but comes back absolutely swinging and just has probably the perfect Crystallized Haven game you could have.
Oh yeah, that was definitely up there. It almost like the only thing slowing him down was the fact that his own followers weren't dying fast enough for him to play the other good cards in his hand. Like, everything was going well for Panda there, and not bad. Already having some 1-drops for the Shadow. Up against that Machina Portal again. I'm going to be seeing some possible wards and things which can maybe slow down the Ghost Aggression. A full keep on that hand, so I'm going to have a hand that both of these players are happy with.
And here you go. Already both hands looking pretty, I would say looking pretty decent there, but Boa's is maybe tiny bit iffy. We'll have to wait and see. Next couple draws will look like. Panda straight away, getting that aggro. Great Ghost followers to kick things off here. Gonna see Bite come down, but Respond with mechanic, obviously fair enough. Trying to get that ward up to try and stop some of this early aggression as much as possible. But that's a pretty funny looking Metatron, I'm just gonna say right now. That's that could easily come down here just to be annoying, you know, get out to generate these shadows, because it's gonna come down here for that extra damage. And I'm gonna say Panda again off to a flying start.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of healing and some draw here. The 3-3 body's impressive, but Panda might just be ignoring it. Possibly going to try and do a little bit of a clear here, or no. Hovering over the Goliath, but not choosing to throw it out. It's going to be interesting. We're already seeing, too, some more shortcomings of the Machina Portal deck. It's one of the only decks right now that doesn't have a 1-drop. So not having any real way to kind of match the pressure in the early game, even though the 2-drop wards are strong. When your opponent already has 2 followers, you do feel a little behind.
Now the archers, what do we go for here, right? Because similar to what you said in the previous game, right, Chick, where the followers aren't dying fast enough. What about here? We are going to see the Night Terrors being used finally, and Mikhail being used to clear the Warden, and another Peppy Ghosty coming down just to get that Ghost down, and just really building up those shadows very, very quickly here. But Robotics Reporter coming out there for Boa. We didn't get to see her in the last match. Is going to come through now, and this is going to help Boa regain some tempo, regain some footing into this match, because now having that leader effect active and ready to go, rush available on all Machina followers, and also having a pretty big follow-up himself to be able to deal with what Panda is bringing. But that is going to be an easy ship Evo, plenty more ghosts coming out, and a Masquerade ghost potentially around the corner.
Yeah, that Masquerade is huge. I was just about to say, all right, now Panda's had the early game, but what now? His hand was empty, and then all of a sudden a couple of draw cards, and Masquerade's there, Ghastly Banishment's there. The follow-up has been secured, and so what was a little precarious is starting to get solidified. Boa, though, not slowing down, making an impressive board of his own that might have to be answered, which could slow down the face damage significantly. Michael coming out is going to help, but yeah, that's a pretty daunting board, and even for Masquerade, it's going to be hard to clear all these followers.
A reminder, this is a battle for the final semi-final spot here today. Both players brand new to top 8 competition. The first time they've been able to make it this far in an SVO run. Both sitting at 1-1. Both with a lot to prove. Of course, Boa, I want to say definitely a big name in the SVO scene. If you're a part of the Discord, if you're not, first of all, join it. You should be a part of it. What are you doing? But obviously a big name there. We've seen, of course, having a lot of fun with the other guys, you know, helping out a lot of the players. More of a sword enthusiast we've seen a lot of, I want to say. Which unfortunately, of course, there's no sword decks to play at the moment. But cool to see him here. And of course, Fluffy Panda is all right. First time BSG making a team showing, and it's cool to see when you see the likes of Tempo Storm. We see the likes of Team Disaster being a part of this top 8 as well. Looking to prove himself, prove his team's worth here as well to make it forward past the quarterfinal stage. Another Evo on Robotics Reporter to help clear this board and get more of these Machina followers destroyed. Looking for a turn 7 play with a lot of the other big followers starting to come out. Big board there, but not really too much health to deal with. That could be a problem, as are going to see Masquerade Ghost make its return here. Could this actually potentially be game though? We're getting pretty close.
That Ghastly Banishment, it's going to be able to deal with these followers and put up immense
pressure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, there's going to be game.
You'll choke upon defeat.
You see the emoting from the leader. You see Panda jumping in his seat. The ghosts come out, but these wards aren't even relevant. What we're worried about is Ghastly Banishment on the start of the next turn. Insane. Wow. 7 damage. Plenty overkill. Taking this for Panda to move him into the semifinals as the last contender moving forward today.
One ghost from the beginning, a ghost every turn, goes to show, right? Boa had a fantastic effort there to try and bring her back. That was a very scary Machina board he had built up there, right? Off of the Gullion buff there coming through, a great rotation, but unfortunately just misses shy there, and Panda having a fantastic Ghost Shadow game to wrap that one up, and a good run back as well, right? 2-1 in the end against Boa, and really cool to see him and his team move forward on a hit race, and be very, very happy with that one. Of course, a fellow Frenchman, a fellow friend of his as well, moving forward. So what a way as well to wrap up our quarterfinals. Let you guys know what's happening with that in just a short moment, but a quick breakdown there of this matchup here, Trickster. Again, every quarterfinal match going to the full set. We're getting 2-1s across the board. What a July Cup we've had so far.
First of all, I just want to say great showing from Boa. I love seeing the unique decks. I think it's always good for our players to be reminded that not just meta decks can do well in these tournaments. Whatever you're comfortable on, you can bring the right decks and you can make it work well. So I'm glad to see Boa doing that here. Machina Portal especially falling a little short in those games. We can kind of see why some of the other decks are a little more popular than it. They were able to get some damage in before some of the big Machina turns, so we didn't even really get to see the full power of that deck. But still, one of the biggest things I'm sad about, not seeing that hybrid blood. Hope we can, I don't know, maybe see it next month or something. But that was still cool to get to break down that deck list. And yeah, congrats to Panda. Huge win there, keeping their cool even after a loss. Really like to see just how that Shadow is being piloted expertly, and all the aggression from both his Haven deck, even throwing the Diamond Masters down without the follow-up in there, going all in on the Shadow and just knowing the cards will come, and they did. So yeah, good job for Panda.
And now, guys, we're going to get ready for our semi-finals. To get the brackets up real quick to show you how we got to the semi-finals here so far, and let you guys know a bit of a news update coming through here as well. No, we don't have a top 7 here today. It was a top 8. Unfortunately, Bam didn't show up to his match there for the quarterfinals. So Yazi Dazi was given the 2-0 after a DQ happening there for the first quarterfinals. So Yazi Dazi, of course, haven't seen him play today. The only 7-0 player as well from day one. We will get to see after this short break. Going to be exciting seeing him take on Tempo Storms Noir, where he went up against Disastrous V2, which, again, if you haven't seen the VOD, go check that out. A WGP-worthy matchup there. Just off the players alone, and then the match delivered as well. So definitely check that one out. That was really cool to see. Of course, we also had Golden Plate up against Melon, where Melon went 2-1. Took his spot in the semi-finals, where, of course, he'll now be going up against Fluffy Panda in the second semi-final. So plenty of action, guys, heading your way still after this break. The first semi-final set will be Yazi Dazi taking on Tempo Storms Noir here for the Shadowverse Open July Cup for the 2023 season. Don't go anywhere.
With something like double Sheen and another droid. And he will get to start pushing damage.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
with
yeah,
that,
so Alice
Alice
can already
having
start.
7, still being able to recover the play points and
Double Grimnir will be 10, so that's 22 damage coming.
Yep. So gonna be just enough, but he, I mean, obviously, Hishiro can see it. Does Noir see it to wrap this one up? Another Evo coming through, and of course, Grimnir being super cheap now as well, and we'll get that final damage in. Guys, we were one turn away from Pandora. We were one turn away from Pandora, but unfortunately, we do miss out, and Noir will take the first game in this series there, 1-0.
That was the Alice that was top deck from the Blooming Dancer last one on the previous turn, and that's going to be enough damage. Shin can trade into one of the wards. He can play another Blooming Dancer to trade the second one, and then you got 5 damage. Oh, he's even going to do it with Pandora. Okay, very cool.
Yeah, we got it. We got to see it right at the end there. And it goes Grimnir to wrap this one up. Ladies and gentlemen, we told you it was going to be a banger series, and it's going to the final match. Remember, this is the first quarter.
I don't think it will be enough without a Masquerade Ghost, although.
Night Terrors. Oh, I mean, draw. It would have been nice way earlier. Going to go for the banishment turn anyway.
It should be around 7. Yeah, 7.
Yep. And well, it's going to clear the board. Deal with it. Unless, once again, I mean, these top decks to look towards that.
Yeah, Noir almost wishing that he didn't invoke the Mikhail this turn. It's making it hard to finish out the game, but actually I was counting the board spaces wrong. It's enough damage. Oh my goodness, yeah, Noir pulling it off. Every card used, there is a 5/5 on the board to get some chip, but let's see, is it enough?
Yeah, because he had another Crushing Rain. He did get the revive on Anna. No, it's okay. Okay, it's exactly fine anyway. Okay,
Wow, yeah,
right.
to the last life point. Dang, getting all 5 of the followers. Wow.
Oh, but then the Michael is coming. He's going to help. You can trade Michael, play Baccarus, evolve him as a 3/3 into Galom, and then you play Ghostly Banishment. You get the buff from Masquerade. So you're going to have 4 ghosts at 2 attacks, so that's 8 damage. That's going to be
the perfect response for Melon, even with 6 health. Not enough on Golden Plate side to stop Melon. What was insanely close. Really seeing these 2 aggro decks, a different.
Wingy, probably evolve it. Yep. It's going to get buff from Shrine as well as Sapphire Priestess.
Peace, my friend.
So that's 5. Okay, that's exactly 4.
Pray with me.
And well done from Melin.
Lots of different lines there, but finding the one that Melon wanted to go through with, showing a different version of Holy Lightning Bird. It can be a 4/4 Storm as well. The board shows up, but yeah, that's not gonna be enough. These couple of followers and some healing, 7 health is not what is needed to keep Panda in this game, and we see 1 Hellfire Strike 2. The shadows from the previous ones give the final one enough, and that is game.
Looking at a 5-6 kill streak, the napalm turn here. Could this actually potentially be game though? We're getting pretty
with
close.
That Ghastly Banishment, it's going to be able to deal with these followers and put up immense
Oh,
pressure.
absolutely. Absolutely, there's going to be game.
You'll choke upon defeat.
You see the emoting from the leader, you see Panda jumping in his seat, the ghosts come out, but these wards aren't even relevant. What we're worried about is Ghastly Banishment on the start of the next turn. Insane, 7 damage, plenty overkill, taking this for Panda to move him into the
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shadowverse Open West July Cup for the 2023 season, now getting underway with the semi-finals, which, if you are just tuning in, so many awesome quarterfinal matches that have just happened, all going down to their 3rd and final match, and really, really cool, insane matches. Definitely check them out if you haven't when the VOD goes live after this. But as we said, semi-finals heading your way. We're going to have Yazi Darzi taking on Tempo Storm's Noir for our first semi-finals, and then we'll be seeing Melon take on BSG's Fluffy Panda in the second semi-finals. I'll be with you for the whole semi-final set, and first off, I'll be joined by our special guest in Hishiro here for the semi-finals. What a match to cast here, my man, as well. We got Yazi Darzi coming in, of course, 7-0. Haven't seen him play at all today, so kind of comes in a little bit fresh, right? Compared to Noir, who had an absolute slobber knocker 2-1 against Disastrous V2, who he has had a break since then, but is still probably going to be a little bit mentally taxed, right, after a match of that caliber.
Yeah, definitely some exciting semifinals we got coming. Yes, Daze, remember, he's still fighting for points. So these wins are very important for him. Noir, of course, is first up of the year. he used to be my teammate, so I'm a bit under him for this one. And yeah, for second semi-finals, happy of course that French compatriot Fluffy Panda got the win. And Melin is also like someone that's really fighting hard for points. So a lot of stakes for this coming semi-finals.
We definitely didn't rig and set up the matches so that be all Hishiro favored. You know, we got Noir in semi-finals 1, we got Vanda in semi-finals 2, which is cool to see. But we do have the bands ready now for our first semi-final set. So let's see what they will be going forward. Is it going to be the Crystallized Haven band away on Daze's side, and on the Noir side, it will actually be that Ghost Shadow, which, funnily enough, Hishiro and I were just talking before we got in. I was saying I don't think we're going to see Ghost Shadow be banned away. And lo and behold, that's the reason why I'm casting and not pro playing.
Yeah, you got it right for the Shadow ban. I got it right for the Amulet ban. I think that Amulet has a pretty good matchup into Mystaya and Devo Portal. And yes, Daze was probably looking to try to win over Noir's Evo Portal. So yeah, these two definitely make sense.
Yeah, so bands coming through. We're getting ready to jump into our first semi-final set in just a short moment. But the Mysteria Rune Ghost Shadow on the Daze's side, and of course the Mysteria Rune Evo Portal on Noir's side is definitely going to be a very interesting match to see. Of course, Noir actually had his Mysteria Rune band back in the first quarterfinals. It'll be the first time he gets to pilot that here today. And of course, as we said, right, Daze hasn't had a chance to play at all today. And that's something I want to ask you about as well, Hishiro, going into this one, because yeah, Daze right, 7-0 in day one. Absolutely insane stats coming through and having a bit of a break. But the first match he's going to play of the day is against Noir, right? Like, as you said, like one of the best players from the West region and out of the Americas, right? Multi-year contender, just like yourself, just like V2 and that as well. This is a huge ask for Daze, right? To get the victory here.
Yeah, it's always someone that you are scared to find, whether it's in your bracket or in your top. So let's see if he can overcome this obstacle, this monster of Tempo Storm.
And I mean, if he win, that's going to be bracket rights for sure for Daze coming through, especially, you know, when he's looking towards getting some of those final couple points he needs. You know, being, I want to say, in the top 5 club, we've got at the moment where a lot of guys sitting at 30 LP coming through, looking to try and solidify their spots for the Contenders Cup. But I believe the match is actually underway. We're jumping in straight away into the game here. Noir versus Daze from the viewpoint of Noir. It is going to be the Mysteria Rune mirror match here, which we're not seeing for quite some time. Which we'll see. I believe we're going ahead of this game for now. I'll let you know if anything changes going forward. But yeah, this is a match I've not seen in a very long time, and I'm pretty keen to see it with these little minor touch-ups and changes right that these players are bringing through.
Yeah, I do believe it's the first time that we get to see Mystaya Rune on the stream. And yes, Daze already having most of his pieces. Already the Thunder, already have Duo ready. On the other side, Noir is looking at Meltina to draw some few more cards, but none of the important parts yet. For turn 3 on Daze, he's probably not looking at playing this Thunder, even though she got buffed by drawing her from Dream of Adventure. But you're mostly saving her just for the Evolve. It's more important to like make sure that you get to reduce your Duo, your sorcery card that you get from Duo.
And I will say it's been pretty interesting, right, seeing how Mysteria Rune's evolved over the past couple of months. I mean, I can even remember back to last Cup, right, just a couple of weeks ago, towards the end of the expansion, where we were seeing a lot of players make, we'll say, this new optimized one of Mysteria deck, right, where we'll say half the players were still playing with the 2s and 3 elves, and half the players were still playing with just the one of the new variant coming through. And obviously we are seeing as that's more of the deck to go with now is the one ofs. But real quick, you know, there has been a bit of a Mysteria buff, you know, coming through with the new dual barrier being added to this expansion, seeing the original Anne, right, the original Greya, that there might be some players here coming to, if you think about it here, Hishiro, who never played with the original Mysteria card, right? Who never played with the original Anne and the original Greya. In terms of them, what do they bring to the Mysteria lineup for maybe the people at home that, like we said, have never really seen these cards in action before?
Yeah, these two cards are 8 PP, so I think that even in the very first expansion, everyone was already playing Dimensional Shift, so there was really no mysterious synergy yet. But basically, now that they are basically free play points, thanks to Dual Barrier, Anne can like be a kind of AoE on attack just one to every any follower, and Gria can attack twice, which can be very useful for lethal. But for now, we see Daze tranquilly playing his duo, not even evolving, thinking that this 5 damage from the Founder on the board is not really relevant, from wanting to save his evos. And down there, Noir is thinking, because he bought Founder but he didn't get the duo, so he has to think of a plan to actually win the game.
Yeah, and this is kind of the issue, right, with, I'll say the one-offs, right, like when it works, it is absolutely insane just how easy it is, how smooth it is, right, for the cards to come down. But if you do miss Shy for some reason, right, your Freya, you know, you're only able to find one for some reason, or the other searchers can only find one, you can't find the duo, it just puts a hard roadblock, a hard stop on what you can do with the Mysterio deck here. He's going to go for Miss Miranda now, and potentially even go for a second one, or even go for the Instructor instead. Of course, having that extra Evo point potentially be an option when you have Pala out. Of course, again, another one of the older Mysterio cards. Not as old, of course, as the old Greyer and but definitely from a back in the day type, or back in my day type Mysterio set come through. He's going to use the transform as well, and Bernadette's Feast and Style here, just going towards pushing as much damage as possible with what he has available. And of course, the last word's available now on the Trey, and we're going to be the only options to, I guess, dig into the deck so far. Burning Nebo as well for the final turn of 5 on Miranda, just to add that Mysterian Ride again. Just trying to find that extra damage where he can, not having duo available.
Yeah, and transforming this duo from with a wing inversion was actually a huge deal, because you know that it's not coming back for Yadizaze on the sorcery. So it's 5 less damage that you have to worry about. But now Noir, because he doesn't have duo, he goes for a different plan with the board, extending with Pala and Miranda. So we see Yadizaze developing Thunder, trying to go and answer that. He has those parties. He's actually buffing the angel that he got from a wing inversion, because Noir didn't have time to trade it. So he's going to get some heal, getting to back as close as he can to 20. We do see Enchanting Spell to block the 5/5 on the board. Let's see what else they can do to answer this.
Take your seats, boys and girls.
Yeah, there's a Miranda. Getting the circle. I think the missile would have been cool here, just to deal with the 3-2 Pala. But that's all fine. He will have to use his Enchanting Spell. Normally he would like to save them to block the opponent to deny a potential OTK. But I feel like there is fine, like the sorcery is already at 4 cost. So we are really looking at the lethal for next turn.
And not to mention, right, all that healing he got back, right, absolute control of the board coming through, and as you mentioned, right, yeah, it was both enchanting spells being used, but look at the trade-off, look what he gained, and all of that is kind of in play as well, because that Fallen Angel was left, right, so that healing came through, he wasn't able to kill that, as you had mentioned as well, and Noir still unable to find duo. Super unfortunate, and at this point, maybe, or not even maybe, right, will cost him the game coming through. Another winged being top decked, which I guess can be nice to help transform one of them and then have less damage, but the Aussie Daze, he's basically asking for it, right? He's got the hands, he's got the hand motion. He's like, yeah, come on, destroy my followers, please, I beg you, please destroy my followers. I need to come through and drop sorcery so I can get that OTK next turn. And yeah, I think Noir does know it here.
Actually, I'm seeing something. Because he has double wing inversion, he can transform the Miranda and the Craig. And then, like, what does Yesdaze have of the sorcery? He only has Thunder, basically. So, I think that's a very good play. Oh, Duo was found. That's cool for next turn. He will get it with an N7. Okay, does transform the Craig. Oh, and chooses to not transform Miranda, not that scared of the damage. Prioritizing healing with Craig. I see. Let's see if Yasdaze... I don't think he has lethal. Yeah, with that duo, there's 5 less damage. I think there's only 6 damage in this sorcery. And 2 from Crushing Rain, so... And no more card draw, so... Isn't Yasdaze kinda locked there?
As you desire.
He's kind of stuck here. I mean, he's going to run in Angel potentially anyway to find out. I mean, again, look at the options, right? I mean, there's a Freya for search, but it takes up a board spot, and then it's just kind of stuck. Right, you have Rain to push extra damage, but we don't know if he has that maximum OTK damage yet to actually wrap this up. And of course, the inversion to probably transform Miranda is potentially the safest option, or the Craig there to stop the healing, stop the damage. But again, as you mentioned right here, Shrey, there's no draw coming through. He's not finding the extra bits he needs, the extra buffs he needs. So he's going to go for the Freya anyway. Doesn't find anything because, of course, it's the one of optimized set. The Mysteria cards have been used, and he's forced to use an Evo just to help clear this board. So you can see just, again, very similar, I want to say, to the Ghost Shadow match we had earlier today, where it's that back and forth battle of resources, right? Trying to not only find the finisher, but stay alive in these matches here. And it's actually going to give Noir the opportunity to come back with his own Joy now and potentially set up his own sorcery and bring this match back if possible. He will lose out on the Ember, but does get Anne summoning. Very, very important, right? That 5/5 so important to the sorcery build.
You know what I would have enjoyed seeing? It's keeping that unsummoning Golem, and on next turn you go for a dual barrier, and you give stun to the Golem for 17 damage, 19 with the Evo, 21 with Crushing Rain. Oh, I think he just saw it because he
definitely face palmed.
Yeah.
So,
but let's see. Insights, okay. Maybe if you can find a party, maybe there's something you can do. No, that's not going to do add much damage.
Alright,
I mean, obviously gonna go for the Pala to try and get an Evo back, but out of play point's gonna have to wait for it now, and does give Noir a little bit of extra time again here. I mean, if he wants, I mean, the dual barrier is there again. I know we got a beat it just before, but the option I guess is there if he wants to play it.
I mean, it is lethal, the barrier there. Like, it's 12 damage because you have Gria attacking twice and Nana attacking once. Yep. And then on the board you have 6. You evolve for 8. So yeah, that's 20 already.
Yeah. I think you can see in his head, he's definitely calculating it at the moment.
Yeah, it was like triple checking if
it's gonna be enough. So there you go, exactly lethal. The way even he knows, he's like, what's going on? He's somehow brought him back 1-0 against Daze. Man, you gotta feel bad for Daze after that one, because great rotation, had sorcery at 0 at that point, and just didn't have, you know, the one buff, the one bits of damage he needed to actually get the OTK. And Noir, luckily, didn't have a bottom 20 situation and was able to get away with a 1-0 now. Of course, looking to make the first player spot in the grand finals. Evo Portal against Mysteria Rune once more. And they're going to see, of course, a big mulligan come through. Daze is going to have Exchange Party this time. You love to see it. Going to have that in her hand finally. 2 as well, so gets an extra search with Hannah. And a lot better off, I want to say, probably for Daze for that late game, for that OTK finisher.
Yeah, Daze, now he has like all the pieces. But like even on the previous game, he had all the pieces early with the duos and Mysteria. And he just got very set back by the winning version from Noir. Noir drawing the Mikael, but immediately putting it back into his deck with Kasim, dealing some damage on the occasion. Yasdaze will be able to quickly clear this Kasim, thanks to Magic Missile or even Blitz. Yep, that's what he's gonna do. So then, how do you manage this send as the Evo Portal on the next turn? Because you want to play Rosa, there's also Kyrie, but it's cards you want to save for turn 4, right? What do you think, Baz?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the search, right? I mean, you think of every deck he's in, right? Even Evo, non-Evo, or especially with Alice coming through, and especially with Evo Portal, right? 2 easy searches, play point is coming back, a 5/5 ward, right? It's kind of like the Metatron argument, right? I don't want to say back in the day, but it has always been a year's worth of her being in the game, right? In rotation, where you want to keep her 4 for the extra play point, right? To get that play point advantage back and being able to push damage. 3/6 as well. The stats are really, really powerful. And gonna chuck out the Rosa to, I guess, just have a tanky follower there on board, try and search out through next turn, and potentially Spinaria's artifact even gonna come through. So just looking to get followers on the board and I guess set up for turn 4 here. Gonna see Bad B, which is cool. You're gonna have easy buff there available a bit later. As Yazi Daze now. Again, plenty of great buff cards, plenty of great search stuff, but looking towards, he's got 1 of 2 of the Mysteria cards he needs at the moment. Just looking, of course, for, Mysteria herself, I should say, to get things going.
Yeah, choosing to play Pala for now, just to have one more name that you can easily have access to. Looking to duo for next turn. Right now, Noir, he did decide to shuffle back one of his sweeper doll with Rosa, keeping the Alice, which can help him get more draw. And if he managed to reach 3 evos, she will be like 1 additional evolve and more draw. So pretty good for him. Okay, not going for the carry actually. Evolving Rosa to summon the Kasim. Probably going for the Robopop. Oh, and yeah, very good combo, because now he gets 1 extra Robopop, so that's 1 extra draw and 1 extra proc from Kasim. So he can patch for some more damage, some more healing. Rosa is also going to be at 6 HP, so she's not going to die immediately from the duo evolve effect. Probably going for another Robopop. And then he still hasn't played the puppets. So Super Doll will give a Bane to the next puppet that comes on to play. So yeah, looks like a pretty good turn. Managed to put some pressure, but sadly, like most of it is just going to be removed by the duo incoming in the next turn.
Even still though, the search to the deck, right? It's very, very important. The Evo is being used as well. Really, really important. So yeah, board might be cleared. After that, of course, sorcery is very important coming through as well. Now there's the 7/7 left there. Again, think about the search that just came through. The amount of Evos that just came through on turn 4. Very, very powerful here. And you can see to the point where Alice is already active for her first effect. Freya is going to be active because Daze had to use that Evo, right? So he gets away with the free Freya as well for the 1 cost and the search through coming through for Robotic Arm. And Noir has so many options here. Alice going to be used for that draw to everybody's favorite Pot of Greed coming out to get that 2, to get the run in, get 2 play points back as well. And what? Do you go for Freya again? There's a potential option. There's Kasim still as well.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. If you go for Freya, you still have 1 PP to fuse with a Rescuer and have 1 more Evo grind with the Druid. So I believe like Noir has reached 6 evolve this turn. 6 if he pre-evolves a Freya, which he's definitely doing it.
Yep. Which again, 2 turns, 6 Evos. Dude, if I had that a couple years ago for Zeus, man, I'd be cheering. Like a couple turns, like that was optimal, hitting that 6/7 Evo total, full game. That's what you're aiming for, is around that part. Evo Portal's doing that in 2 turns, man. It's very, very strong, very, very powerful and easy to do. And of course, it's going to be absolutely important for that Shin game plan. Only 4 off now, which of course you can see in his hand is also touching very easy. There's a Robopop in hand, still has the fusions, as you said, history right. With the robotic arms, we'll touch that in a matter of next turn after. They probably have Shin in hand ready to go too. So gonna be strong there as Daze is setting up the sorcery, still looking for Mysteria herself, but does have Craig in hand, which is good to see as well finally pop up. But now it's just gonna be a rotation of spells of just drawing and searching and drawing and searching and just trying to hope that Mysteria is not dug somewhere too deep to stay in this series.
Yeah, but now the one problem is that as long as he doesn't have Thunder, the Mysteria, his spells are not Mysteria cards, so they only reduce the sorcery by 1. So yes, Daze is actually very slow now in the quest compared to Noir that's just going to go like Evil Face, go for another Rescuer. He can even reach the 3 evolve points used this turn for Bad Kata if he wants. Although, like, he has like already 9 cards in hand. No more need for Mortals.
I want to be someone's hope too.
He kind of just wants to see like the useful card like Alice, Grimnir, Shin, and like already Alice is coming. That's very good, very good. Oh,
Even
okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
extra fuse, right, to make sure. I mean, double Chasm? I don't know, maybe hold on to one of those. But you can understand, right, a lot of the major fusions being used. And at this point, I mean, yeah, Chasm, you get the one effect, but when you can have Grimnir as a thing now as well, as we just mentioned, right, being an option, I guess you can make sense if you want to fuse like 1,000 Chasms. He's going to go for the Kiri finally as well in the Evo and get that double search. And there is the Shin coming out.
Yeah.
And well, I believe he's what 1-2 Evo points off
As you wish.
having that the good old 1-0 available. And the way things are going at this point, Noir might be taking this one 2-0 as you said, right, Hishiro. There's no Mysteria. Those spells are taking longer for Sorcery to be active. The Mysteria followers still need to come out even, right, for Sorcery to even be worth anything. And now we're going to get Alice come through right at the end of the turn timer to get 5 more damage come through. And Daze now another winged inversion.
Yeah, like he's the plan just going to play Wing Inversion on Alice and Kyrie, and just never let Noir play his Shin, maybe.
This is board lock.
Yeah, I think that's the one way to stay in the game, because there's still no Thunder found. I really enjoyed Noir's decision on the previous turn to fuse 3 cards into his robotic arm. Just to free hand space, he didn't really need any of those cards anymore. And yeah, we do see the double inversion, just trying to stall time, because right now the board, there's only 7 damage on the board, so he can technically board lock for 2 turns.
I love Noir's reaction to that then as well. Just the one eye, like, huh? Like, okay, like, gotta say, Noir and Osam, probably 2 of the funniest guys to watch reaction-wise too, when they're playing Shadowverse come through.
Yeah, super expressive guys.
No other option for Daze, right? He literally had to drop double inversion, first of all, to stay alive, and second of all, of course, just because of that pressure. But again, Daze now, he's looking at his hand, he's like, right, that's a cool spell, doesn't help. That's a cool spell, also doesn't help. Oh, cool, I've got sorcery. I don't have 12 play points because I'm not a cheater. It's just none of this is really going to work out, and Arm's going to come into hand. The good news is, again, right, that he does have a board lock state. It does buy Daze some time and forces Noir to start maybe fusing away 1 or 2 extra cards he doesn't particularly want to fuse away.
Yeah, just to make sure that if you draw a Shin or a Grimnir, if he ever unboard locks him, he gets to play them and then the damage to finish the game.
Yep.
The one chance I see for Daze is like top decking 2 Mysterian Party, because then he'll get to he can like double blitz to reduce sorcery for this turn. But it only gets to 10. Crushing Rain on a turn that gets it to 9. Yeah, but then he won't have enough PV to play the parties, even if he top deck them, so I don't really see a C out of this. I respect the idea from Daze, but I don't really see how it's going to save him.
He's gonna run in what he can anyway to try and keep the dreams alive for the July Cup here.
Maybe with the extra draw from the last sword that he's going to give to his pound. But once again, what could be this draw? What could be a draw that saves him? Are we sure that if Noir is unboard locked, he'll definitely get the 10 evils. Because he saved all of his droids in his hand that can self-evolve, so Ah, another feast, but no more targets for it. Ah, this is getting tough.
You have been
Okay, opening one board space, maybe playing the golem spell. Okay, yeah, so... Oh, it doesn't summon a golem. Oh yeah, it only summons a golem if you have 20 or less cards in your deck.
Yeah.
So...
And he's at 21. So he just missed shy of the ward even, which, again, probably no, it's not going to help too much. But, again, you know, there's still the mental part, right, that where that can help. And unfortunately, even looking just for the bad B buff at this point, right, just screw it. Drop bad B, drop Gospel on top of that. And as long as Gospel doesn't hit bad B herself, I think damage-wise that might be game right. Because that's 4 added buff. That's what 5.
It's only 8 damage.
Oh, I think it's just it's a just off. But even still, you're sitting on 2 health. You can see the Daza can see what's in hand. He can see the writing on the wall right at that point. So
yeah, you gotta keep on the pressure just to make sure that yes, Daze doesn't have one more extra turn.
Yeah. And yeah, you can see that come through now on the wire side. Maybe going to be dropped. Going to overdraw the Gospel because the draw from Badby, which you just completely forgot about. We just completely forgot about that one. So, I mean, I guess he's got a tiny bit more health, but it's still the same idea. Though, obviously, he's still going to be super low, down to his last quarter of health. And of course, fusion some extra cards into Robotic Arms to make sure he doesn't overdraw.
Yeah, it's still okay. It still has 7 damage on the board. But it's not going to last for one more turn, right? Okay, heal for 2. Can you heal a bit more? He can play Craig, but that would let Noir on board lock, so I don't think that's a play. It's so tough. Maybe if he found the barrier too, because he would have a 0 PP Craig. And with Crushing Ray, yeah, maybe with a top deck barrier that could have been lethal. But yeah, right now he's looking at like all the fallen angel that he made, and he's like, no, they're going to beat me to death.
Imagine, again, you play an SVO, you get the semi-finals, 3 fallen angel tokens stare you down as you have no health left. It's going to be a rough situation for Daza here at the moment. And again, we can't see his webcam, but you can kind of tell from, you know, the reactions of the invisible mouse pointer over some of the cards. Craig is going to come down eventually. He's got to force to, right? He needs to get health back. He needs to try and get followers down for sorcery. Even if Mysteria just never exists, he has to clear the board to live. To the point where Shadow Mage is being used just for the ward to come out and get a huge ward follower here on board.
Yeah, he has ward actually.
Wow.
So I don't believe Noir is lethal with just Shino.
We'll have to see if he can maybe prove us wrong. Because the bombs being used there for the artifact rescuer being potentially home for another fusion.
I just see if maybe you can play Bad Kata and somehow buff the angel enough. So like he needs the buff to end on the angel and the buff from the spell, and then he can use the Drace to clear the ward and like push the angel face. But the one line I see that can win now. But if he doesn't, there's a sorcery in the end still. And it's no, there's enough Messiah followers to threaten lethal. Still no ways for lethal. I don't. He doesn't have any more play points to like play Bad Kata, play the spell, and play something to remove the 7/2. So now the goal is just to remove the board. No, don't tell me that yes, Daze is going to make it.
I mean, we've seen crazier things, I want to say, happen at SVO before, so I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the board lock was obviously very smart in the way he was able to navigate that here. Noir's gonna run in the only extra damage he can. I believe Shin, did he hit 10 just, and is gonna be on 2 health. Thanks, Craig, by the way, for keeping Daze alive. gonna see his final arcane come through.
Let's see. He still has an evo point. Oh yeah, that looks like it's enough. He can evolve Diana to get the missile right for 3 more damage. If
There's no way. There's no way.
Wow.
The Darze's brought this back here. Was that 10, 13, 16, 19? That is lethal coming out there from Darze. The absolute Giga Brain IQ board lock healing coming through. And just, I guess the spells being super helpful for him with that healing will keep him alive in the series 1-1 against Noir. I mean, this dude went 7-0 day one for a reason, right? He's the only player that went 7-0 day one for a reason. That has got to be comeback of the year so far right now. So you idiots better clip that, because you're not seeing anything better than that, I don't think, for the rest of the year potentially. Wow.
Because you gotta see the triple wing inversion. You gotta see that, okay, I'm living for 2 more turns if I go for this. Even if I'm completely breaking, we can try this. We can try to Craig and heal a bit more, and if he has only Shin, we can make it to 1 more turn. So yeah, very super good play from Yesdaze. A bit sad that Noir didn't like set up the Batkata to get some extra damage. But I think he's seeing it for next games. But yeah. Now we get a new game. This is the 4th game of the BO, and we got Shadow going first against Evo Portal.
And again, this is a spot for a grand final spot here. Darze looking to solidify himself into that top 8 spot for contenders currently in a 5-man tie at 30 LP, looking for a spot. And of course, Noir, which kind of weird to say this, but it's his first top 8 of the 2023 season, of course. We had the pleasure of having him on the cast a couple months ago, I believe, back during the May cast, coming through. We get to see him, of course, make it here. Currently the top 4 competition in the July Cup. And now, of course, going to start rotating through what he can for Evo Portal. Double, Olivia is not good. And the Mikhail in hand is a little bit of PTSD from the quarterfinals. If you did miss that, there might have been a time where you had 2 or even 3 in hand. So we don't talk about that. But apparently Shadowverse does want to talk about that. I leave that in his hand. But good to see on Darze's side, right? You've already got the Masquerade Ghost, right? You've got Delucius as well already in hand. And not to mention the Ghastly Banishment for that finisher already ready to go.
Yeah, as you said, with Olivia in the end of Noir are a bit early. Mikhail is probably looking to draw Cassim or Rosa to put it back in the deck. But right now, Yesdaze dealing with Kyrie, big one on the board with 3 ghosts. Coming from Luscious. Luscious is pretty scary right now to leave on the board, because there's still the threat of him evoing. Summoning 2 Enchant Artifacts against this matchup when you're playing against Portal. I wonder if Noir is going to just accept and slam the Mikhail. Oh no, he's going to do it with one of his Robopop. I see, I agree with that. Getting his first evolution of the game. Oh, and drawing Rescuer. Okay, so yes, most of the party wants for the rest of the game. We will see. We'll see if he can face me, because Yesdaze's hand is very, very good.
Yeah, it's very, very, very similar to the Crystallized Haven match we saw a couple games ago, where if you want that optimized hand, you're looking towards best hands TM. This is pretty close, if not it, for Ghost Shadow here. Very, very good. And Noir, unfortunately, not going to have as strong of a start as he had in the previous match with those Evos. Of course, last turn being second player, he's going to have that natural advantage anyway. It's still cool to see some of the Evos come through and having that available in hand. Ghost damage will come through, and Darze is sitting very comfortable right now in the position he's in. It's now up to Noir with what he has in hand to start burning these Evos out very, very quickly, as well as being able to search for those finishes he needs for Darze. No, maybe not the right way of putting it. I will say compete with Darze and hopefully set up his own finish and block what Darze can bring.
Yeah, I think Noir's plan for this turn is just to make some big threats on the board. Just to he's expecting the Masquerade Ghost from Yesdaze. So if you make a huge board, on the turn where you plan Masquerade, it doesn't really clear a lot. It's like 2 damage, you can evolve for 5 damage. So he'll be able to trade Cassim and Robopap probably, but not the Rosa. And the Rosa is really something you want to kill because it's going to keep on healing, and put back Noir into a comfortable position. So let's see if he accepts to like just leave the Rosa alive and just play Masquerade. Okay, Masquerade is played.
I'm coming for you.
Evolved, probably trading to Cassim. Okay, oh, actually prioritizing the Rosa, thinking that the damage from Cassim doesn't matter. It's also a cool tech. Nice way to see his matchup.
Recognizes the threat to his finisher right at the moment.
Detestable.
Obviously, a little bit different than Mysteria. You know, you can't obviously their turn 7, it's just 20. Don't be right or above. Where with Ghost, it's your opponents will be damaged a little bit, and then you get that finisher through. So not too surprising. Of course, Nightingale will have the Gargantuan Ghost to match the Chasm. Maybe not respecting a potential Dancer, but even still, is more than happy to eat potential full face damage just to continue his finishing plan, knowing it is going to come through first. But this is a great rotation of Evos coming out here for Noir at the moment. Going to get another Droid Evo coming up in just a short moment, and gonna go for a burn first. See what the last words picks up. Will be a Freya, which isn't too bad to see.
Not
of
bad,
course, again, not as good as the last time of being able to play it as a one-player point follower, but still very good nonetheless, of course, to try and get the search he needs.
Well, the main thing I'm scared of for Noir is that, okay, he's going to finish his quest pretty quickly. Where are the payoffs? Because right now there's no Alice, no Grimnir, no Shin. We do have the Olivia and Patkata combo coming for next turn. But like one big thing is that Olivia is going to deal 3 damage to all of the board, and the ghosts are going to be 4 HP. The wild ghosts that are going to come from Masquerade. So they're not going to be able to fully clear this board. Let's see how Yazidaze can make like a very strong board that Noir cannot fully deal with comfortably. We have the Masquerade coming back, and Mikael also being in maybe taking out this Cassim. So what do you do there as Yazidaze now?
I can't even, like, just real quick, getting over, like, again, no cards being played, turn start. He already has Ghost, Mikael, Masquerade.
He
hasn't played any play points yet, hasn't played any cards, still has so much in hand to deal with. And this is the point where you saw your Cassim be ignored the turn previous. Now you're really hoping, right? It gets ignored here, because that is going to be that extra 1 damage you need, right, to clear with the Olivia. The problem is, it's not going to happen again. There's no way in the world that this Cassim is going to be left alive again here.
I'm not even sure. He can still like think, okay, I'm just going to Evo face and try to kill him before he gets his Shin. He does have the Ghastly Banishment for next turn. He's probably thinking about how he can maximize the value out of it. It can be with playing Masquerade, it can be with playing the ship. He's hovering over it. I guess the ship would be like kill Cassim, by the way, so probably a solid option. Yeah. Now is he going to ignore Cassim again? I'm really wondering.
Detestable.
I'll be very surprised if he does. But I mean, the damage is going to be huge. Wow. All right. Fair enough. Okay. He's laid down the gauntlet right now because he knows that's turn 7. That is the optimal tank board you can set up. Of course, Noir, we're going to be the healing back here. But, I mean, Olivia's going to clear.
Yeah, because the Cassim survived, it actually dealt 1 damage because of the Viper Invoke. So there's a full clear on the board.
And this is where the gauntlet being thrown down bites back a little bit because Noir just clears. He clears the board. He has a 6/6 ward up as well. Bad B is an option for healing as well to come back. To stay alive, of course, robotic arms would be, but that's the last words effect, right? So obviously the damage would come through before the healing. So Bad B being used to keep himself alive. Gospel also being a potential option. He will overdraw a little bit, but I mean, the healing, I think, is oh so important right now.
No, he's
Probably
not going to
combined
overdraw.
with
He's
another-
just going to fuse 3 cards.
Just go for a fuse. All right. Okay.
Yeah, he already showed us that move. So yeah, pretty cool comprehension. Just wanting to not overdraw any healing or any shin. And,
Yep. And
oh, gospel eating the world.
Wow! Hits the Olivia as well, which is insane. And then we get to Grimnir. So at least one of those damage followers are going to come through. And now, again, we're talking about the gauntlet. Now, you know, Wimbledon's happening currently at the moment. We get our own Shadowverse take on that happening now here. The back and forth, absolutely insane. But Banishment off the top here. Gonna run everything in to clear. But is that going to be enough?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be enough right now because it is his second Ghastly Banishment. He can do it again for next turn. And it's going to be 10 damage this time. So Noir really has to like either heal a lot or like clear the game, finish the game right now. And right now, like this Grimnir Evo is only 7 damage, 5 plus 2. Bad Kata isn't buffing anything, so I don't see how he's doing it. He's going to go for a Bad Kata. I guess if you can top deck a Shin, it might be enough healing for him to survive. He'll go back to 14. Yeah, 14 would be enough with the ward Shin on the board. So yeah, you really have to play for that, Noir. It's now or never.
Kyrie is definitely what you need in this situation.
Oh, he gets it!
No way! SVO added again, heart of the cards, let's
Alice on
go.
top of that.
Yeah, Alice as well coming through. Shin, of course, being an option with Gospel. The healing is going to be absolutely insane. And bring Noir back. Noir, of course, having no idea at the absolute danger that he is in right now with a double banishment in hand, but gonna make sure he's set up for it anyway. Huge damage, 14 exactly, double wards to get over. Okay, I was gonna be
Oh, that could have mattered if he couldn't finish the game, but unfortunately.
Imagine if it was enhanced 6, man. Then it would have been a different story, but unfortunately, not the case. And Darze will be able to get good damage. I mean, the banished damage will be stronger here, obviously, now with more coming through. But no one knows. Look at him. He's going Super Saiyan in the webcam. What's happening here? Grimnir coming through. Let's go. What? Again, semi-final 1 coming through. Noir brings it back there. 2-1 against Darze, taking out the 7-0 player from day 1.
Wow. What a game.
We have semi-final 2, we have 2 more cups, we've got Contenders Cup still. I feel like this is the Contenders Cup today right now, the way these matches are happening and going down, man.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm literally speechless, I have no words how close these matches are and how awesome they have been.
Yeah, super cool match. The comeback from Yais Daze in game 2, like with a triple fallen angel, trying to beat down him, but just barely have enough health to survive and last until the sorcery. And this last game, like going for the Shin, knowing that okay, because Ghastly Banishment is the most damage that he can deal to me, I just have to calculate banishment. I know how much he can do at best, so. Yeah, Noir just knew that he had to go for the Shin, and he found it. He found it out of the courier, and was really well played.
And just to let you guys know, Noir has only just finally sat back down after that cheer. So we're just going off cam and going absolutely ham. But yeah, again, just how close it was. And you're going to give props to Darze as well, right? Of course, well, first off, again, can't stress this enough. The only 7-0 player, right, to come through. And because of what happened with the quarterfinals, whether, you know, you might not feel 100% about it, right? Because I know with some people, some players like to earn their spots, right? They don't really like to get, like, I would say the free victories. I don't really like putting it like that, but it is technically why it happened there. He does get those extra league points, right? So he will get ahead of that 30 LP club, right? We'll get to see the standings at the end of the day and see where he actually sits after all that. But not only did he get those points, again, the matches were fantastic. Again, that shadow deck, if it wasn't for that one top deck, right? The top deck into the top deck, he would have won. It literally was GG. He won the game. It was in his hand. It was just, I guess the gods decided differently today. Shin decided differently today and ended up bringing that forward. So, unfortunate for Daze. Again, we've seen him have plenty of top action here in the season so far. Won't be surprised to see him potentially be here again in August or September, which will be really, really cool. But definitely excited to see that one. But that's going to be it for our first semi-final. We're getting ready now for our second semi-final, where we'll be bringing Trick in, giving Hishira a chance to have a break after that absolutely insane match. You'll get to see him back in grand finals. I know you'll be cheering anyway, watching Panda, giving you just summoning all that spirit bomb energy for Panda anyway. So
yeah, I'll be in the back to cheer him for sure. I want to see him in finals. I want to catch this game.
But that is going to be there for Hishira. Hopefully, he gets his chance for the grand finals. We're bringing Trick in now for our second semi-finals, and going to get Trick's point of view on this as well on that semi-final set. Because now we've got to do second semi-final now, and we've just had semi-final one. At least you've had a chance to just watch it. You don't have to like blow your voice out like I did then. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was definitely exciting to watch. I feel like I was convinced one player would win many times throughout the match, and then it just kept flip-flopping. Or like, you know, one card or like one interaction can totally change a match around. I mean, the second game, especially Noir overdrawing the spell from Bad Kappa, might have been the difference between a win and a loss there as well.
Yeah.
Especially when he was board locked, and the extra damage could have maybe buffed up one of those followers. So, yeah, really coming down to small decisions and exciting, like you're saying, Contenders Cup worthy, and we're just going to keep those matches coming your way. Next up, I'm surprised our players actually have a mirror lineup, but it's not what you'd think. Both of them are going to be playing Chess Rune, and so that's going to be Melon and Panda, bringing Chess Rune, bringing Crystallize, and bringing Shadow. So not the three decks you'd expect to see in a mirror lineup, especially with the Chess Rune there, and I'm interested to see how that plays into their bans, because not only are they bringing the same decks, but since they know them well, maybe they are going to fear them more or like feel more comfortable against them than other players would too. So really going to be interesting how that match goes.
I know you guys watching at home probably very excited for Chess Rune coming through, right? Because I feel like Chess Rune is like the underdog story I've felt ever since it's come out, which might sound weird and some people might not agree with it, because obviously it's kind of always been one of these on top decks, but I feel like with every expansion we've had since it's come out, and mini expansion and people finding new ways to play decks, there's always been like ways to be like, oh no, this is the new Rune deck. No, this is the new Rune. No, that's the new Rune deck. But Chess Rune is still here. It still rocks up. It still finds a way to not only be playable, but competitively playable as well, to the point you're seeing it in SVO, you're seeing it in JCG, you're seeing it in DCL, you're seeing it in Rage still come through, right, as one of these top decks that players have to watch out for. Here we are, July Cup of SVO, semi-final 2, as you mentioned, right, Trick. Two players, the only two players that bought Chess Rune, getting a chance to bring it in here today. I mean, if we get to see it in the semi-final 2 is another story. We'll have to see in a short moment. But having that, and of course, Crystallized Haven as well, which is really cool to see. Or Amulet Haven, depending on how you want to put it, right? I know there's two different names for it, right? Is really cool to have for both players. And yes, we have Ghost Shadow, right? Yes, we know it's going to come through. Every player has it here today. It's kind of expected. I mean, again, look at that last game as an example. Look how very close, you know, Daze got away with that 2-1 and got himself to the grand finals. It is all going to be down to who has Chess Rune, who has Haven. And do we see the Haven matches that Melon had before? Is he able to get like that perfect sweep? Or are we not going to be able to see Birdo and not be able to see Skullfane? And seeing that and saying that, Chess Rune being banned out by Melon, Panda losing out Ghost Shadow. So Melon not wanting to deal with that potential OTK, which is very interesting, because now Panda's having to run on his combo potential right in his deck. He's not just going to have, we'll say, the easy way out, if you want to put it that way for now. While Melon, however, does have that option, but it's against Crystallized Haven, you know, which of course can be very difficult for Shadow to get over. We look towards, you know, a certain new 7-cost legendary follower that's been added to that deck recently to help protect that. and of course Chester, which we know can kind of match in that tempo. The battle of pawns, chess pawns and ghost pieces coming out will be exciting. But jumping into our second semi-final now, from the viewpoint of Melon, I believe there's going to be, oh no, sorry, of Panda, is going to be exciting here. It is going to be that chess rune going into Ghost Shadow to kick things off.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this matchup here and how it plays out. For the chess player, you normally need to trade your pawns, and when Shadow summons a bunch of ghosts, there can be like less trade targets, but there are going to be lots of bodies on the board. Things like Lucius can still be traded into. So depending on which hand Melon has, it can definitely change that around. But if you do leave the chess pieces up, that's a lot of damage, and maybe chess can even race Shadow. So it's going to be interesting too to see when Melon chooses to trade and when he chooses to go face. Having the 1-drop is a good start for the damage, and yeah, just going to kick off this match. I'm excited to see how these players navigate it, especially when they both know both of the decks being used so well.
Oh my gosh.
So Sandy here, they're bringing the new Odin into the chess room. Let's leave both players actually using those, and we'll get our opportunity to see Odin in action today in competitive. Such an awesome cool new card, of course. Odin always being a really cool card, I want to say, in probably any of these variations, and having that 4-3 stat line as I mentioned before, but very powerful now. Probably might even be his strongest version of him yet. You know, could be an argument to have with that, to that and his invocation variant a couple of years ago. Pretty cool to see. Melano, very, very powerful hand here, you know. We'll ignore the Mikal, you know, just ignoring that in hand. Rest of it is looking pretty good so far. Of course, still looking for the Masquerade Shadow, Masquerade Ghost, sorry, a little bit later. But the Lucius is very, very strong to have, and Panda already being dropped down 6 HP in the chess room matchup. It's a little bit difficult for him to kind of, I want to say, keep up here in his early.
As you wish.
Yeah, and speaking of the Odin, as you mentioned, in the late game, that can also be used to banish Masquerade Ghost. So a special interaction here in this matchup. I'm really excited to see when Odin is leveraged in this matchup, and if Masquerade Ghost does find its way into the hand of Melon, maybe it won't get very much value, only summoning 1 ghost before it gets banished completely. One more deck where this Kyrie is really able to shine. 1 cost, draw 2 cards. Once you do that Evo, just seems like such a strong effect, and all of our players are leveraging it here today to really increase their consistency.
You can see the matchup starting to come through now, because 5 play points available on the side of Melon, potentially hovering the 3 cost for now, as the Misguided Maiden is actually definitely one of those tech cards which we didn't actually really get too much of a chance to talk about, I don't believe, earlier in the day. But first of all, better right, what's that, never heard of it. Reanimate, what's that, never heard of it, at the moment in Shadow, which kind of funny when you think about what the last Shadow deck was that was really strong just a couple weeks ago. Now coming back with Ghost Shadow, great for that 2-draw and getting some more ghosts come in, and Melon just applying this pressure non-stop here, and already just a couple turns away from that turn 7 victory at the moment, right? I mean, he's just got Banishment in hand, ready to go, has a Hellfire Strike he's been holding on to, and not to mention the Ship of Morning Souls as well, where going to be able to probably drop that soon, get those ghosts out, go for that 7 Banishment. Panda now, though, going to start running in these pawns and even burning an Evo on one of the magic pawns to try and get some of this return damage back.
Yeah, I guess after last turn, when your opponent choose to leave up your pawns and with no trade targets, you got to get the Evo in now to show, you know, if you leave up my followers, I'm going to put a lot of pressure into face and start making your opponent kind of respect those pawns.
Daybreak burn.
Kale now being used to help clear some of this, and we're talking about the Morning Souls, and that's exactly what's being used. Easy target, right, to run into. Evo Ghost comes through, gonna be 3 damage strike comes down. And if that's not set up for a victory here, Trick, I don't know what is going to be an easy usage of the Ghastly Banishment next turn to take out Melon's first round win for the semi-finals. Of course, Fluffy Panda is going to try and push some of the extra damage. Odin being used for the banish as well to set up Mystic King. Good rotation of Magic Knight again. Just trying to push to an extra 6 damage, so 9 damage. Still coming out, not counting the extra buffs. 4, now going up to 6 as well. Such a huge effort from Panda to bring this back, but unfortunately for him, as we said, right, Banishment will come down. Singular Ghost to end it, and Melon will take that first round against Panda here. A little bit more calm than our first semi-final set, but a very clean match for Melon.
Yeah, that was really impressive, honestly, seeing Panda cycle through all 3 of his rooks in one turn to do damage, but all 3 of the knights in one turn to do damage. But yeah, just not enough. The setup from Melon, too good. Not even needing the extra enhance effect of the Ghastly Banishment, just trading in with the Ghost to the face. The magical rook was overdrawn for Panda, so the last hope of some healing didn't even get to materialize, but we all knew with that Ghastly Banishment it was far from enough. And now that there's a switch of decks, both players going to be on the Crystallize, maybe feeling a little more confident in the mirror match than going back onto the chess again.
And this is going to be interesting as well, having the Haven mirror match. And I believe we've had this today either to the point where we're even dropping double Emerald Maidens down. The cards being played are even exactly the same coming through. But Bejeweled Shrine coming down early on, cool to see by Panda. Melon just going to do the same thing and look towards the Mouse Jester. But key differences here, right? Melon has the Skull Fane, Panda does not. They do both, of course, have the Priestess and Diamond Master, though. So we'll have to see if the Skull Fane will make the difference. Jean being picked up was pretty cool to see, but I don't think we'll do too much in the mirror matchup. We'll have to wait and see if I'll be proven wrong. Of course, the Storm damage is huge, and of course, the Evo potential. We'll have to see if we'll get to that opportunity later on. Melon now, double Skull Fane. You know, Bejeweled Shrines coming out here, just needing to look towards a lot more of those crystallization amulets to be able to build those up like Panda is doing. On Panda's side, however, great of the crystallized, good to see those buffs coming through, but doesn't have his own Skull Fane. So, gonna see Melon start burning through those now, and also be the first player to start getting this damage in.
Yeah, the double Skull Fane is definitely really gonna feel good, especially when you know your opponent doesn't have one. We saw Panda floated a play point on turn 3 when he would have been happy to play Skull Fane, so Melon definitely knows that it's not in his hand, and having 2, especially when you know your opponent doesn't have one, lets you make your plays so much more comfortably, because these decks have like an incredible ability to clear the board and to heal. And so a lot of times, if you aren't able to kill your opponent in one turn, especially in the mirror match, if whoever plays the second board or the second Skull Fane is usually in a better position, because they'll clear their opponent's board and heal. And so it's like kind of a game of chicken where you wait. But when you have 2, like, you're not even afraid to throw out your first one because you have the second one as backup. And if you know your opponent doesn't even have one in response as well, it's like Melon will just be able to play his cards unrestrained and not have to worry about that back and forth with healing and damage, because he knows that he's the only one with that option right now.
Considering his options here, you can see doing the number count here, and it is funny seeing the slight differences here at the moment, because again, double Skull Fane instead for Melon. Panda doesn't have it in hand, but I mean that's a lot of Storm damage he's got in hand, ready to go anyway. That can still be very, very dangerous. Melon can heal back with Skull Fane, but he's going to have the cost cut down. Luckily, the cost has been cut down a little bit now, and being able to burn those out. Can Panda maybe find a way to bait out the Skull Fanes to maybe combo in later? We'll have to wait and see. And Melon's just going to go for a straight 5-cost Jester play here and rush full damage here. 8 damage to face coming through, taking Panda down to half HP, and that's going off of course, the Skull Fanes not being available on Panda's side of things. Melon knowing that and going to see the overdraw, which is going to force Panda to go for the Diamond Master play here. Maiden will come down, so at least he has a little bit of healing. And actually going to go for double healing. So we're actually going to burn an Evo, run one in, and then go for a wingy. So you can kind of actually see a little bit of the desperation there coming out on Panda's side, having to drop double Azurite just for the heal before doing the clear with Diamond Master. So thank you, Board, at least to be able to check some followers out, but excuse me there. Up to Melon now, really, to go for his own combo and return, and maybe look towards some zero-cost skull fans.
Yeah, seeing the cycle to get the double Azurite Maiden, though, definitely impressive. Not only getting the heal, but also cycling towards more cards, hoping to find some of the key finishers. So, a really interesting and impressive way for Panda to use his cards. But what do we have now? We have a big Skull Fang coming down, healing up any of the small storm damage. Gonna be able to give Storm to one of your followers in Ward, and looks like they both didn't hit the Skull Fang, but doesn't really matter either way. Good to double it up. What's this gonna buff? Hit the Skull Fang. Slightly unoptimal, but I don't know if you care at this point with the strong position you're in. And look at all of this damage with the buffs.
1 HP. And a dream here for Panda right now. This is, again, he's got 7 play points to try and keep himself alive. I talk about Jean maybe not being an option in the mirror match. It's absolutely going to be Panda's potential last option here to stay alive. Oh, hey, Skullfang. How you doing? That's fine. You want to rock up 7 turns late? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're good. We didn't need you anyway. All well and good. Jean's going to come through with the Evo, get the clear, come out. Jaws come through. Double skull. Okay, that's just insult to injury. But the heal will come through. We'll get the Evos down and the spell shield protection. I was going to say, kind of important here to get the clears come out. And now it's up to Melon to find 3, but he's got his own Jean. He's also got Lightning Bird in hand if he can find a way to potentially use any of those. No Diamond Master, which is key, because if there was a Diamond Master, that would have been the game there. Said and done. But Jean's going to come through now with the rotation with Priestess, potentially with Azurite as well. I believe we might be able to see game. It depends if he can find 8 damage to come through. Because 5 of Jean with the 5 damage coming through with the followers will be enough there to be able to run the Jean in. It's just Storm, I believe, right, to wrap this one up.
Yeah, definitely looking for Wingy off the top.
And then Wingy comes
3 draws, but 1 late if that Wingy was a little bit lower in the deck. Oh my, yeah, 3 draws and the last one was Wingy. Any other way and it would have been game.
Man, I was doing the numbers in my head. I'm like, he just needs that Storm, right? But Melon knows now, right? He's got that. He's good to go. He has game in hand, but he's going to give Panda a bit of a chance to heal up a bit. Going to play Divine Wall outright. Going to be able to help clear the board, get health back, and of course keep a Ward follower on board that, when destroyed, will get him a little bit extra health. Skullfane 3 coming through because that's the mood Panda's deck's in at the moment. Here, and of course already well beyond bottom 20. We're in bottom 10 now. That's where the Skullfanes were, which is a little bit unfortunate. Lightning Bird being dropped, and I think Melon knows here coming through as Jean number 3 will be dropped with Priestess and with Wingy this time. Diamond Master even makes an appearance just to wrap this one up. And Melon will be going to the grand finals against Tempo Storms Noir. Our first and only currently 2-0 match of the day against BSG's Fluffy Panda. An absolute humongous effort there from Panda, but Melon rocking up, showing up again. Why he's in that top 5 for the West region currently. His 3rd showing here, going 2-0.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing Melon really just make a name for himself out here. Like you said, he's been in our top cut several times this season, even last year as well in the previous season. And so I feel like this win for Melon could really mean a lot today if he can take out Tempo Storms Noir. That would be a great way to cement himself kind of as like the new head of the region over a player who has been so well known for so many years.
And obviously, first of all, going to give big congrats over to Fluffy Panda, right? Again, as you said, first time making top 8, first time his team has made top 8 here as well, getting himself to top 4, going against one of the best players of the current season coming through in Melon, and just missing shy there, right? Ended up going down 2-0 to him. But some fun games nonetheless, and of course Melon's first game was just absolutely insane, as we said, right? Just very quick, cut clean coming through for him to win that one. But Grand Finals is going to be an exciting one now between Melon and Noir.
Absolutely, and I'm just waiting to see some of these more, I don't know, secret tech decks perform, because, I mean, we saw chess be brought there, but it wasn't, like, shining by any means. I believe it got banned out and then had a loss, and so chess is going to be moving forward into the finals. We're going to have Mysteria there, too, as well as Crystallized Haven, and then some of the more expected decks like Evo Portal and Shadow, but I'm really hoping that we get to maybe see some of these decks like chess shine and kind of figure out why the players are bringing them, because they are making it into the top 8, but we just really haven't had that opportunity yet on stream to see maybe what the big hype is about.
Well, fingers crossed we do get to see that soon coming through for these guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals for the SVO West July Cup is just around the corner. Tempo Storms Noir going up against Melon here to see who will take this cup out, get those oh so important league points where we're just a couple months away from the Contenders Cup. Is going to be exciting. You'll be joined by myself, Trick, and of course Hishiro, our special guest for the cup here for all the grand final action after the short break. Don't go anywhere. An explosive finish to what's already been an explosive cup just around the corner.
Yeah, that's 20 already.
Yeah. I think you can see in his head. He's definitely calculating it at the moment.
Yeah, I was like triple checking if
it's going to be enough. So there you go. Exactly lethal. The one he knows, he's like, what's going on? He's somehow brought it back 1-0 against Daze. Final arcane comes through.
Let's see. He still has an Evo point. Oh yeah, that looks like it's enough. He can evolve Diana to get the missile right for 3 more damage.
There's no way. There's no way that Daze has brought this back here. Was that 10, 13, 16, 19? That is lethal coming out there from Daze. The absolute Giga Brain IQ board lock healing coming through, and just
Detestable.
I'll be very surprised if he does. But I mean, the damage is going to be huge. Wow. All right. Fair enough. Okay. He's laid down the gauntlet. Then it would have been a different story, but unfortunately, not the case. And Daze will be able to get good damage. I mean, the banish damage will be stronger here, obviously, now with more coming through. But no one knows. Look at him. He's going Super Saiyan in the webcam. What's happening here? Grimnir coming through. Let's go. What? Again, semi-final 1 coming through. Noir brings it back there. 2-1 against Daze, taking out the 7-0 player from Day. Good rotation of Magic Knight again. Trying to push to an extra 6 damage, so 9 damage still coming out, not counting the extra buffs. 4 now going up to 6 as well. Such a huge effort from Panda to bring this back, but unfortunately for him, as we said, right, banishment will come down, singular ghost to end it, and Melon will take that first round against Recess and with Wingy this time. Diamond Master even makes an appearance just to wrap this one up. And Melon will be going to the grand finals against Tempo Storms Noir. Our first and only currently 2-0 match of the day against BSG's Fluffy Panda. An absolute humongous effort there from Panda, but Melon rocking up, showing up again. Why he's in that?
If you let me put it if you let me put it down, 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 down. If you let me put it down, 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 down to you when we get home. If you let me put it down, down, down. If you let me put it down to you when we get home. If you let me put it if you let me put it if you let me put it down, 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 down. If you let me put it down, 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 down to you when we get home. If you let me put it
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the grand finals of the Shadowverse Open West July Cup for the 2023 season. And what a July Cup we have had. Again, I've been running you guys all day, but if you haven't watched everything, definitely go check out the VOD when you're done sometime this week, later today, whenever. We've had potentially some of the best matches of the year played throughout here today so far. Multiple 2-1s coming through, huge matchups with some of the best players in the world, and now we're here at the grand finals. Tempo Storms Noir taking on Melon. Baz, Trick, Hishirai to give you the final call here for the action coming forward. And guys, like we said, right, two of the best currently playing, now going at it in the grand finals. We've got a mixture of like that pure tier 1 stuff and a little bit, of decks that I'm not going to say are like cheesy or anything like that, but might be a tiny bit surprising to some people to see here in finals.
Yeah, there's definitely some of that, and I feel like this is kind of a defining moment for West Shadowverse here. We're going to see, is the torch going to be handed off from one great player with a great history to a newer player who's really been stepping up recently, or maybe is the newer player not ready yet for that mantle, and we're going to keep having Noir lead the region. And so I'm definitely excited to see how this game these matches go, and the implications. And yeah, excited to see if the interesting decks Melon's brought, like chess, can hold their own against the decks that Noir is bringing. Pretty much like 3 of the most expected decks, which he's been piloting so well.
Yeah, you've said it all. It's this final is really about for upcoming CO. Do you play like more original decks, more rogue decks, or do you stay on like the hard meta, hard set out strategy? And is it going to be like a Noir veteran player in the 2WGP or Melin, but recently got a lot of tops? We get to see which one takes it all for this camp.
Well, let's have a look at the brackets real quick and see how we got here to the grand finals. As we said, plenty of awesome action has happened throughout the day. Did start a little bit of unfortunate news to kick off the day. Unfortunately, BAM didn't show up to his quarterfinal match. He was handed a DQ, which gave Yazidaze that 2-0 there. But Yazidaze did come in as the only 7-0 player of day one, making it here to day two. Then we had that WGP caliber match between Noir and V2, 2-1, of course, going to Noir, followed by Golden Plate and Melon, who also went 2-1, and Fluffy Panda against Boa, two of the newer players, making it here to the top 8. That then, of course, went to semi-finals where Noir took on Yazidaze. Again, what I think we all believe to potentially be a match of the year. Definitely a contender for that, where Noir just came out on top there, with Melon also going 2-0 against BSG's Fluffy Panda in our second semi-final. Of course, now we're here for the grand final, Semi-Storm Noir against Melon. And let's jump into the deck list now as well to see what these guys are bringing to the table. Starting off with Noir and his Mysteria Rune.
Yeah, we've seen this deck a little bit today. It's running all of the one-ofs for the key Mysteria followers and bringing some consistency, but also causing some games where some of the key pieces haven't been found. So definitely seen kind of both ends of that in our stream today. This list has been performing well. I like the things like Crushing Rain that can have given an extra reach. We've seen some of our Mysteria players win their games with exact damage coming down to like the last point. So the extra 2 damage from Crushing Rain can definitely come in handy at the end of a game to close it out. And having that 0 cost once it's reduced really gets your boosting game plan online.
Yeah, definitely. Crushing Rain is now like really an integral part of the deck list. I do believe that Noah is the only one that brought Meltina that got this far. It didn't really have a chance to shine in these games. He didn't like get to banish Masquerade Ghost or anything, but there's still a chance that we see that in the finals. And of course, the recover evolution point. Because, as you said, Trickster, some games really came down to like grinding this last bit of damage just to make sure you reach out 20, and like having the extra evolution in the late game, it's really important for that.
Let's move towards Noir's second deck here. He is bringing, and again, I would say probably more of the standard, the expected 3 potentially. Could be seeing out here from Noir, the tried, tested, and true will be the Ghost Shadow, I believe, coming up next here for Noir. And again, it's gonna all players out today, all 8 players did bring that Ghost Shadow with minor changes, tech changes here and there, minor ratio changes here or there that are pretty much the same as you can see here now with Noir's specific lineup. I believe this is pretty much, I think, the accepted standard lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe some small discrepancies today with some players even only running 2 Metatron, but here we're seeing it at 3 copies. It's definitely been performing well to protect your 1 drops on curve, or even Lucius that's dropped after Metatron. Not really seeing it for the play point gain too often, mostly just for that 1 damage face and the big body. Maybe though the 1-4 stat line won't actually be too good into something like chess, or maybe it can be after all the pawns trade. And so gonna be interesting there if that matchup does happen, seeing like is the Metatron good or bad. But yeah, a lot of what we've expected to see here. The Michael's great invoke card, maybe causing some problems sometimes with drawing too many, but otherwise this deck's been pretty seamless today.
Well, actually, if the Ghost Shadow against Chess Rune matchup happens, Metatron is not really a card you want to see, because you want to deny their quest. You don't want them to trade their pawns actually to reach 8. And because you play Ghost Shadow, you don't leave any board actually. So that's actually a good advantage you have in this matchup in particular. Like the last card, I'm curious if we get to see like cool use of again is the Ship of Morning Souls. We did see it as a way to make more ghosts for Masquerade Shadows. Like if you summon 3 of them as their Masquerade, it's basically 3 times 2, it's 6 damage on the board. If you get to play it on 4, you can keep it for alive, so that they have to deal with it, and there's ghosts left for Masquerade Ghost. We did see that in the first quarterfinals. So yeah, let's see if he can use it again in a way that puts him in a very good advantage state.
And the last final deck he will be bringing will be that Evo Portal coming out, of course. Seen a couple Evo Portal decks earlier today. We also saw Ball bring a Machina Portal. Unfortunately, didn't get to see it up to its true potential. We have been seeing some great Evo Portal deck matchups come throughout the day. Of course, Noir himself, just pulling an absolute out of nowhere play with his Evo Portal deck to even be here in the grand finals in the first place. We'll have the lineup for you in just a short moment.
One of the cards I've been really impressed with in Evo Portal today is the Robotic Arm Rescuer. So we're going to be flipping this deck list over, but until we get there, I just want to point out how important it's been in hand management so far in our games. A lot of times this deck has multiple cards that draw 2 cards even, and if you keep playing enough of those or chaining them, you can kind of run out of hand space. And so it's been interesting how often our players have had to fuse Robotic Arm from anything from 1 to 4 followers even in some of the games to make space for Kyrie and Bad Katha and things to give you lots of draws afterwards. So both a strong card in the early game to get your Evos going, kind of around mid game once you get those Evos points, and then also just great to use the fusing for other purpose as well of emptying out the hand, something I never really thought I'd be trying to do in Shadowverse.
Yeah, that was definitely a 5-8 play that we saw multiple times. I was also surprised to see how our players have been using Rosa and Kasim effectively. Like them surviving for a turn, or them being played early on, and then you just loop on the Robopap. Sometimes you get extra draw from Kyrie, and they were able to draw a lot of value out of this card actually. So even from healing, where normally, if you look at the decklist, apart from Batkata and Shin, which are like pretty late, they need some conditions. There's no other healing than Michael and Rosa actually. So it's been interesting to see how they were able to pull out the best that they could from these cards.
And just real quick, there's Robotic Arm Rescuer again. If you if you did forget what it did real quick, of course, Trek talking about that just before. No specific Evo effect, of course. A story's length worth of text though for the main card, but all very, very important both to the card itself, to the deck archetype, and of course, as Tricky mentioned, even for card management. But that is Noir's lineup there for Evo Portal, and of course for all the decks he's bringing to the table. Let's look towards what Melon is bringing, as he's bringing a little bit different, some different things to the table here. Of course, Ghost Shadow is one of them, and we'll get to that in just a short moment. But 2 other, I'll say, different decks he is bringing here today, which are cool to see. One that's definitely got that underdog fighting spirit that won't be taken down here in Chess Rune. Cool to see. Looks to be what the Chess Rune lineup looks like. I believe the other player, Fluffy Panda, who bought Chess Rune, had 2 Odins instead of the 1 Odin that Melon's bringing here today. But outside of that, I think it's pretty much ratio correct. Maybe -1 or 2 other cards.
Yeah, and I think it might be time to start being afraid of this deck, because we've seen what can happen when you transform Mysterious Followers, and with the 3 winged inversions in here, this can definitely be a threat to a Mysteria player. If Melon is able to hit key Mysteria Followers that are 1-ofs, there might not be a way for Mysteria to close out the game if these decks are matched up against each other, and Chess has its own powerful win condition, possibly sometimes even OTKs with the right cards. Speaking of the OTKs, you have Mystic King and things and buffs to finish out the game, and a lot of times that can happen before turn 8 when Evo Portal often will finish the game. So Evo Portal not only has to put a ton of followers on the board to evolve 10 followers, but those are trade targets for Chess, and the win condition can often slide in before Evo Portal's win condition. Starting to look like maybe this deck is a pretty good meta pick going up against the decks Noir brought in particular.
Yeah, especially since most players will be preparing against Mysteria, because you know that's a big rune deck that people are looking for, they'll be less prepared for a chest rune. And you have to know this matchup. You have to know when it's okay to board lock. You have to know when they could potentially get a lot of value out of Odin, for instance, if they have it. You kind of have to think about trying to board lock them with Mikael. But you have to also be careful of check, knowing their exact damage. So yeah, there's a lot of things to know in this matchup. And as you say, Wind Inversion, super good card in this meta. Really, any deck that can allow itself to play it is putting itself in a good position. I remember that some people thought about running it in Evo Portal in the original state of the meta. But yeah, just not enough room, and we just need few targets for a rescuer, else we are just prone to breaking. But yeah, this chest rune, it can run it, it can abuse it, it can even transform small followers in order to have more things to trade weapons into. So yeah, something to look out for.
A lot of powerful neutral options to help support your decks at the moment, right? And so much so that, as you did here, right, trying to find that balance, right, between the main deck and also the tech stuff that can help deal with other decks at the moment. And Melon here bringing the Ghost Shadow again. Not really too much difference. I mean, of course, the big main one is going to be that Misguided Maiden, right, which we'll really briefly covered a little bit before. But as I said, Barrier Right, never heard of that, don't know what that does. And I believe it also has Reanimate, which of course, two effects you don't really see too much in Shadow anymore in this current expansion. Of course, Barrier Right being used to ditch a card, chuck it in the graveyard, and help draw cards there. So really cool tech option that Melon's brought, but I believe, guys, outside of that, again, more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the 3 Spectral Sorceress list, so a little bit of a split on the 1 or 3 copies, but that Misguided Maiden put in a lot of work previously. We saw it come out on one of the Evo turns and bring back the Ship of Morning Souls, while also having play points left over to do other things in the turn. So that was an interesting way to have a ton of draw and ghost generation in one turn. I think a reason it's being cut a lot is usually if you're the first player, you don't get your first Evo point until turn 5 when you want to be playing Masquerade Ghost. So that interaction is not always available depending on the turn order, but pretty good if you can get in that going second position.
Yep, definitely. It's a bit of a cut tech recently, because on turn 4 it's also very cool to evo Luscious over the Maiden. But he runs it, and when it works, when it brings back the ship, you are very happy. Just thinking a bit ahead, we never saw Noir actually banning Ghost Shadow, even though it's the deck of the meta. We got 8 Shadow in this top 8. Wondering if he's going to leave it open once again and try to beat it again with his portal.
This is towards Melon's final deck here that he is bringing, and see if maybe the Shadow option might be a ban for Noir, or maybe it might be this one that we'll be seeing in just a short moment. And again, it's going to be one of those decks that, again, we see a couple players bring here today. It's going to be the Crystallize or Amulet Haven, depending on how you decide to name your decks at home. And again, it is going to be, I think, we're talking about standard lineup. I think this is the main deck right now where there's not really any differences. There might be one card put here, one card put there, but the exact cards being run are pretty much one for one the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the new ones is Jewel Shrine. I haven't had a ton of time to highlight that today, but it's another consistency card. Not only do you have Jean in the late game to give you extra finishers, but you also have this as a way to get extra copies of Bejeweled Shrine. And so this card, it'll add an amulet from your deck to your hand. In this version, the only amulet being played is Bejeweled Shrine, so it's guaranteed. Some of our players bring Orchid's Examination Hall, but that's another reason maybe Orchid Examination Hall has been cut. And so this will fetch your Shrine to give you more ways to buff your Storm and Ward followers. And also, if you've met the other condition, the Accelerate there, you can have an extra 1/3 stat line. And so when your Bejeweled Shrine's already giving 1/3 stats, it feels like the synergy in these cards, they're kind of meant to go together, and that's an extra 6 health if depending on the circumstances. Often you have to fetch this card when you have no followers on board, but when it works out, you can get some really beefy followers.
Yeah, actually, in the semi-finals against Fluffy Panda, Jewel Shine was played, but it hit on the Skull Feint that didn't have Storm, and he ended up being one off. So this card is a bit less played, is a bit less common, just because you have less control over it. Orchid, on the contrary, has like 3 different options: the healing, the damage, the draw. So it's a bit more common to see it. We don't see it in Melin's list. After all, it's not a crystallized card, so it doesn't directly help with the game plan, even if it can be targeted for Skull Feint. What other surprising thing I see is Frisian. Most people only run 2, just because you're not supposed to need a second Jan in your game. You're just supposed to finish the game with the second one. Just a bit of help with consistency to really make sure you have it on turn 7. We'll see if Melin can get to that point in the game.
Does the whole effect there just last real quick to see that one there. But those are the decks there, guys, for both players going into our grand finals. And I believe we'll have the bands up just a short moment as well for you guys to see. And something Histro kind of brought up, right? You know, Noir maybe tempting that shadow band potentially here for grand finals now. I mean, that last semi-finals got super close, right? Where he always ended up losing out because of it. So maybe if there's a Spidey sense happening, maybe that could be an option. But I mean, there's so many options on Melon's side to ban away. And vice versa, of course, Melon looking at Noir's lineup, there's quite a few options there to be banned out. Noir is going to lose his Ghost Shadow, and Melon is actually going to lose his Crystallized Haven. So Noir tempting fate once again against that Ghost Shadow, and even that option up for Melon, as well as Chess Rune. So it'd be cool to see Chess Rune being played in the grand finals. Noir, of course, having Mysteria Rune and Evo Portal up and available. So let us know at home, guys, who you think is going to take this one out here between Noir or Melon for the grand finals. The viewpoint of Melon is going to be Shadow versus Portal to kick off our grand finals for the SVO West July Cup.
I was hoping that Melon might start out on the chess, feeling like it might have a pretty good matchup into both of Noir's decks, but maybe here, knowing Noir's kind of the Shadow Slayer, always leaving it up and beating it to make it to the finals, just wanting to secure that Shadow win early, knowing he's going to have to get it in this match.
Yeah, you would definitely feel better as Melin if you get to pass this Shadow very early on. This chess, it can have a bit more chances later. For now, on the mulligan, Melin has a pretty good hand. Kept the banishment, probably saving it until turn 7. And on the other side, Noir already has 2 Rosa to kind of deal with all the gods that are coming.
Noir is missing some of the pieces, but the most disgusting Evo Portal hands I see are the ones where they get Robopup early with Sisterly Bond and then have like 1 or 2 Blooming Dancer as well. It's not as easy to pull off against Shadow because they can trade their ghosts into your followers, but in some matchups I've seen people even get like a Robopup on 2, then play a Blooming Dancer on 3 and get an additional Evo, maybe even with another Robopup. So having some of the pieces here, but not everything yet. But yeah, really with the right hands, I feel like that quest can be met so early for the Evo Portal deck.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the Freya. We don't know yet if it's going to get the first Robopup or the Rescuer. Already a Rescuer, so you really wish you get Robopup, especially with the second Sisterly Bond. Missed it.
Yeah, that's
so
rough to see.
Yeah, probably just going to play Spinai Artifacts, and if Melinda leaves it up, he can trade it himself on his turn to get the Robopup. We will see.
That was so scary.
So now it's back to Melin's turn. I did draw Mikael. It can be used to trade with Rosa, but I think you just want to drop Luscious at this point. What do you think, Trista?
Yeah, not even taking either of those lines, going for the Bakura is kind of interesting. Maybe feeling like the one play point Bakura will be valuable later on. I don't know. I guess Lucius is probably going to be saved for more value, maybe on an Evo, it looks like. But yeah, I was surprised that neither of the options we anticipated were played.
Yeah, he just went straight up for an option to kill the Spinner artifact on his turn to deny the Robopop Church. But he got Robopop anyway, so... yeah, a bit of a setback for Melin. He could have even traded with Freya. And now there's this Rosa that stays on the board. Noir is still at 20 on turn 4, so... Melin will have to like come back right now. Start pushing some damage.
Yeah, absolutely. In this matchup, you really need to have the portal player around half health so you can finish off the game with a big turn. But if you don't get them to half health early, then they can play things like Shin to heal back to full and kind of make it hard for you to close out the game. So this is definitely a strong turn from Melon. But yeah, the pressure is going to need to be on to have his opponent in a lethal range around 7 for Ghastly Banishment.
I would have liked Melin to trade one Ghost and play his Bakerus. This way it would be like the same in terms of damage, a bit less in end size, but I'm not really sure when he gets to play this 1PV Bakerus, and he would have like one more Ghost banish for the big banishment that's coming. But right now Kyrie is played. Oh, and it's 3 Alice in the end of Noir. Very cool, they're all active already. Probably just, yeah, play one of them and go trade that Luscious.
Here we go.
I'm just gonna go for the option now, right, and get some of those play points back. And I mean, there's a dancer there if he wants to, I guess, chuck another Evo out and find more search. Because the problem there is he'll be overdrawing a little bit. I mean, he will be currently anyway, so could have an option to chuck that one out, deal with the Lucius, see what he gets, and hope the top deck isn't anything too important, or instead even go for a Sweeper Doll. Hold on, make sure he doesn't overdraw at all. Go for a fusion with a robotic arm, which would be cool to have there. Of course, burning one of his other robotic arms, but wasn't happy to, of course, knowing that he has that other one available. Building up those ever so important Evos, right? We're getting very, very close to that Shin target now. And Melon, really at this point, hoping to count down some of those turns, right, and build towards having that Ghost count up for Ghastly to hopefully get the win soon, as long as he can keep some of this damage coming through. But it's getting more difficult with a lot of these wards coming up.
And Cerberus is coming down now. He has the 5 shadows, so he'll be able to search for a Masquerade Ghost and immediately play it. And Mikhail is also up there. He can trade the Alice. So kind of a bit of a stabilization for Melin right now. But we do see the Alice. Judging from Noah's explanation on the previous turn, I felt like he prefers the Blooming Dancer option actually. He kinda looked a bit in pain when he was going for the Rescuer Fuse. So gotta check his mantle. Right now Kyrie is played. What's next?
Everyone's hopes are riding on me.
Let's see. Well, it's going to be another Kari come out.
Oh.
So definitely not what he was looking for. But, I mean, Evo strong, right? Basically being able to play him almost for free, getting those 2 play points back. Will be very, very strong here, because now Alice will be able to come out, get another Evo. On top of that, get play points come through. We'll lose a Rosa, though. I probably prefer to have lost the other Freya there instead, but we'll get play points back again. And just able to keep rotating in these Evos, right? Very, very powerful at the moment. And stopping Melon from being able to get these ghosts down. So stopping him from trying to get any of this big damage out from him. And once again fuse away their robotic arm to drop another droid. So I believe we're what, about 7, 8 if I'm not miscounting, for the Evos coming up for Noir at the moment. And you can tell the pressure's getting to him a tiny bit there, trying to hold on.
Yeah, I think we should be around 7. Right, so Noah's like everything in his hand right now. He's like very close to the condition. He has the Shin Alice Grimnir to close the game. He has Bad Kata if he needs extra healing, so even if Melin can make a big push, we'll have to see. He maybe need a second Ghastly Banishment. So this Night Terrors to get some extra draw looks pretty cool. Let's see if he can fit it in this turn. What do you do there? Do you think there's room to play Luscious?
saving the Bakros he's been saving, finally gonna be able to come out, I guess.
Yeah. Oh,
And
second ghastly.
Possibly these ghosts can trade and then maybe even kill the Gargantuan ghosts for the extra draw. Playing the Michael here just to have more followers to trade into the wards. Often Noir's been leaving big boards that have made it difficult for Melon to go face. Really, a lot of energy's been going into trading, and that's helped Noir to stay at a pretty high health total.
Yeah. Now the Evo is going to trade Alice so that he can use one more ghost that goes face. And yeah, we're really looking at double ghastly banishment for turn 7 and 8, and see if Noir like first can deal with his board. And then, can he finish the game before the second ghastly banishment? He's overing over Shin already. There's also the top deck Olivia. That can be one more Evos. He's going to play it. So that's 3 damage to everything. Freya finishing one of the ward. What is next?
He's even hovering the Shin here at the moment, right? Because he's gonna have to try and find some way to heal and get this big damage in. And basically, we're at the same point as this end of semifinals 1, right? This was the same point he was in, where had like double Ghastlies to deal with, was looking to just survive and try and get the victory here. But the big difference is, I believe at the time there, Yazi had a lot less health than what Melon currently has sitting on full, where Melon was sitting at full, and it's just going to go straight for the banishment, knowing he's going to get the clear, get big damage in, and be able to chuck another one out in the following turn. So there's 7 damage part 1, but Noir now is just going to start dropping these Grimnirs left, right, and center alongside Alice. This could potentially be game here, if not actually will be game there. Big damage coming through, 9 to wrap this one up, even coming up for 10. There's a bad beat there as well in case he needed a bit of an extra buff, but Noir there getting away with it again. 1-0 against Melon, 1 win away from taking out the July Cup.
Yeah, the second Grimnir off the top coming to finish and close the game. Really great to see how he could advance his quest and still stay very high in health. But now I got the next match, and we got the Rune Mirror. But it's not the true mirror, it's a mystery against chess.
We've really seen Noir be so comfortable on Portal into Shadow all throughout this the series today, and I think it's really showing that Shadow's actually kind of on the back foot there, because it's actually hard for them, it looks like, to progress their damage requirements to be able to finish out the game. And so I wouldn't be surprised if, with the heavy Shadow presence in the meta, we see next month a lot more players bringing Portal to try and counter Shadow, especially if it's not their ban pick.
Yeah, and even if Melin got one more turn, this Ghastly Banishment was only 8 damage, 10 if the 2 ghosts could go face, so it wasn't even finishing the game yet. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if more people will drop Ghosts, just expecting it to be targeted anyway for CO. But right back into this game, Duo is already found by Noir, and 2 Mystic Kick already in Melin's hands, although I don't think it's really what you want right now. You can have one more draw. Oh, that's a second Michael.
Seems legendary. Seems Mikhail hates life. Just gonna say, Melon, very, very tough spot for him right now. Luckily, he does have the magic missile to search. Will be a magical night, though. Again, not what he wants to see currently. I mean, at least he can cut the cost by 1, having the pawn there, but it is gonna be very tough for him. And I actually was gonna bring up with you guys, like, I know we've seen Mysterio Arena a few times throughout the day, and it's kind of, I want to say, I don't know if you guys 100% agree with me with this or not, but it seems like it's struggled a fair bit, especially compared to, say, like, to Ghost Shadow and to some of the Portal lines we had in Haven throughout the day. It's definitely feel like it struggled the most. But at the moment, I mean, Noir's hand's looking pretty nice, while it's on Melon's hand, it's like Chess Rune might be in trouble.
Yeah, I do feel like some of the really effective draw cards in Mysteria have rotated, and so some of the substitutes like Let's Feast in style, they're a little harder to use, and so that can cause some brickiness. Getting another one of the Mysteria followers in Nora's hand, though, is good. Chess, we're really not wanting to see double Mikhail early on. There's only 2 in the list, and unlike Portal or some of the decks that can put it back, no real way to do that. Things like Winged Inversion are strong, but when you have the kings that are dead until 8 pawns have been destroyed, plus the 3 other dead cards, yeah, this hand is definitely not what Melon wants to see. Oftentimes, you only even need 1 king to win a game, so yeah, really gonna be relying on if like a top deck check or something can happen.
Many are charmed by what they
Okay,
cannot
there's a
have.
Freya. Oh, but the other knight. If he had like a tower, it could have been okay. I mean the rook. Just to reduce the knights and like keep on having the pawn thing going. But right now it's getting a bit slow. Even if the wing inversion will be able to slow down Noir, Melin is just going to be very late into winning the game, I believe. But duo is played, and the evolve is safe. Okay, we'll probably see this winged inversion
Many
coming.
are charmed by what they cannot have.
Well, I was kind of umming and ahhing about that though, because again, he's going to overdraw next turn, and if he overdraws a Mysteria follower that he needs, that is going to be tragic for him here. But Melon finally able to get the chess plan going a little bit more. I'm going to use the winged inversion on to the duo. Very much expected, and able to see some pawns finally come out, cut the cost of knight, get some big spells coming through. It's a couple turns, but finally has himself up and going. Although, as you said, right, Noir looking for it. So he dreams is going to be overdrawn, so safe. We're safe, boys. We're good. We're happy.
And we see Melon proactively trading those pawns, even though the queen had enough attack to remove the follower. Melon's just trying to avoid a board block situation. So being able to keep 2 spaces open is pretty good. And having one of his followers be so threatening to the queen, that's probably going to have to be removed. So yeah, I feel like Melon was definitely aware of the counters to his plays and finding a way to deny Nora those opportunities.
Yeah, definitely the way to play against an experienced opponent, like Noir, WGP player, of course. Right now, he's not super happy because Noir hasn't found his founder yet, so reducing sorcery is going to be very slow. He also has to think about a way to not overdraw this turn. Looking at instruction, he has 2 of them, so one could get Miranda and the other could get Pala, I guess. Just to have a maximum number of names. And if you don't want to overdraw, yeah, Enchanting Spell is the best option, stopping 3 damage from the queen. And right now there's 2 Freya on the board, but they don't do much and they take up a lot of space. So kinda tricky for Melin right now to advance his game plan.
Just as Vicari, they finally finds a magic rook. It's another cool chess piece to have, but that is a very strong board lined up. Noir decides to walk away. He's done from this match at the moment, which is somewhat of a mood, I guess, at the moment, depending on how you look at it. But Melon, yeah, kind of stuck now because, as Tricky kind of warning about, right, that board lock potentially being an issue. He left 2 up, but had to use his 4th spot to try and search. And of course, very strong ward. Don't get me wrong, stat line's very, very nice, but you're not playing towards your game plan, right? Which is so very, very important. So maybe even hovering a knight just to try and get more damage in. Again, you're going to lose out a little bit on it, but because losing out some of those magical pawns, but gonna push at least 7 damage here. It's going to be good for Melon nonetheless anyway.
As you wish.
It's funny seeing Noir walk away. It makes me wish we could go back to the times where we had in-person tournaments where you'd be playing on your phone, but you're sitting and staring down your opponent across the table. I really enjoyed that because I had played a lot of in-person card games before, so I was used to that. But it definitely brings an extra level in when you can see your opponent there and even like make jokes to them or interact with them while you're playing. So something that we've used to had, and it's kind of, you can kind of do it here with the emotes from your character, you know, throw out a little little sass or something, but it's just not the same as being able to see your opponent and
Yeah, it's
kinda
not the same.
best get in their head.
It's just so cool to like see like face to face and try to see their reaction, like whenever you play a strong card or whenever they top deck something. You can get a lot of information out of that actually.
Listen to these old men. These old men talk about playing the game, not just in person. What do you mean? What do you mean? Shadowverse is done all online, right?
Many are charmed
Right.
by what they cannot
Oh, but the
have.
Freya, okay, finally picking up the Thunder. So he's finally going to start reducing his spells and... Okay, he also goes for the Craig. Good option to circling this board. But he doesn't have a lot of time. Let's see if he can make the board clear.
Got less space as well to get the extra buff and try and get the Craig damage in and crush the rain. On top of that, every spell, every highlighted card is being spared right now to come out. The clear will come through, just has enough time to drop that last Miranda, and we'll have a bit of time, of course. A little bit of reminder, spectate client, there's like a tiny delay, I believe, in the timer, so it looks like they have less time than they actually do. Don't ask me why it does that, it just does. But even still, that would have been down to the wire regardless, and Noir luckily using every second there to stay alive. Thing is though, that's everything in his hand pretty much. Yeah, he's got double circle, he's got inversion, he's got sorcery, but most of the Mysterio game plan is done now. Now he's looking to try and wrap this one up, where Melon, however, is still building toward those Mystic Kings, both sitting there in hand at 13 costs. He's gonna have to start spamming out these pawns to cut these costs down, try maybe get ready for next turn, or maybe even the turn after, the way things are looking.
I'd like to see this Rook get evolved for the extra healing, because like you said, Noir has used a lot of his tools, and so right now, even if he brings out a full follower Stormboard, it might not be enough on its own for a lethal. Yeah, and we're going to see that here. I think this is definitely good to push the health total up a little bit and kind of require Noir to have some of the extra chip cards to combine with his other finishers. Putting a little bit more pressure, and especially with the transformations there, taking one of the followers away from the Storm Pool.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the best line for Melin right now. He only had 12 damage with this Knight and evolving everything face. So yeah, using his only healing source with Rook and trading, like denying the one that he could, because there was 2 Miranda, I couldn't deny both. But yeah, let's see, can Noir actually pull this off? I'm not sure if he has enough damage actually in the sorcery. There should be like Duo, Thunder, Miranda. That's 11. I don't think there's anyone else. Do you remember one more Mr. Eagle?
Yeah, nothing
am looking
crazy.
through his list. Yeah, because he's not. I don't believe he played Hannah, which wouldn't be enough damage anyway from that. And then even out of the spells, right? It's just Miranda, and I believe that the Evo target. So yeah, and with no buff cards in hand as well, it's he's gonna have to hold off a tiny bit for now potentially, and just try and hold on. Of course, gonna be wary of the wards, because this is what we're talking about a little bit before going in, right, guys? Where you know, if it's chest rune, you don't really want to leave wards up. It's kind of like that balance game, right? To have targets right into, especially knowing a Mr. King would be very close at this point. That countdown timer dropping once again. Winged Inversion going to start being spammed. He's going to use it on his own one. That's the first time I've actually seen that today. Get the extra health, the enchanting spell used as well to get a bit of a board lock. And Noir burning through almost everything, sorry, to stay alive and keep the 2-0 dream alive.
Very interesting play actually, to just use the Fallen Angel in your own card, just to get one more HP, but like not trading into the Freya, not giving your opponent one more board space to like play a Knight or Pawns. So yeah, like what can Melin do now? He did top deck Olivia, he can use it to evolve the Fallen Angel face, just to make it even harder for Noir to lethal. Because I believe that with these evolve points, even like evolving Miranda and getting the Mystian right, Noir has at best 16 damage right now. So yeah, healing a bit more is also interesting in this position. It's probably what he's going for. Oh, let's feast also for a bit more damage. Doesn't even need to evo for an angel, no. He's already back at 20 with this attack. I believe that at this point Noir has to top deck a party if he wants to lethal.
Yet our will be done.
And he's looking he obviously funds the usual 3 as per usual, as everyone else. We're gonna see what he gets.
He can try.
I mean, Maltina's obviously a cool card to have to get that draw 2.
Oh, he found it!
Oh no!
Double
The barrier!
parties.
No!
Oh my goodness.
Even Melon as well. Both guys right now have just realized. Oh, hang on a minute. Like, dual barrier gonna come through here.
Oh, that would have been it.
Run in. AoE damage come through for the clear. And Noir, yeah, he's just realized.
Wait, does it work? Yes, it works.
At the moment, sorcery comes through.
Wait, no.
Who to spawn? Who to spawn?
He got back the Gria, so he gets the double attack. Oh, it's 20!
It's 10. Yeah, exactly. Noir has done it, and Melon knows as well. Though Mystic King was up next turn, 2-0. This man done it in the quarterfinals. He did it in the semifinals. He's done it in the grand finals. Noir is your July Cup winner for the SVO West 2023 season. Again, we know the caliber player he is. He's had a bit of a rough season though. First time making it here to top 8, and when he rocks up, he delivers absolutely insane play from one of the best.
Wow, and like you said earlier in today, you were like, wow, this is like a Contenders Cup level game right here, and we thought it couldn't get any better, but that was the most absurd final turn of the 2-0 series that we just saw. Not drawing into 1, but 2 required cards to pull off a lethal, having the right cards brought back. I don't even remember what was in the destroyed pool at that point, but the perfect Mysteria followers came out, and we saw yet another Mysteria lethal to this specific health point. My goodness, that's some Shadowverse right there.
Yeah, that was impressive. And like, it could have done very bad because there was also Anne in this pool. So if he summoned that out of instead of Gria, it wasn't working. It wasn't a double attack. It wasn't lethal. So also the extra leg that it needed. Yeah, that's really playing into his outs. And even if Melin was like this close to winning the game, because he had such a slow start, but he finally had it going. He had all the face damage going. Next turn he has like the zero cost king, the Odin, but like this Meltina saves the game literally. Great match.
Good, obviously big congrats to Melon there as well, but he was going to feel bad for the guy now, because that's twice this season he's made it to grand finals and just missed out taking out a cup as well. Of course, that happened earlier this year in the February Cup. He also made top 8 in the April Cup earlier this year as well. But again, Melon's earned himself plenty of points coming through. Yeah, he might have missed out winning the cup, but if you want to get technical and start looking at the overall season things, the way Contenders Cup's looking, Melon, I believe, is hold on to a 3rd spot now. I believe 3rd or 4th place now coming in, and is looking to have a guaranteed top 8 spot locked in after his action today. So, while obviously this is great for Noir, and I was going to highlight Noir's such awesome games, for Melon as well, it's also just as good. So, just missing out a little bit of money, a little bit of league points, it does hurt a little bit. And bragging rights as well, of course, we got to take out Noir. But cool to see Noir run away with that victory and hopefully push him a little bit forward now towards potentially getting a Contenders Cup spot. And of course, we're having an interview with him just after this short break as we do wrap up the end of the July Cup here, an interview with Noir, and looking forward, of course, next weekend to the SAO Cup and us going forward for the month of August. So don't go anywhere. Plenty of more action here for the SVO July Cup just around the corner. But Noir now is just going to start dropping these Grimnirs left, right, and center alongside Alice. This could potentially be game here. If not, actually will be game there. Big
Yeah.
damage coming through. 9 to wrap this one up, even coming up for 10. There's a bad beat there as well, Casey. Needed a bit of an extra buff. But Noir, they're getting away with it again. 1-0 against...
Finally going to start reducing his spells and... Okay, he also goes for the Craig. Good option to start clearing this board. But he doesn't have a lot of time. Let's see if he can make the board clear.
He's got less feast as well to get the extra buff and try and get the Craig damage in and crush the rain. On top of that, every spell, every highlighted card is being spammed right now to come out. The clear will come through, just has enough time to drop that last Miranda.
I'd like to see this Rook get evolved for the extra healing because, like you said, Noir has used a lot of his tools, and so right now, even if he brings out a full follower Storm board, it might not be enough on its own for a lethal. Yeah, and we're going to see that here. I think this is definitely good to push the health total up a little bit and kind of require Noir to have some of the extra chip cards to combine with his other finishers. Putting a little bit more pressure, and especially with the transformations there, taking one of the followers away from the Storm pool.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the best line for Melin right now. He only had 12 damage with this Knight and evolving everything face. He can try?
I mean, Meltina's obviously a cool card to have to get that draw 2.
Oh, he found it!
Oh no!
Double
The barrier!
parties.
No!
Oh my goodness.
Even Melon as well. Both guys right now have just realized. Oh, hang on a minute. Barrier gonna come through here.
Oh, that would have been it.
Run in. AoE damage come through for the clear. And Noir, yeah, he's just realized.
Wait, does it
And
work? Yes, it works.
At the moment, sorcery comes through.
Is a seed.
Wait, no.
Who just spawn? Who just
Oh,
spawn?
he got back the Gria, so he gets the double attack. Oh, it's 20!
It's 10. Yeah, exactly. Noir has done it, and Melon knows as well. Though Mystic King was up next turn, 2-0. This man done it in the quarterfinals. He did it in the semifinals. He's done it in the grand finals. Noir is your July Cup winner for the SVO West 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the wrap-up part now. Shadowverse Open West July Cup for the 2023 season. What a July Cup we had, easy up there with one of the best of the year and potentially contender for the Cup of the Year. We have to wait and see what the other cups will be like later in the year. Absolutely insane matches across the board. Missed any of it, check out the YouTube bar. Keep plugging it. You've got to go to the YouTube channel. You've got to subscribe to it. You've got to hit the notification bell at SVO Esports and definitely check out the awesome matches and that over there. But we are going to be joined by our winner of the July Cup now in one Tempo Storm Noir. Hello, stranger. From a few months ago. Yeah, that's weird.
Hey guys.
I feel like I've seen you from somewhere before on SVO. I don't know if it's just me.
Yeah,
but I don't.
It's been a little while, but I feel like this is the optimal way to be back on stream with Boz and Sister, you two. So nice to see you guys again. Hishiro, always nice to see you as well. How are you guys doing?
Oh yeah, again, I know we had our little bit when you joined as we'll get started, but yeah, I know we're all hyped after that, man. After what yourself and then the other 6, I guess, performed today, doing absolutely insane. And I'm gonna ask you that as well, obviously on stream. How are you feeling after that? You know, obviously such an awesome performance, trying really hard to make the top 8, I guess, this year, and then just coming out and just winning the whole thing.
I don't know, man. It was crazy. Like, sometimes you do have to play bad to draw good, and I might have taken that a little too far in the first 2 rounds. You know, shout out to V2 and Yazidaze for, you know, not completely mentally collapsing after witnessing my plays. So, definitely shout out to them. I played pretty bad, but that's, I think, what allowed me to draw Robopup on turn 4 and draw Meltina into Barrier Party. So it all worked out in the end, I'd say.
Wow. Yeah, the games really today definitely taught me it's not over until like the last card is played.
Oh yeah.
So many times it was like, depending on like what your opponent messes up or what you'd get off the top of the deck, or like there are so many like things that changed everything for a game we thought was sealed last second. How do you feel like in those moments where you think the game's over? Like what keeps you playing, or like how do you feel when you get the card you want? Like I want to hear about those like couple of seconds right there.
Well, especially in the last game, I knew what my outs were, so I saw it, and then I just like, okay, let's roll, and then I hit. So, yeah, it's like, I don't know, it doesn't really feel real. It feels like I bricked a lot of SVOs just to like charge up power for this one. I mean, it was not a bad deal. I think I cashed in my good draws when it mattered the most, so I'm feeling good about that.
All right, great. For my question, I'm asking for the CEO guys for next week that are already preparing, but also for myself, I see it as a personal attack. Why didn't you not bring Crystallized Haven?
Well, you see, that deck, I don't enjoy it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not really my type of deck. Like, I understand the deck is really strong. I think the deck has a high ceiling. But for me personally, I'm the type of gamer who has like 4 Crystallize on turn 7. So it was not really a great bring for me. You know, sometimes like I'm just playing, right? And then sometimes I'll like Q Shadow. It's like, oh, okay, 11 Windstream on demand. Oh, I Q Haven. I lose 6 in a row. So it's like, oh, you know what? If I can't even beat ladder with this deck, maybe I shouldn't bring it to the SVO. And I think it was a decent choice in the end. I'm happy with my lineup. The only thing I would change is like obviously a couple of my bans. I think every time Chess was on the other side, I banned the wrong deck. So that's the power of Chess in SVO West, I suppose. But besides that, I think if I played 2 Dual Barrier, that would have been so good. In the mirror and just against like a bunch of random situations in general, I think 2 Dual Barrier would have been so good. But in the end, like, I drew my 1-of when I needed it, so it's okay.
And you know, just to wrap up over here as well, I mean, how are your thoughts go for the rest of the season, right? Because we've only got 2 months left before Contenders Cup. Obviously, you earned a lot of points here today. Do you think there's a chance to see Noir in Contenders Cup for the billionth time, or do you think it might just be out of reach?
Technically, I've been a participant of Contenders Cup 0 times, because I either skip it or cast it, or
yeah.
So
oh, as a player then,
it would be interesting for sure. I think it would be the ultimate flex if I cast a month and then make it to Contenders anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not trying to.
I mean, you've got history here, you got zones.
Yeah.
To go up against
I'm not trying to set any like
do the same
any super high expectations or anything. I'm just gonna play the next few months and try my best and see if this happens again.
Well, maybe we'll have like a 9th spot in the cup or something where we'll get like you guys in zones to fight it out, and we'll have like a caster rep or something like that. I don't know. But
or like you in the Contenders Cup, and now you have to play against the caster.
Yeah. yeah. I'll be the final boss. Don't worry about it.
Oh boy, that sounds fun.
Don't worry about it. It'll be good. Any final shout-outs, Noah?
Yeah. Shout out to everyone on Disastra. Shout out all my teammates. Shout out to the boys. Shout out especially to, you know, everyone in this bracket. It was a lot of fun playing against all of you guys. Shout out to V2, especially shout out to Yazidaze. Shout out to Melon. Shout out to Osav, you know, for the that I guess a bit of a mental prep going into today. Yeah, shout outs to like all the people that I had great matches with yesterday as well. Yeah. That's it.
Well, big congrats to you again, Noah, for taking that out, and I'm sure we see you next month. Somehow, you somehow squeeze your way into the cast, or the one after, or something. We'll find a way somehow to bring you in. But no, big congrats, my man, and I hope to see you still make these top 8s going forward.
Yeah, hopefully.
So big congrats to Noir there for taking out the July Cup, and we'll have the standings now for you guys going forward to see how the standings have been affected after the July Cup, because as we said, there's a lot on the line today, a lot of key players playing through that could change and mix up the final positions after today, at least anyway. Nautilus, who of course still there in 10th place, he won't move at all. being our February Cup winner, but definitely in a dangerous spot right now from dropping out of those 10 spots. Of course, now as only a 4-man tie for 30 points, V2 unfortunately still stuck in that group alongside fellow teammate KSL VD, Bjorn Calby, and Yo from Team Revelations there, all lined up at 30. Yazidaze was able to break out finally, get an extra point, but now he's in a tie with Vest Vision there at 31 league points. Melon, of course, blocking in that third spot now with 33 league points there, nice and comfortable in that top 8 spot. Just looking for that W, just looking to see if he can take out a cup at least once before he makes his way to the Contenders Cup. Of course, Osav there on 37, and Meme Legend still the only player currently over the 40-point mark, currently 42 league points, well away ahead in the lead right now, and definitely, I want to say, probably, not public enemy number 1, but target number 1 for a lot of players to catch up to and meet up there in the standing. So that's what it's looking like going forward with only 2 months left of competitive play before we get to the Contenders Cup, at least in the west side of things. Of course, SCAO will still be happening next weekend. But lads, standings and end of this cup, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling like Meme Legends definitely has a pretty firm lead. I think the most points you can get, even if you win everything, is like 11. So all these 30-point players, even with a perfect streak and Meme Legends taking the day off, would still not even catch up. So Meme Legends is in a good spot. Those couple of points for Melon really showing how important they are. Securing the top 3 spot when everyone is so close has to feel nice. And it really shows too. I know a lot of players like to drop when they have a bad record, but every point's going to matter. And so these people, even if they get 2 losses, they're really going to need to be fighting it out, because the difference between 1 or 2 losses in Swiss could be the difference between being tied with everyone in the next one or being in the top 5.
Yeah. And Melin definitely getting his a bit of advance right now. Maybe you can call on production and ask for Meme Legends to cast on the next one, just to give a chance to everyone else. But
we'll ask John Sai Games and production and then see if we can make that happen for you, Hitro, don't worry.
Let's go. And then, of course, I'll be cheering for my teammate Yo sitting at 6th place, actually.
So that is your top 10 there for the standings. Like we said, there's still 2 months, so there could still be a bit of a mix-up. Like we said, there's a couple guys here tied up, even below 10th place, I believe, even the high 20s. There's still quite a few players who are kind of all very close to breaking into this top 10 here. So we'll have to wait and see what these last couple months of action will bring us. But, if you're supporting those guys with really cool, articles and live streams and whatnot, maybe you might want to check out the community support program if you haven't before, and if you have before, do it now, because we have a new one up here ready to go. 30th card pack sets up and available till September 25th, the submission deadline. So plenty of months to submit your awesome content to this community support program. Like I said, whether it be live streams, video content, whether it be cool artwork or the likes, definitely go ahead and check this out. Of course, over on svo.gg/CSP. Of course, way out to make sure to bookmark svo.gg. You can check out the latest news about the Shadowverse Opens, and of course, check out the links there on Battlefy to be a part of the awesome action and join these tournaments. Of course, like I said, in tournament mode, all cards are available for free. You have no excuse. You get free card packs. You have a lot of fun. It's a lot of cool thing to do. And of course, there's also the Shadowverse Open minis and that happen all mixed up. If you don't feel like you want to take that extra step into pro play, you dipping your toe in the waters a little bit, check those out, as well as another cool place to meet up, have a little bit more fun and take some of the seriousness out of it a little bit before jumping into the SVO action. But guys, that is going to wrap us up for the July Cup. Final comments, gentlemen, starting with you, Trick, as we do wrap up the July Cup.
I was just thinking there's some space on my wall, and I was like, if anyone for the community support program wants to make any Shadowverse art, I'll throw it up in the corner. That works for me. But as far as the tournament goes, if that's what you're referring to, yeah, it was a great day today, and impressed seeing Noir up there. I feel like, on another week we could have had Hishiro be the player winner, and Noir would have been casting and could have flipped the easy or something, but
I
it
wish.
was good. Yeah, well, maybe sometime in the next month or something we'll see something like that. But it was great casting, and just great to get some insights too from a pro player here in the in the interview at the end. So it was great working with both you, Baz and Hishiro, and hope to do a lot more with you guys in the future.
Yeah, this one has been a blast. Thank you both for being on my side for this first casting. Yeah, definitely great. We got to see a great match. We got to see Noir, my old teammate, getting the win. So very happy for him. And yeah, hope I can do more of this in the future for sure. And looking out for next caps. There's still September Cup. We can still get there.
August Cup as well. Yeah. You got plenty of time. So.
I know that everyone is aiming for that, but.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Like I said, these next 2 months are going to be absolutely jam-packed with players fighting for those last couple points, right? So, and yeah, obviously a big thank you to you, obviously Hishiro, being our guest here for this month, and like I said, one of the greatest of all time. So being able the opportunity again, being someone who was a player coming in, just watching, being outside and being able to cast with you, at least for me, has been such an awesome opportunity as well. So thank you very much, man, for making it such an awesome experience. And of course, Trick as well. You're memeing in your white rooms and moving everywhere, and trying to get the community to go and paint and make you little artworks to fill up your wall or whatever it is, Imagine going to the shops and buying pictures. Unheard of. Or posters. Unheard of. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Make sure you tune in next weekend for all the Southeast Asian Oceanic action. Of course, always locked down by Ignidius East and one other special guest you'll find out about, of course, just before the cast goes live. We'll see you in August for the continued action of the Shadowverse Open West Region competition for the 2023 season. Till then, guys.
We got something.
Yeah, you are almost wishing that he didn't invoke in the tail this turn. It's making it hard to finish out the game, but actually I'm counting the board spaces wrong. It's enough damage. Oh my goodness, yeah, Noir pulling it off. Every card in his hand.
Wingy, probably evolve it. Yep. It's going to get buff from Shrine as well as Sapphire Priestess. So that's 5. Okay, that's exactly 5. And well done from Melin.
Lots of different lines there, but finding the one that Melon wanted to go through with, showing a different version of Holy Lightning Bird. It can be a 4/4 Storm as well.
Return here. Could this actually potentially be game though? We're getting pretty close.
That Ghastly Banishment. It's going to be able to deal with these Followers and put up immense
pressure. Absolutely. Absolutely, there's going to be game.
You see the emoting from the leader. You see Panda jumping in his seat. The ghosts come out, but these swords aren't even relevant. What we're worried about is Ghastly Banishment on the start of the next turn. Insane. 7 damage. Plenty overkill. Taking this from Panda to move him into
still has a niveau point. Oh yeah, that looks like it's enough. He can evolve here to get the missile right.
There's no way. There's no way. Wow. The Starblade brought this back here. Was that 10, 30, 16, 19? That is lethal coming out there from Starblade. The absolute Giga Brain IQ board lock healing coming through. And there's I'll be very surprised. I mean, the damage.
Let's go.
Wow. All right. Fair enough. Okay. He's laid down the gauntlet. It was a day that would have been a different story, but unfortunately, not the case. The Darze will be able to get good damage. I mean, the banished damage will be stronger here, obviously now with more coming through. But no one knows. Look at him. He's going Super Saiyan in the webcam. What's happening here? Grimnir coming through. Let's go. What again? Semi-final 1 coming through. Noir brings it back there. 2-1 against Darze, taking out the 7-0 player from Zen. The rotation match again. Trying to push good damage. 9 damage. Still coming out. Not having extra bulk 4. Now going up to 6 as well. such a huge effort from Panda to bring this back, but unfortunately for him, as we said, right, management will come down. Singular goes to end it, and Melon will take that first round against Priestess, and with Winky this time, Diamond Master even makes an appearance just to wrap this one up, and Melon will be going to the grand finals against Tempo Storm's Noir, our first and only currently 2-0 match of the day against BSG's Fluffy Panda. An absolute humongous effort there from Panda, but Melon rocking up, showing up again. Why he's in that top 5. But Noir now is just going to start dropping these Grimniers left, right, and center alongside Alice. This could potentially be game here, if not actually will be game there. Big damage coming through, 9 to wrap this one up, even coming up to 10. And the bad there is okay, a bit of an extra buff. But Noir there getting away with it again. 1-0 against
Okay, he also goes for the break. Good option to get off. He doesn't have a lot of time. Let's see if he can make the ball.
Every spell, every highlighted card is being spared right now to come out. Clear will come through, just has enough time to drop that last Miranda.
I'd like to see this look to get ball actually dealing, because like you said, you are going to use a lot of these tools. So right now, you can think about controller or skill mode, it might not be enough for people. Yeah, and you're going to see that here. I think this is definitely good. Push the health total up a little bit and kind of require Noir to have some of the extra chip cards to combine with putting a little bit more pressure, especially with the transformations they're taking on the followers away from this pool.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the best line from Melon right now. He only had 12 damage with this knight and golden you can try?
I mean, well, people obviously have to get that too.
Oh, he found it!
Oh, no!
The barrier! No!
Oh my goodness.
Even Melon as well, both guys right now just realized, oh, hang on a minute. Barrier gonna come through here. AoE damage coming through for the clear. And Noir, yeah, he's just realized.
Wait.
And the moment the sword to come through.
Wait, no!
Spawn, who just spawned?
He got back the Gruya so he gets the Oh, it's
10, yeah, exactly. Noir has done it, and Melon knows as well. Though Mystic King was up next turn, 2-0. This man done it in the quarterfinals. He did it in the semifinals. He's done it in the grand finals. Noir is your July Cup winner for the SVO West 2023